Fiduci sitting behind the wheel of that 966 Ford Zilla car to get a really nice outlap in. First sector looked pretty representative for him, so it'll be all about how much de Jong and Rietveld, the co-ander in the red line that had been battling over the lead of the race, found themselves battling over second place because they battled too much through the last pit stop phase. How they are going, how nice, how friendly they're feeling with each other through this phase as those pit stops come in then for the LMP2, for the LMP competitors. Only the three leading cars staying out this time.
Yeah, pretty much. I
All
think
right,
maybe the
break, guys.
car might have stayed out. So 4 of the top 10 staying out, and that is it. Everyone else is in to the pits. We've got Alpine, AMG Team Petronas, and so on, all into the pits. So we will see Team Fordzilla start to make their way back up the order. But as Alex said, it's going to be where they fit back in comparison to Mitchell de Jong and Jeffrey Rietveld. Last time round, Mitchell de Jong did a 324.9, 324.7 for Jeffrey Rietveld. We wait to see what Gianmarco Fiduci is going to do. As Alex said, he had a great first sector. Second sector has been okay, might have hit just a little bit of traffic on the way through. Let's see what his lap time says overall. A personal best for Luke Bennett as he tries to close down that gap. An opportunity spotted here is that for Luke Bennett as Fordzilla has come in. This is him pushing towards a pit stop as he gets the personal best in.
Found himself some fuel, hasn't he, to play with towards the end of this pit window. Another member of the Stop Out Late Club, McDuff, in the 37 Alpine, adding his name to drivers that are going long this time around. So it looks like the top 5 as they stand are a lap long, as I understand it, and then it's only the Fordzilla car which is a lap short. But as we've just heard from the team, they're absolutely satisfied that that won't add an extra stop through to the end of the race. Well, we'll find out, won't we? Only 15 hours to go, so not much can happen. But if you consider that we're dealing with a more certain, potentially, set of parameters than we might be in the physical version of this race, they can say that with more certainty. Looking back over the rear wing of the AMG Petronas.
And it looks like they are about to be passed by RAG, possibly. Not into this chicane, maybe the next one, or into Mulsanne. Graham Carroll under a lot of pressure there as they make their way down towards the next chicane now. We will just stay with this one whilst we see, are we going to see a move going on now? Graham Carroll is under a lot of pressure here. This is your battle for 9th place overall. Remember, these two have been in to the pits as well. We're still waiting to see some teams come in as they make their way out of the next chicane. But a move possibly coming up into Mulsanne here, Alex.
Yeah, a move possibly coming up into Mulsanne, or indeed out into Indianapolis. This AMG car's been under pressure for a good while now. Graham Carroll seemingly under the similar pressure to what his teammates have been under throughout. Very fast at the start of the race. He seemed to have lost a little bit of pace, and the latest candidate is the R8G.
Well, we are just over 15 hours away from seeing the checkered flag. And whilst we have our pit stops going on and we're waiting to see who is going to fall out where, we're going to take this opportunity to thank the sponsors who have let us put on this fantastic event for you.
During the 24 hours of Le Mans, Total Energies provides the biofuel that leads to victory. However, during the Le Mans Virtual Series, well, virtual cars don't need real fuel.
We're in the number 444 there. Just go to Ria Parasia.
So for the Le Mans Virtual Series Grand Finale, Total Energies presents Pit Stop. Refueling bars made from grapes. The same ingredient we use to produce our 100% certified sustainable fuel for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree, champ? Pit Stop. Virtual race, real power.
You tried one of those earlier, didn't you, Alex?
Just as delicious as the action, mate. Heading down towards the Porsche. No, they really are, and they give you a bit of a boost as well. I brought some in to the commentary box, and Martin Haven was most pleased, which was good. And I only needed half a one, and he ate 1.5.
Well, that
was.
I wondered why. I thought he was never going to leave. It was Martin Haven was thought he was going to be here all night. He had a lot of energy going on, and that's exactly why. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Now, pit stops have been going on for all the leaders. Let's see where everyone files out. Fiduci has come out in second place, it seems, with the Porsche Commander car just ahead. We're watching AMG Team Petronas versus R8G. This is your battle down the lower order of the top 10, as you can see to the left-hand side of screen. But it seems Porsche have made some time up during the pit stops there.
Yeah, a decent amount of time, because Fiduci came in, 3 seconds to the good as that move then. Those moves continue to happen on the AMG Team Petronas. In fact, I think he did manage to find his way back past, didn't he? And now he's been under pressure again. That is Graham Carroll being passed by the number 8 R8G Esports. The battle rages on, but the general trajectory is backwards for that car. Carroll thinks about it again. The inside is the left-hand side, and they both want it as they head down towards chicane 2, up the inside of the Aston Martin for good measure. And just to help, they're braking out on the dirty side of the racetrack, evolving all of the time in the simulation. The racetrack, we should add, this is not a stable, static thing. The modelling of the track evolves as the cars drive around it, as the temperature and pressure and other ambient change. So an ever-evolving racing surface for the drivers to take on, and an ever-evolving battle between these two great teams of esports and esport pros.
I mean, apart from the fact that you might be down on quite a lot of sleep going into the night, when you're in the seat, what's the biggest changes you face in terms of track conditions, like you said, and the way you approach the driving around the circuit?
Tyres see the circuit surface, and so as the track temperature falls away, the tyre behaves totally differently. In many ways, the night's fantastic. The air.
So Dawid is the leading car, being a lap down.
Heavier air in terms of heavy,
and our gap.
Air pressure means lots of oxygen for the engine.
Interval is 2 minutes 35.
Wings and give you downforce. But if you've not got tyre temperature,
and we're locking to top 10. We're locking roughly
every braking zone
3 minutes
still
15.
A new adventure if you've got Luke Bennett behind you trying to make a move in his number 2.
The good news is that
line has fallen away slightly.
No,
in that
the bad
round
news is they are all ahead of us. I guess.
Has managed to make
Let
his
me
way
see, where
ahead.
are we
So
in the
Luke
track
Bennett is going to have to bring out more.
65 is the next car ahead, which is Job van Uyter in P14, so we're right in that bubble.
To make his way through the field.
We need to somehow with
SEM9
axle. I mean, we created an offset in terms of
the
pit stops.
Car have had
So we need to make use of that to get
up the inside. Down towards the Dunlop.
Let's get ahead of that gaggle.
Yeah, Axel currently running where they finished last year, but that's about to change. Oh dear, just about enough room there to get past BS competition. That looked like it was going to turn into a pretty nasty incident going in towards turn number 1, but I have to say, good driving from Luke Bennett and the BS competition car to both make enough room to allow that Axel car to go through, and that was a good demonstration of how not only do we have a difference in track conditions, but also not only do you see the back markers as such a little bit later, but they also see you a lot later as well. Traffic is a big changing factor when we go into the evening.
A great feel for what it's like to be behind the wheel of one of these cars in dark conditions. Drivers tending to cycle through at similar times, so you get a feel for your group as you're out there.
Okay.
Whether you've got a lot of amateur drivers in your group, in terms of everyone, of course, longer pit stops for the GT cars, so you tend to get a bit of more of a mixed and matched bunch. But you decide who you're up against, as we see the number 16, Pescarolo Esport Monaco, parked up in the pit lane. So that's a shame for them. We'll wait to hear what has befallen them. But yeah, you tend to go toe-to-toe with the same drivers all the race long.
I imagine by the end of it, that can become pretty frustrating as well, when you are seeing the same drivers over and over. Now, Pescarolo, not only were they in the pit lane, they were in the garage, which would suggest that could possibly be an early bath for them. But we will find out exactly what has happened to Pescarolo. They may have had a significant incident, which means they have had to abort and go back to the garage and might have to retire. But we will go no further than speculating for the time being.
So we have on our timing tower the two red line cars. Yeah, they're now together. So Bennett has
really charged.
Really, he's made a quick work of Aslan and has found his way up to Rietveld, his teammate. And this is them. Look at that big old slide. Rotation in the mid-corner, holding on to it without any feel from the body, only the eyes and the force feedback through the wheel telling him how much slip angle he's got through the rear axle in the dark.
Kane and Gaming were running the number 444 LMP2 car
in the virtual 24 Hours of Le Mans. Incredible skill being employed by these drivers, but he's going to need to employ a little bit more of it, because his teammate was significantly faster than him on the outlap. 1.3 seconds quicker Bennett was than Rietveld last time around.
Yeah, the 17-year-old Luke Bennett here doing a fantastic job. He was 1.3 seconds quicker than Jeffrey Rietveld on that warm-up lap, and he is now closed down Rietveld as they make their way through the Ford chicanes. They are around 1.5 seconds back from Fiducci for Team Fordzilla, and they have all closed in on the Porsche Coanda car out front. Ayanchan Juven, Porsche factory driver, in for them now, the number 20, as they come in towards the Dunlop chicane. So we are watching this battle between the two Team Redline cars, and you will imagine that they would go easy on each other. Here we can see Williams a little bit further back. This looks like versus Floyd Van Wall-Burst, who found themselves in the wars earlier in the race, in the wrong place at the wrong time. I think it's fair to say, as we came up to the Porsche curves on the recovery now.
Hey, Old Fart Racing,
back from the lead is not a long time at all when there is over 15 hours remaining in this race. Hope you're all enjoying the coverage so far.
The Old Fart Racing, yeah, I have had the chance to look at the incident, and my taking on it is nothing that I could say publicly, so I just leave
on
it.
board here, as he looks like he's about to line up a move now on Williams Esports in the toe. Pulls out now, and he's going to have the inside as we make our way up towards the chicane. And Jonny Simoncic trying to pull off a move there, and that is going to be move complete for Simoncic.
Making his way past Tommaso Mosca. Multiple, GT driver of great aplomb across the various GT World Challenge Series. One of the pro race car drivers in the event. Simoncic, very much a sim pro, but the Italian driver losing out in that instance. As we check out again the front of the field, there's Fordzilla, and Fiducci managed to settle a little bit and make his way back towards Guven.
Yeah, naked stuff there.
At the front of the field. He lost initially a little bit of time on that outlap and was hopped in the pit lane, but as you're pointing out to me, Chris, Bennett continues to go faster and faster.
Not only that, but yeah, look at the gap. This is now a three-way fight for the lead, isn't it? And fans who maybe don't follow esports as such would think, why is Ayanchan Juven being caught like this from Fiduci and Rietveld. And if you don't follow esports at all and you're new to esports racing, then you might be two drivers that you haven't really come across before, so you might find this slightly confusing. But in the world of the Le Mans Virtual Series, the Pro-Am is almost reverse round, isn't it? These are the professional drivers, Fiduci and Rietveld, when it comes to racing on rFactor 2. Ayanchen Juven, someone who is more taken to racing at Le Mans itself.
Yeah, DTM with AF Course and many years of Porsche Super Cup, Porsche Carrera Cup, and a Porsche Motorsport Junior, and very much a man, but happy behind the wheel of a Porsche. He's behind the wheel of an Oreca at the moment, Juven. But he is a man who's really got a lot of very, very fast sim races behind him, without quite the experience on sim software and hardware that the drivers behind have, but a lot of real-world experience to lean on.
Yeah, just a little bit, as you said, several years and a lot of experience racing in that Porsche Super Cup Championship. Here we see Alpine versus RHG. You don't usually see this amount of battling going on, do you? With 15 hours to go. This is, I've got to say, this is absolutely fantastic stuff going on. Really hope you're all enjoying this one. It's been really entertaining stuff to watch. The last hour has absolutely flown by, hasn't it? We can see them making their way now up towards Tete Rouge.
Guys, I'm so
points where Marcel Shinchik can either make this move or not make it through that one corner, isn't it?
Pissed off, really.
Your track guy.
I wish they actually had a flash reverse camera like that. They don't. I'd love one of those in an Oreca 07. You're absolutely right. The battling has been so intense now between the 36 Alpine, the car livery, that WEC supporters everywhere. We'll remember from LMP1 making a return to LMP2 in the World Endurance Championship across 2 cars this year. Very excited for that. I know a lot of their drivers are very excited to do this kind of battling. I was talking to Mathieu Vassavier, who may well be jumping in behind the wheel of one of those cars, and he was incredibly excited to be back in the fight, as he said, of LMP2. And they've got a fight on at the moment. The team owned and run by Romain Grosjean, putting great pressure on the number 8 LMP car. This battle is over 6th and 7th position in the LMP category.
Here we go, fight for the lead going on then. We can see Juven is the one that has allowed Fiduci to run wide there. Fantastic defending there from the Porsche driver. Just shuffles Fiduci a little bit wide, and was that a bit too ambitious, would you say, from Fiduci there, or was that just great defending from Juven?
Looked like he just got in a little bit too deep, potentially unsighted by the driver ahead. The 2 red lines still following on. Bennett has been so quick, but is he able to make the moves? There they are, look, line astern, and yes, Fiduci dropping back then in the Fordzilla.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Juven, and as we said there, Rietveld and Bennett are now past, so Fiduci has to resettle here now and try and work his way back through. Let's return to this battle, which we were with at Tete Rouge just a short while ago, and this is something we don't get to see when we watch the 24-hour of Le Mans, the drivers' live reactions.
Yeah, their concentration is palpable on the faces of both drivers as they make their way through the Porsche curves. They're trying to battle.
Yeah, I think we will be back in the car early in the morning.
One slip could lead to the end of their race here, and you see the car moving around over the curb. Big step for the RHG car over the exit curb of the karting S's into the Ford chicane again. They found themselves a nice clear bit of track, though, in terms of traffic to bounce through the Ford chicane in.
Yeah. Good.
Why you think so, Jerome?
Shinchik here versus Roulet in the Alpine eSports car, and only a couple of seconds up the road from this is that Axel car, which is being caught at 2 seconds per lap if we judge it by the last lap alone. So this is a
no.
fight
Yeah,
currently,
we'll
Alex,
go
but,
sleep soon.
It looks like it's going to be 3.
The guys are
this battle very
smart enough,
yeah,
to be honest.
They're moving their way up the field. The 21 car was launched up the field somewhat in the last round of pit stops. I don't know whether they short fueled it to try to make a little bit of ground, but they don't appear with respect to have the pace that merits their track position currently, which puts an interesting fly in the ointment for these various drivers though. But it's Brulé then under pressure and the move is done.
R8G going through in that number 8 car, a change for 6th position. The other R8G, the 18, running down where its number would suggest it, 18th place for them. And we will keep an eye on how they get on. 20 seconds behind Victor Martins in the Alpine Esports car, the number 37, which had a big incident earlier in the race. The FIA Formula 3 champion. For those of you just joining who maybe haven't had a chance to look at the entry list, we have the 2-time Formula 1 world champion, the reigning FIA Formula 2 champion, and the FIA Formula 3 champion, all on the same grid. Where else do you get that? And along with that, a whole host of other champions, which would take us a number of laps to go through, I think. So for now, we'll stick with this battle, and this is R8G having just made that place to go into 6th. Just up the road, as we talked about a little bit earlier, is that Axel car. And they are being caught very quickly. There we can see them, the white liveried colour car, just a couple of seconds up from this.
Yeah, I think they'll make pretty short work of Aslan, actually, given the pace that they've caught him. Although their pace in terms of the general field is beaten only really by the top 3, who are astronomically consistent in the mid-24s. The 2 leaders, Juven and Rietveld, have kind of somewhat responded to Luke Bennett now in that red line, who caught them up. I think they probably had a bit of a look at him, maybe borrowed some tactics. Fiducci dropping back slightly in the Ford Zilla car, so wasn't able to hold the lead, but they're still very much in the fight. 2.3 seconds.
Oh, Goldwinger,
sitting in 4th position.
Thank you for gifting 5 subs, and Sheedinator, thank you for becoming a Prime subscriber on the Twitch channel 11 minutes ago. I'm so sorry I missed that.
This is Brulé.
Hey Chris, how you doing?
Officially sponsored by Alpine.
No need for good luck wishes anymore, but
racing driver.
thank you still.
And, making his way across the curbs of karting, absolutely flat this section of the lap, and the big break down into the Ford chicane, across those curbs as well. The aggression with which the car is steered, quite impressive there, and very much the style though. Overslipping that front tyre appears to respond quite nicely through this simulation. And number 2 red line car, that is Luke Bennett, who we were talking about. That is the man with the pace, it seems, of this front 3, but without the track position, just the way we like it.
What do you do if you're Luke Bennett, though? Because Rietveld is also closing in. I mean, Juven's been given up the hurry-up, I think, here, and is starting to up his pace, but do you stick in behind and almost work with them, push along?
Bearing in mind with the way that Red Line run, those 2 drivers are probably sitting as close or a similar distance to us in this combox, and they're looking across at each other. So it would be a pretty quick argument if they did have contact with each other. They presumably will be making some sort of agreement, and that's a disagreement, down into the first chicane. And,
that was the R8G car, wasn't it? Was that with a back marker, or was that with the Axel car, I wonder? Have they got past him? I think that was with the Axel car, having just got past him. And as you said, we were expecting them to get past him quickly.
Yes, it was. It was making the move on the Axel car from R8G number 8, and it all got a little bit hip and shoulder, in the words of the great John Hindhow, down into the first chicane.
And I expect that we will see similar movements from Brulé in the Alpine Esports car. Here we go then. Let's pick this one up. We're going to see a move going on from Alpine Esports, it seems, Alex.
Yeah, Alpine Esports.
Thank you, Goldwinger. Well, I hope you're gonna have a little bit more entertainment soon in the near future. But I appreciate the 5 subs being shared. Thank you so much.
That position on board.
Get good, kid. I'm currently checking.
The Indianapolis
so
section, and this is Boulay needs to make quick work.
5:30
CET. If he possibly can. He's
roughly 6 hours.
His rival ahead in the RHE car streak off into the distance, having made the move round the outside into Indianapolis, takes the inside for the left-hander, and Boulay making the move very, very nicely and off up the road in pursuit of RHE.
That was a fantastic move, wasn't it? I mean, seemed a case that looked like a Boulay had already planned that this move is going to be made into the left-hander regardless. And absolutely fantastic stuff. Up ahead, we could see some more moves because Rietveld is only 3/10 back from leader, the number 20 Porsche Commander car now, so it's getting very close. 6/10 between our top 3, with Luke Bennett having just set a personal best. Believe it or not, that number 2 car has a best result of 6th so far this season. You wouldn't believe that when you're watching them now, having running in 3rd place and being the quickest car of these top 3. The RHG car is absolutely flying as well. Last time round, that was actually the quickest car on circuit, so they are going along really well. But here is our top 3. We can see them nose to tail pretty much now as they make their way underneath the Dunlop Bridge, and downhill they come. Luke Bennett behind Jeffrey Rietveld, and we would probably expect that he's going to tuck in behind Rietveld, given their championship position, and just work with them here to try and get past that number 20 Porsche Commander car.
I am getting the sense that this is very much a strategic play. They've got the pace here, they feel, and of course you can save fuel by sitting in the toe, just getting out of the throttle towards the end of the straight. Let the car in front of you move the air out of the way for you and do the work. And I do wonder if at the next set of pit stops they will try and split the strategies of these 2 red line cars. Sit Bennett behind his teammate, try and save a little bit of fuel with him. Let Rietveld goad the Commander into pitting early and hopefully run a lap longer with Bennett. It could be a strategy then. It's 2 against 1, that's for sure, at the front of this race, although it might be a little bit too early for that kind of thing.
I guess this is all discussions where that's going to be being had with
hey Ben,
Luke Bennett himself.
Get good, kid.
Well.
Thank you so much for your subscription. Appreciate it.
A team of people.
So yeah, we're going to be back in the car roughly 4:30, 5:30 a.m.
Yeah, and as the driver, you just got to keep it together and hopefully follow the instructions.
Hey Ben.
They don't all, but that's what they aim to do to try to get the cars as far through the race as they possibly can. And it's closing up at the front. Can they resist the move, though? That's the question. If the move is there on Juven, are they able, is Rietveld able to hold back from having that lunge?
Going to be very hard to do so, isn't it? You are staring at the race lead of the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual. You've put in a lot of work to get back there, and now to be told, actually, stay where you are. I mean, that must be, as a racing driver, the hardest thing sometimes to hear, and as you said, to follow must be even harder as well.
What these 3 all know is they're moving away nicely from the rest of the pack. The Fordzilla car now almost 5 seconds back from these 3. So they're moving away nicely. The more they squabble, the more they'll squander that lead. And they've learned their lesson, I suspect, on that when Fordzilla jumped them on the last round of pit stops just by having a nice clean in and out lap. They weren't so much further behind than this last time, the Fordzilla 966, when they pitted a lap early and took track position. So these 3 won't want to leave themselves open to a similar move again.
Now, we have just seen Axel lose a place. We haven't seen it, but we've seen it on our timing screens. Axel have lost a place to Graham Carroll. AMG Team Petronas have gone through. Brabham are about to line up a place on them as well. Well, we have just under 15 hours remaining. Let's remind ourselves as what has brought us here to this point so far in the race and look back at some of the highlights. Well, the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual, the third running of it, kicked off in GTE there with the 888 R8G being pushed away at the head of the field. In the LMP, we saw the #1 red line with two-time Formula One world champion Max Verstappen getting on the move straight away. Sadly, for some of the cars a little bit further back, there were problems. The 86 car running into problems early doors thereafter. They found themselves being tangled. The two Proton cars made an absolutely fantastic start to the race. This was the Arnage car just managing to avoid more issues for that 86 car. Having just come out of the pit lane, they found themselves going into the barriers. A steering wheel failure this was for the number 39 car. Unfortunately, that saw them going into the barriers down the Mulsanne straight. 5 wide into the Porsche curves is going to work every day, isn't it? Of course it isn't. There goes the two Floyd Van Wall cars, unfortunately out. How about this for some avoidance driving, though? Yasheep Veloce managing to avoid. After a red flag, we would get going once again, and the action would kick off just as furious as we left it. Here we could see Luke Bennett. We can see the #2 red line car, the car that he is in. Drivers in that one making position straight away. They would waste no time in getting themselves up the order. The #1 red line car doing similar things as they battled for the lead here, coming in towards the chicane. Absolutely fantastic driving as they went toe to toe with the Porsche car. Then we saw pit stops, some cars not coming in as tidily as others. R8G being passed into the pit lane. Have you ever seen that before? Not many times. Brabham doing absolutely brilliant stuff there. We heard from David Brabham himself in the interval a little bit earlier on. Then we see the #2 car going side by side here. This is where we see the Petronas car being passed around the outside there by red line. Fantastic driving from them. Proton ran 2 wide through Arnage, went into the barriers, and sadly for the car we were on board with just behind, they had nowhere else to go but straight into the back of them. And that's where it leaves us now with 14 hours and 54 minutes remaining. Let's remind you of who is where in the order then. Overall, Porsche Coanda with Juven in the car leads by just under a second. Luke Bennett 1.6 back. That is the top 3, split by 1.6. Yes, 1.6 seconds. R8G are absolutely flying in 4th place. Sem9 Axel dropping down the order, sadly. Williams Esports are just outside of the top 10. Team Fordzilla on a bit of a different strategy. Keep an eye on them, though. They are currently down in 15th place. Peugeot hit trouble early doors. They are currently in 20th and still pedaling round. Sadly, problems for the likes of Le Mans Virtual Cup. Pescarola, which we are investigating, Rocket Sim Sport as well, sadly. In GTE, we haven't forgotten about them. R8G and the 888 lead the way by just shy of 4 seconds ahead of Proton. Project One by Dur doing a really good job to stay within 10 seconds of the lead. BS Competition come next along. We can see Sim Marinello there, just in the lower order, the top 10 in speed. How about that? 10th place for the all-Chinese squad, doing a really great job there. P1 Esport, sadly, they have suffered some issues throughout the race and are down at the back of the field. Alex Brundle, that's where it leaves us then, as we have just under 15 hours remaining of this race. Let's talk a little bit about GTE while we have a second. 888 doing a really good job, leading by just shy of 5 seconds so far ahead of Proton.
Gently spread, aren't they now, a little bit? The R8G, 4.9 seconds to the good over the Proton Coanda car. Another 4 seconds back to the Project One car. And then the BMW we did see take the lead of the race just around an hour and a half ago. Now sitting back in 4th. They've had a bit of a pit stop shuffle since then. But the fastest of those out the front of the field, probably the Proton Porsche, although the R8G does look to be coming into its own. The very, very quick car in qualifying, of course.
Yeah, Sharon, I'm going to bed as well.
Jajovski leading the race currently.
Like, I take a 5 or 6 hour nap.
We're expecting another round of LMP pit stops, and then the GT.
It's just a tragedy.
Out again. There are all cars still within a decent amount. I mean, there are a couple of cars that are well out of it. You've got the JMX Phantom and the P1 Esport car, to all intents and purposes, out of the meaningful running. But barring that, I mean, everyone down to 15th place in that GTE battle, looking to be reasonably well within the race.
And Brabham there making a move themselves on Axel, who continue to drop down the order. As you said, maybe trying a different strategy. Whoa, side by side for the lead. That is Porsche and Redline to the left-hand side of our screen there, trying to get down the inside in towards Indianapolis. Redline being brave, trying to go around the outside, but that was great driving from the Porsche team. And somehow, Alex, they've managed to hold on to the lead, and now they have a queue of GT cars ahead, including the other Redline car.
Coanda versus Redline, Juven versus Rietveld, and you've got a young Porsche Junior against a Simulator Pro up the inside, and that's fantastic management of traffic. Redlines almost come together behind the GT car on the way into the Porsche curves. Brilliant evasive action, but it's let Juven off.
Nice, but they keep it on the track.
At the front of the field.
Yeah, that was
and we get shunted by back markers.
We saw they're minding their own business, and next thing they were swamped with LMP cars either side of them, and doing a great job in the end just to stay put and allow all cars to go around them. But that's allowed Juven to get a bit of a gap and a bit of rest over those two Team Redline cars. But coming into Indianapolis, fantastic side-by-side action. RAG, we mentioned that they've been absolutely flying in this stint. They've now come into the pits, as have Alpine Esports from 5th. But let's stay with this battle, because this is your top 3 overall. Yes, they are all on the same lap. They're split by 7.5 tenths. They make their way up towards Tete Rouge now. It is Juven who is doing a really good job to hold off 2 top esports drivers behind him, and Juven there is going to be under a lot of pressure now, Alex, as we come down Mulsanne.
Forming a picture of how these cars are being driven. They let the tyre look after itself. They get themselves the right side of the needle on fuel, and then towards the end of each pit window, of each stint, they go for it, and go for it they are. He's on the verge there in the Redline car, having a look down the inside, and he takes the lead. Rietveld, does he? But Juven comes straight back at him through the exit, unable to hold on to it. Coanda somehow clinging by the ends of their fingernails to the lead of Virtual Le Mans.
Driving as if it's the last lap of the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual, isn't it? This is absolutely fantastic stuff here from all 3 drivers as they now make their way down towards the next chicane. And Luke Bennett is getting a little bit impatient, I think, in the background as well. He was just moving towards the inside there to remind Jeffrey Rietveld that he is just behind and ready to attack Juven if he would like him to, as they now come down towards Mulsanne corner. It doesn't look like we'll see any changes, certainly not for the lead down there. So the Porsche driver for now can just relax, but as we come down towards Indianapolis, we may see some more side-by-side action, because that was a good exit coming out of there for Jeffrey Rietveld. So I wonder if he's lining up another pass. Has he learned from the lap before what doesn't work, and can he now apply that to a move this time around? Rietveld
seems pretty stable that his teammate behind is not going to attack him, and he has carte blanche to attack ahead. And Juven, if he didn't know it before, he certainly knows it now. More GT traffic up ahead as they head down into Indianapolis. That's going to hamper Juven on the left-hand apex of Indy. Is it going to offer an opportunity for Rietveld? No. Blockers on the right-hand side. No option in the braking zone for Arnage. Tiny little nudge on the apex as they head then nose to tail down towards the Porsche S's again. I see more GT traffic up ahead, and it's going to be such a challenge. Where are they going to clear? That Ferrari will be the critical element now as to who comes out of this final sector ahead. Looks like the Coanda just has that space as we turn right, then left again. But look how planted the red line is. Juven having to hold
and it's just 25 seconds off these guys. It's crazy.
Borks his teammate on the right-hand apex of cars.
But yes, perfect, going perfect for them.
On the exit, down to the Ford chicane again. We're in status quo for another lap. 14 hours and 46 minutes of this. We might have to do it, we might not, because all three of them are in the pits.
Well, now we come down to, did anyone say fuel there?
It didn't look like it, did it?
Earlier in the stint.
Is that the Williams car parked on the way into the pit lane?
That's a good spot, yes. Did we see someone?
It looked to me a lot like the 63 car parked on the right-hand side.
Is that the 5?
No, it's the 5.
Isn't it? Yeah, so that's the one with Mosca in.
Has he just run out of fuel before the line?
Yeah.
Or on the way back to the pit box? In any case, the two red line cars, no such problems for them. They're getting tanks full of virtual biofuel.
And we will see them back out shortly. Let's check in with another red line car whilst that is all going on. This is the 71. We will wait for an update on that number 5 car, Kevin Siggy.
Yeah.
Behind the
number 5 car is one less to worry about.
That, but a real shame.
But still, though.
Sports car possibly running out of fuel. And
Uli, thank you for the follow.
Come out exactly as they were in the
and guys, also Alex Whitman and Kapil Osaka, thank you for follows on Twitch, and the YouTube subscriptions. Much appreciated. Zwei Gardner, thank you also. No, I don't thank you for
the fuel again. Make sure they're in the
being
the
so
right
funny.
Position, strategically, satisfy their engineers, and then go at it for the last couple of laps all over again to try to be those who lead Virtual Le Mans. Ferrucci, I don't believe, has cleared them in the
Kaito, thank you very much indeed.
In 4th position, where they put
for
him.
your follow.
And
he would have been hoping for that battle, that much of extremer battle, about 2 or 3 laps earlier, I think. But here we go. This is another battle we were just talking about a little while ago. This is the number 71 trying to get round the outside of Sim Marinello. Side-by-side action going on there. Sim Marinello slamming the door shut in the face of Kevin Siggy, and that is them refusing to give up 7th place.
Side-by-side, a little bit of traffic ahead on their way down to Mulsanne corner. Are we going to do the old Schumacher-Hakkinen either side of the traffic? Not quite close enough and not quite the overspeed. That's a shame. But nice break.
Still plenty of time.
Still plenty of time. Oh, plenty of time to large it through the exit as well for the red line BMW. And they make their way down through the curves of Indianapolis. And massive curves. In real life, you would not want to be riding them. You would not want to be. I tell you what, you'd feel that one. But able to ride them in this simulation, and then down into Indianapolis. BMW looking lovely and stable on the way into Indianapolis, gravel and all through the exit.
We've seen plenty of that, haven't we, throughout the race?
We have. It's so easy to light the rear tyres up. Drivers straightening the cars as much as possible. No driver aids, of course, allowed at all throughout the competition, whatever you're driving here. That's the same as in real life in terms of ABS. Most of these race cars, in fact, pretty much all of these race cars have some form of traction control system.
Yeah, exactly.
Rudimentary it is in the LMP cars. GT cars tend to have a little bit more of a honed system.
All right, guys, I'm trying to take a nap.
A bit more space to put it in, realistically. But in this,
as much as I feel fucked up about it, but
allowed,
whatever.
So very easy to light up the rear tyres, and
so
it's fair to say, I think, more than 50% of the spins we see are somebody just getting on the fruity pedal a little bit too early on the exit, as we see the red line beamer into the pit lane.
Yeah, we saw an example of it earlier with Rosenqvist out that final corner, and a rear wheel just dropped on the gravel there, and it just flicked him into a spin. And as you said, I imagine very easy to do now. Luke Bennett has dropped back slightly from the
you guys will enjoy
so we'll call
a little bit of
lead and 1 in chase for the time being.
Of racing, of watch partying, I reckon. I'm gonna be off to sleep, guys. See you later.
Bye -bye. And Bennett being in the 2 for the moment.
Yes.
They are. I just sense there's a no friendly fire order going on between these two.
When you look at their championship positions, 1st and 10th, best position. Yeah, there's much more to lose in the 1 rather than the 2.
You know, the difference in the physical race would be greater in terms of speed, I believe, and you wouldn't tend to race like this purely because if Rietveld, for example, could clear the Coanda car, good chance is that he would be able to disappear. By now, you'd all be on different strategies anyway, but the good chance is that he'd be able to disappear into the distance and put some time. What they all know is that nobody of these leading 3 is disappearing into the distance. They all know that. Dishing out in so much of a tow at this stage of the race, whoever's leading is going to be in pretty much the position Juven is in now, where the other 2 are hot on your heels and you're having to subtly, slightly defend. So I think that could be the reason why the 2 red line cars are playing this waiting game and waiting for either a mistake by the Coanda car or to play something strategically through to the end.
I mean, how do we tackle that one then? Coming from the driver's perspective, I mean, 14 hours, over 14 hours on the clock, and essentially just being tucking in, almost waiting towards the end of the race. It's like going back to karting days, isn't it?
It's not going to be. It's patience. It's patience, and that's the deal, and that's what you've got to have. And it is that karting mentality. And just as we've been talking about, that is going to send it up the inside into Indianapolis. Take all that and just throw it straight in the bin because they're about to race for the lead of Le Mans Virtual.
There we go. Maybe a slight poor exit from Juven, and Rietveld got just more of a tow than last time round. That saw him getting the run. He's tried that move already, didn't work last time, hasn't worked this time either as well. And Jeffrey Rietveld might have to rethink the area he attacks here on Juven as they come up through the Porsche curves. What we just saw there.
Oh, a little bit of contact with the wall on the safer barrier on the outside of the first left-hander of the Porsche curves. Will that have made any difference to the car? Looks to have got away with it in terms of the way the car's behaving. But sorry to cut across you, Chris, but a little bit of a touch for the Coanda against the barrier.
That's a sign of pressure if I've ever seen it before, especially from someone of that quality.
Yeah, definitely. And the pressure is being put on. And that will change this race completely against any one of these teams. That any damage at this point, it's so close, it's so tight, and the pressure and speed at the front is so high that any one of these drivers making a significant mistake is realistically going to end their chance of victory on any run through any of the fast corners. Yep. Those are the stakes that we're dealing with as they joust at approaching 200 mile an hour of simulated speed through the exit of Tetra Rouge and off down towards the fastest area of the racetrack, the braking zone for the first chicane.
Here we go. Let's see if we see a move then from Jeffrey Rietveld. He's getting a little bit closer all the time here. Juven is surely going to have to go defensive as he wants to hold on. There he goes, darts across to the inside and to the left of our screen. Here comes Rietveld round the outside. He's tried this one already, and this time he executes it perfectly, and that is the lead for Jeffrey Rietveld. Fantastic driving, Alex.
That's not over yet. Juven in the tow, having a look down the inside. He's been forced to the outside by Rietveld. Good defensive driving, but he will find some purchase out there on the wide extremes, the right-hand side of the track. Can he do to the red line car what was just done to the Coanda? He's going to have to brake extremely late indeed, and he is doing, and he muscles him out of the way on the second apex of the second chicane and regains the lead for Coanda. Now, what can Bennett do about this? Absolutely nothing. He's going to leave his teammate to him. He's going to say, you have at it, boys. I'll pick up the pieces when you're in a heap of carbon fibre in Mulsanne corner. And will they be as they head down towards the braking zone for the famous right-hander?
Here we go then in towards Mulsanne corner. Luke Bennett has the best seat in the house as we hit the brakes one more time on the exit there. They come out as you were. It's Juven we look back from. Rietveld we are staring at. Behind that, Luke Bennett waiting on to see what is going to happen and just waiting for his teammate to make a move, which it looks like he's about to do. He's tried this into Indianapolis before. It hasn't worked. He's tried a couple of times down the inside. Is it going to be third time lucky? No, not quite. Backs out of it that time. And Juven, for now, holds on to the race lead. What a fantastic lap of racing so far.
No, my friend, this way is also closed, says Juven on their way down to Indianapolis. And the gap between these two could be measured by pixels, couldn't it? As they head through the right-hander at Arnage. But you've got to give it to Juven. He's not a... He is a driver who's raced simulators, but he's not a simulator driver.
No.
And he's using a lot of real-world nous and a fair amount of fender muscularity to keep that Coanda car ahead. The two red line cars biding their time. He needs a buddy up there, doesn't he, to give him a bit of strategic freedom. Unfortunately, the other Porsche Coanda languishing a bit down in 10th place. The 23 car driven by Schuring at the moment is a long way back off this battle. We got a car off. Oh no,
that's Axel who have gone off in the 21, and they are now going to get back going again. So they have found themselves in dramas down at the chicane. Unfortunate for them. It came up that they had stopped briefly, but that is going to be them unfortunately not coming through the first sector. But they have managed to get going once more. Real shame for the Axel car because they were running so well. Meanwhile, we have pit stops going on in GTE. Erhan Yayovsky for RHE. The 888 Ferrari is into the pits, as had several other teams. So we are seeing pit stops being served by our leader in GTE. We will check in with them shortly, but it's pretty hard to take your eyes off what's going on here because we are going to see, I've run out what round we are on now, because we're going to see more battles going on. It's showing that Axel have stopped. We did see a brief shot of them getting going again. We'll check in with that shortly and see if they have hit terminal issues after what seemed to have been a bit of an incident for them. But a poor exit there from Rietveld, and Bennett is now pulling alongside him.
Alistair Young behind the wheel of that Axel car, and as we stay as well we may with this leading battle. And has Bennett had enough of watching his teammate try to send it down the inside? Does he fancy a go himself? Well, Rietveld keeps the first challenger, and is this that same car? That is Young, isn't it? Who looks to have, is that quite a lot of steering damage to me?
He's not celebrating, is he? That's him trying to get going again. That's at Indianapolis.
Yeah, I suspect he's got damage which has caused him to have another off. He's, as you say, he's marked on our timing screen as stop, but he's quite clearly trying to limp that car back to the pit lane. And actually, he's not far. He was down at Indy, and that's just about where the leaders are coming down to now. So let's hope he manages to keep that car well out of the way as our leaders head down towards that section.
Luke Bennett must be thinking, let me have a go at the race leader here. You know, you've had your chance. Let me have a go now. Of course, they are all racing for the red line team, so there's no doubt Luke Bennett will be more than happy to play the team game, but I can imagine the driver within him would want to just get past and have a go at him himself, Alex.
The number 5 car, just checking in on that, we saw that stopped on the way into pit lane. We didn't see too much of it. It's now marked as in the pits, having lost a massive amount of time with Mosca behind the wheel. And hasn't yet come out of the pits. I haven't seen how long it's been in the pit lane, but it seems to be longer than a standard stop. I do wonder if they're stuck and are trying to work out a way, the Williams eSports team, to get that car to the pit box, to get some fuel in it, as Red Line 71 continue to try to battle their way through the GTE field. Rudy Van Buren now behind the wheel of that BMW. That's a battle which is over 8th place with the Sim Maranello Ferrari.
Yeah, we go from an ex-Porsche Super Cup racer to a current run in Rudy Van Buren, a man who turned his sports career into a professional one. Juven is into the pits, by the way, so that has released Rietveld and Bennett, and this is going to be a critical part of this battle.
That seems extremely early to me, extremely early for Juven to be in the pits. And we have seen a little bit of contact between those various. He's come in and
when they've been side by side.
Well, that was quite a quick pit stop as well, wasn't it, that he just made? So I do wonder if he picked up a little bit of damage there, Juven, and has released the two Red Line cars into the lead of the race, because he was in and out.
Now they were catching. Did we see, has there been some contact off screen, I wonder, because we did see some, but it didn't look like he was losing much pace. But
well, the other option is a drive-through, but I haven't seen any suggestion of one. I didn't see any reason why he might have got one, and I'm pretty sure at the front of the race, as he was, if there was a reason, then we'd have seen it. So Juven,
that's an odd one, isn't it?
We've got to assume that he may well have picked up some damage. We did see that Coanda car grab a slice of the wall in the middle of the Porsche curves, didn't we?
Yes.
Under pressure a few laps back, and I wonder if they've taken the opportunity just to pit that car and then continue. Because they were losing speed and going to be under pressure, or indeed they've just chosen to go strategically differently from Redline and get him out of that pressure because they're concerned that it's going to pressure him into a big mistake. Two GT cars battling their way through. Still Rudy Van Buren making his way through in the 71, and behind the wheel of that BMW, which these GT cars really jump up and down the order through the pit stops. We are expecting another pit stop cycle in GT to be coming up relatively shortly. They tend to be around, well, 14, 15 or 16 laps. They split, of course, depending on the model, slightly more than the LMP cars do. And still trying to make his way past that Ferrari in the Sim Maranello colours, Rudy Van Buren, and heading there down towards the Forest S's. Such a tricky and hard part of the racetrack to put together. Rudy Van Buren keeping the pressure on. They've got the ARC Bratislava LMP car following. He's going to make his way through now. First past the BMW, then past the Ferrari. And it's just so tricky to keep your eyes in your mirrors. You don't know what's behind you. All the lights just look like a white blur when you're out there on the road in these race cars. And is it the GT you've just passed? Is it an LMP car coming up to lap you, or is it a car you're directly racing with for position? Impossible to tell. One thing Rudy Van Buren knows is he's got a car ahead of him, and he needs to try to make his way past it as fast as possible. That move would put him up into 8th place. His next target after that would be Conrad in the Oracle Red Bull Racing Porsche. And if he was able to make that move, but some way away still, around 12 seconds back they are from that car. Mosca in the Williams eSports car has managed to make it out, although much delayed. So good news in a way for the Williams eSports team. We saw them stopped on the way in to the pit lane on what we presumed to be a car, which is running out of fuel. But it looks like they've managed to find some way to get that car to the pit box and then continue on with their race. Unfortunately, they now sit some 3 laps down at the absolute back of the meaningful LMP field. So what a disaster for that team. Good to be back out on the racetrack, but such much fortune. There is the car, the number 5 LMP car in those colours of Williams Esports. Went down to see them earlier on in the race in their incredible facility down at the F1 HQ in Grove, and they were right on top of it. Here we go then. Fordzilla under pressure. This is Fiducci under pressure from R8G. There's the move down towards Mulsanne corner, and Fiducci got in that car in the lead of the race and is really starting to suffer in terms of pace, unfortunately. Around half a second back from the 2 team redline cars that have been realistically gifted the lead in terms of track position of this race, Chris, by that pit stop from Guven in the Porsche Coanda.
Yep, a real shame there for Guven in the Porsche Coanda, and work to do for them. But out front we can see Rietveld 2/10 ahead of Bennett. R8G in that number 8. Next along, Team Fordzilla after that. And that is the battle we are watching on screen, the battle for 3rd place. Then we have Alpine Esports in the 36. Behind that is AMG Team Petronas. Next along, then it is Brabham in 7th place. Behind that in 8th is Floyd Van Wilburst. And then the 2 Porsche cars rounding out the top 10. 14 hours and 25 minutes remaining. We haven't spoken a lot about those in the GT class. R8G leading by 7 seconds ahead of Proton Coanda. BMW Team BS Competition have just gone past Project 1, changing 3rd place. That's what we can see on your screen. In the blue and white, we see BMW Team BS Competition, and behind that, Project 1 is next. D Station, how about that? They're doing a fantastic job. Then SF Esports Team next after that. F2 driver this year, Ollie Beerman in the car from them. Jaden Conwright is going to be in the 99 for Oracle Red Bull Racing. Then the number 8. Then we have the number 9 next along after that, Porsche Super Cup racer. And InSpeed doing a really good job in 10th place.
Fantastic driving talent behind the wheel of some of those GT cars.
It really is, isn't it?
At the moment, out on track, Charlie Fagg behind the wheel of the D Station racing car. Ollie Beerman, then Prema, junior driver, a great British hope in feeder series behind the SF Esports team wheel at the moment. Rudy Van Buren we've covered, sitting behind BMW Team Redline, last year's winner in that very BMW. Beitske Visser, a lady who was absolutely on top of a Richard Mille Racing LMP2 car over a couple of seasons. Raoul Hyman behind the wheel of the Proton Coanda Esports. He's sitting in 12th position. Another great young driver. Gustas Grimbergas and David Pittard, the Aston Martin, one of the newest Aston Martin Works drivers, now behind the wheel in 15th place of the Satellite Racing at Aston Martin. Not to mention some of the great sim racing talent we have out there leading the way, and it's a great privilege to see these drivers in real or virtual giving their all around what is one of the world's, or probably, I'm going to stick my neck out and say the most iconic motorsport venue. Don't Twitter don't tweet me, don't tweet me.
Oh, no, I mean,
we can have the discussion, but don't tweet me.
It's the grid, isn't it? You know, the amount when we go through, you know, F1, F2, F3 champions. We've got champions who have won the Le Mans 24 Hour. We've got champions from the States. We've got champions from pretty much all the major championships around. We've got champions from lower formulas as well, of course, as well, and drivers who have dominated the world of kart racing as well, have become world champions, European champions, and then drivers who have won just about everything when you put them all together in the esports world as well. And it's very rare that in a championship you can put all of those drivers together. But in the Le Mans Virtual Series, that's exactly what you can do. Oh dear, that was something that could have ended in tears, couldn't it? But we are watching the Ferrari team there, SF Esports, versus the Oracle Red Bull Racing team. This is a battle for 6th place in class as they make their way uphill now towards turn number 1.
So you've got Ferrari Junior, Oliver Behrman.
Yes.
Trying to hold up a Red Bull, much in the way he hopes to be doing in a couple of years, I would imagine. in perhaps different types of machinery, putting in some fabulous performances in a Formula 3 car throughout this year, looking to make the move up to Formula 2 through next year. Oliver Behrman, a new experience for him. I don't think I have seen Oliver Behrman. Have we seen him in an endurance car, Oliver Behrman?
I think he's only really raced single-seaters.
I totally agree with you. I haven't come across him on my various
because he went to
races in the endurance racing world, but he is certainly under pressure from the Red Bull Porsche.
Yep, and this is going to be a change of position. Jaden Conright going through there, someone who raced in single-seaters himself, finished 3rd in the F3 Asian Championship, raced in Italian F4, but then moved across to racing GTs, raced in the Porsche Super Cup, and now races in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, finished 7th last year.
Another team on the recovery drive-through penalty for a late driver change was the beginning of their race, and they're making their way back through the field. We've had a couple of stops for Josh Skelton and Arjun Maini jumping in the Axel cars and the Van Wall Burst 21 and number 444. Canapino has jumped in the AMG Williams car, and Ottavini jumping in the Fordzilla entry, which again is one of the first to pit. That's the 966, then dropping back through the order. That's moved a little bit away from the front of the field over the last couple of stints. Let's see what the new driver can do for them. A couple of places back from current FIA F3 champion Victor Martins, strongly connected to a seat with potentially ART next year in Formula 2. Let's see a great season for him. Everybody expecting him to continue his campaign towards Formula 1 with a Formula 2 seat next year, but as yet undisclosed for Victor Martins.
Great to see Arjun Maini out there as well, someone who made his way up to Formula 2 and has now been racing the last couple of seasons in DTM. Here we have a look back at the Mahler racing team. Beitske Visser out for them, and just behind them is Raul Hyman in for Proton. So two very talented drivers going head-to-head here over 11th place, and we can see Hyman closing in now in that number 88. We're looking back from Beitske Visser as he gets a little bit closer. Are we going to see a move coming up towards Indianapolis? Not quite able to get down the inside into the right-hander. Stays behind for the time being. They've got to be careful because they do have one of the LMP cars making their way past, and they are going to move aside there just to give them a little bit of room to come through. And I think that was the Veloce team. Maybe
it was the Peugeot.
Is it the Peugeot team?
Making its way through the 93 car. Haven't seen too much of the 93 car. They're now sitting in 18th position. The Peugeot eSports team, of course, will be continuing their hypercar program in the World Endurance Championship throughout this year. Great to have them involved in the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual. Not absolutely at the front of the field this time, but they look to be having fun every time we drop in on them with Haley Edmonds out in Paris, and I'm sure Gustavo Menezes is on his 14th Deliveroo to get himself ready to race. It's Briand in the car at the moment for the 93. Just zooming through our shot as we follow some of the GT cars through the final chicane.
Yep, we can see them heading onto the start-finish straight. This is a little bit further back. We've got the Proton car here of Hyman chasing down Bijtske-Visser. Had a fantastic start to the race. Unfortunately, has ran into some trouble since then. However, the 77 Proton car remains up the field, just 7.5 seconds back from the 888 car, the R8G car, which leads the way overall. So still plenty to go.
Fantastic speed though from that R8G 888 car. I mean, they are routinely 7/10 quicker than the Coanda chasing them. The BS competition, BMW looks to be able to hang on to them, but you know, 7 seconds, 7.8 now as we've crossed the line. This time out front, and looking to have that kind of easy speed, the lap-on-lap pace that gives you the win in these summer races. They had the pace in qualifying. And they're really going to take some beating with what is a very strong driver lineup in that 888 car. You know, you've got Scott Andrews still to come, the real-world driver. A lot of esports experience though in IndyCar's own series and at the 24 hours virtual. Alexander Smolia, of course, we've discussed, a serial Formula 3 competitor, and then Jajovski and Andonovski, the two drivers with massive simulator experience in that team. R8G Esports looking like the force to be contended with at the moment, and I really do think it's either the red line cars finding some speed and a really big strategy call, or that it's one of the BMWs basically that's going to take it to that R8G car. I think when you look at the Porsches, they just don't appear to have the lap-on-lap speed, although that's a better lap, to be fair, from the second place 77 Coanda.
Yeah, they've done a really fantastic job so far. R8G come in, the 888 has proven that it can win this season. We saw that back at Monza when they went and won a race. We saw them do a fantastic job last season as well when they were able to also pick up a win at the Nordschleife. Here we go, this is the number 71, Rudy Van Buren, trying to make some progress ahead of the Sim Maranello team. These two running very close together and are pretty much quicker than most of the cars ahead of them here. So we will either see these two working together here, or Rudy Van Buren will be keen to get past. But the lap times they're doing last time around were pretty quick indeed.
Porsche Super Cup driver for 2022, Red Bull Sim and development driver Rudy Van Buren. I would have expected him to make a bit shorter work, to be honest, of this Sim Ferrari as he makes his way back through the field. Man who was the 2018 winner of McLaren's World Fastest Gamer. Yeah. And a massive list of accolades in both gaming and on the racetrack proper. But he is behind the wheel at the moment, as he was last year, taking it to victory of the BMW Team Red Line car. And they've kept a relative stability, pairing him alongside Bonito in that 71 car. They've kept Lorenzo Colombo and Kevin Siggy alongside him, so looks to be a pretty strong, but he spun it, Van Buren, on the first apex. Thanks for pointing, Chris, pointing frantically at the screen while I list his accolades. Well, we've all been off there.
Well, there we go, an ambitious move round the outside. and that saw the BMW Redline car facing the wrong way. We saw that side-by-side action from the likes of the Redline car for the lead, whilst they were fighting away for the race lead with Porsche Coanda, but that time it didn't quite work out at all, did it? So we will see the other Redline car now having to make that progress back up. Thankfully for them, they do have a gap over the rest of the field. In Speed is the next car along, but they are now going to have to close that gap back down to Sim Maranello. It just looked like, would you say that was an ambitious move, just a bit unfortunate maybe for Rudy Van Buren?
Yeah, to be honest, I looked up from listing his achievements just as they were making contact. So I'd love to see it again, but he looked to have got just a little bit deep. Tried then to climb over the curb and make it work, but couldn't quite do so. I'm sure there's no harm done, just a little bit of time loss in what is a difficult position, for an out-of-position Redline BMW, really, at this stage in the race. At this stage in the race also, a load of LMP2 pit stops on our textbook top 5 late stoppers have stayed out and are indeed now just coming in 1 lap later than the rest of the field. Reitveld and Bennett in the red line. Is the Coanda going to go 1 lap longer? He was a little further back. He's lost a lot of time there, actually, Juven. Oh, of course, he made that little extra pit stop. Yeah. So he's now going to take the real lead of the race, isn't he? Assuming that he put fuel in.
He's in.
He's in. So that must have just been a drive-through.
Must have been a drive-through.
We don't have information as to what for Juven, but he came in the pits. It was a very short pit stop, and he ceded the lead to the 2 Redline cars. And the interval for Juven is in line with what it takes. 22 seconds back. It's in line with what it takes to drive through the pit lane. So it appears a drive-through for him. Not seen Victor Martins in the pit lane yet. He's not made it quite through the 3rd and final sector, but he has been on the same strategy as the leaders in that 37 Alpine, so we would expect him in relatively sharply, and then we're back to the status quo with most of the field, and indeed Victor Martins does come in, most of the field broadly on a similar strategy. Ottavini makes his way past Martin, sitting in 5th position in the only really truly off sequence Ford Zilla car.
I'm trying to think what they would have been given going back away from Ford Zilla here to Porsche Coanda, what they would have been given a drive-through for.
He's actually dropping back a little further, so our timing screen just basically updating as they come through for the next lap, so he's actually a long way out. So our theory of a little bit of damage could not be wrong there, Chris. Although on the intervals, he's still, you're right, he's still only 20 or so seconds back. So
here's the move then.
Yeah, forcing the issue a little too hard, wasn't he there, Rudy Van Buren? A bit of side-to-side contact, tries to get a bit punchier over it on the second apex, and doesn't quite make it work. You could argue the rule here is pretty clear, actually, that once you've got a car alongside, then there needs to be racing room. Rudy will no doubt argue that there wasn't racing room given, but I think he was very, very deep on what was fundamentally the outside line and didn't really have the position to force the issue.
When we've seen those exact moves in the LMP class, we've seen the cars very much ahead when we get to that position, haven't we? And I think that maybe might have been the difference there. But there we can see the number 8 car, the R8G. Slowly, they are starting to work their way forward very, very well here. They were almost, at one stage, it was just shy of 20 back. They're really starting to push forward here. 10 seconds is now the gap to the leader. So this is a really good driving by R8G. 4th place for them. do not count them out of this race. They are moving forward not only in position but in terms of gaps as well. This has been really good from them, Alex.
Behind the wheel, Matthias Besch, ELMS champion in 2012, is a Le Mans overall podium finisher. Many years for Rebellion. Has taken a podium as well in virtual Le Mans in GTE with the R8G team. A very experienced 36-year-old Swiss professional race car driver. Seems to have been going forever, Matthias Besch. He was around when I very first started, a very fast pilot behind the wheel of a prototype car. And you're quite right, they are making progress towards the front of the field in that R8G, mainly at the expense of the Ford Zilla car as it continues to cling. We've got Pinto and Felipe Drugovich, reigning Formula 2 champion, just jumping in the two red line cars. So a switch over for both cars. Decent loss, though, interestingly, for the number 2 car, which comes out of the pits 4 seconds back from the number 1, having come in what I consider to be broadly nose to tail.
Yeah, I mean, the max that would have got to was just over a second, but you know they would have been making that up in the tow. So they've definitely lost some time there, whether that be possibly through traffic, or is this a change in strategy maybe, do you think, for the number 2?
Little bit of damage to fix, or a little bit more fuel used and therefore slower in and out laps, any of the above. But it's quite a big amount. It'll probably be a combination of the above realistically, but it's quite a big amount to lose in just one round of pit stops. The man jumping in the number 1, Diogo Pinto. He is that almost sounded expensive, didn't it? He's headed into the first part of the Dunlop chicane with the car we're on board with. But Diogo Pinto now leads the virtual 24 hours. He's Porsche Esports Super Cup world champion, runner-up in Porsche Esports Carrera Cup in 2021. He won iRacing 24 Hours of Nürburgring in 2020, a man with considerable esports accolade and a very safe pair of hands, although he's been caught slightly by Felipe Drugovich on the outlap. So the current F2 champion taking a couple of tenths out of him in sector 1 on this first flying lap as well. Yeah,
Felipe Drugovich, signed by Aston Martin, of course, for this year as well, doing a great job to get straight up to speed. And he is now just 3.5 seconds back. Ottaviani falls next. This is the 63. This is Graham Carroll trying to get past Will Dendy, who is just ahead. Will Dendy, who races in the British GT Championship, a man who has proved that you never give up and your opportunities will come. But on this occasion, he's going to have to work very hard to get that place back, because he has just been passed by Graham Carroll, who's done a great job when he's been in the car so far this race, and he has now put that AMG Team Petronas team up into 5th. Will Dendy drops to 6th place. So AMG Team Petronas, who have had to work very hard at times to hold on to a top 5 position, up to 5th. Next for them will be Alpine Esports. It could get worse for Dendy as well. Look in the background, in the white-coloured car, you can see that is Juven, having had to serve what we think would have been a drive-through penalty. And then behind that is Ben Viscal for Floyd Van Wilburst. So Ben Viscal, another very quick peddler. He also has for company Porsche Super Cup racer Maurice Skuring for the number 23 Porsche Coanda. So some big names in the championship there, all starting to queue up in and around the top 5. That's an area of the field we're going to have to keep a close eye on.
Yeah, Ben Viscal, man with prototype experience for Algarve Pro, amongst others, driving in the European Le Mans Series, of course, a serial competitor in FIA Formula 3, and coming to a sim racing forum near you. Always seems to be logged on, Ben Viscal. So good to see him in the race. Good to see Graham Carroll moving back through the field as well. Whatever was befalling that AMG Team Petronas car early on in the race, Bonahuis jumped in that car in 4th place and then really struggled for pace after the restart that we had a few hours ago. They kind of continued to descend through the order, struggling for pace, but it looks like whatever the problem was, they've sorted it and are now on race-leading pace. Whether the track's just come to them or they had a little bit of damage they've now sorted out, but they've managed to hone the car in and are moving back to the right end of the field.
Doing really great stuff. We'll monitor that over the next few laps. Likewise with this as well, Jaden Comright, a man who does a lot of his racing over in the States. They're closing in here on Charlie Fagg, the D-Station racing driver in that 777, trying to hang on to what would be the best ever result for that team and beat their current best result of a 7th place, but they are in danger of dropping back, not only on Comright, but Behrman is also closing in on these guys as well. So it is hard to know where to look in this race. 14 hours remaining, and there is a lot of battling going on up and down the order, and we could about to see a change here. Comright getting closer and closer to that D-Station car as they hit the brakes into the chicane. No changes this time, but I think into the next braking zone, Alex, we could see a move. Charlie
Fagg defending with everything that he's got in that 777 and down towards Indianapolis. Charlie Fagg takes the inside line, the only way to defend. Actually, they're coming down into what looks to be the second chicane. Having looked down to see where Charlie Fagg has placed in previous iterations of the race, well, he is going to place one position back as it's going, because that Red Bull has managed to make his way past the D-Station Aston Martin. So Charlie Fagg unable to hold on to the position and will have to continue making progress.
Well, Alex, we've had you around Williams, we've had you around Mercedes, we've had you here in the commentary box for the last 2 hours or so. What have you made of what you've seen so far on the track, off the track as well? What have you made of the 3rd running of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual so far? Because I know we're going to see you back, of course, tomorrow.
I'm very much impressed by the level of driving that's being undertaken by both pro race car drivers and, as always, sim racing pros. But what an incredible day to meet a couple of these teams, see how their operations work, and it's going to be an interesting race through to the end. I'm blown away by how close it is at the front of the field. The runners and riders, the race is starting to take shape, isn't it, after those unfortunate red flags earlier on in the event. So I'm going to throw myself at a bed for a few hours, I think, just so I'm speaking a little more sense when I wake up. And but I can't wait to see what the situation will be to take us through to the final hours. Can Redline cling on to this one? Can Coanda recover after mysteriously losing that little bit of time? All remains to be seen.
I guess it's almost like when you raced in it yourself. You wake up to, where are we now? What's our situation now? I imagine it's almost like the same thing, but we thank you very much for joining us up here. We will recap as to where we are very, very shortly. Ben Constanduris is on standby to come back in, but for now we are going to follow this battle just a little bit. This is Red Bull versus D-Station. D-Station doing a good job to hang on so far and hang on with the Oracle Red Bull Racing team who have got through, but Ollie Behrman is now the one next along. They're going to have to keep an eye on. There he is in the Ferrari in the background as we see some of the guys making their way down here. Well, thank you to Alex Brundle. Let's go back and look at some highlights then as he leaves and Ben Constanduris makes his way in. This was some side-by-side action between the Porsche and the Redline car, and this was when they approached the satellite car and Redline had to get off the throttle to avoid any incidents on that occasion. A spin a little bit further round there, and Axel, who we were on board with there, did a really good job to avoid any incidents. We had the number 1 car going round the outside of the number 20 car. This was a brilliant battle between them, but Juven then in the number 20 would repay the favour. This is when Axel had a spin. They would eventually pick up some damage and would have to limp home to the pit lane, sadly. There we can see on board the spin collecting a bit of the curb, and that would see them then having to limp round to the pit lane. They would find themselves in the gravel a little bit further around the circuit. As you can see, the amount of speed, the amount of circuit they use coming out of that Mulsanne corner, and this is what we saw a little while ago, Red Bull going past the Ferrari. This is the number 2 running a little bit wide. That is the other team Redline car, which now has Felipe Drugovich in, and they are 7 seconds back from their teammate. This is when we saw the number 71 car take a spin. Unfortunately, that is Rudy Van Buren, was trying to make a move down the inside of Sim Maranello. It did not quite work out for them, sadly, and this is the Porsche Coanda getting down the inside there of the Vicolis car, and that is a move complete for them, as we see plenty of moves going on. We're well into the evening now. We have just under 14 hours remaining, and with the time comes plenty more overtaking as well. It's been an absolutely superb race so far. We still have plenty more of it to go. I'm very pleased to welcome back to the commentary box Ben Constanduris. Ben, what have you made of what you've seen whilst you've been away? I mean, it's been a superb bit of racing that we had, and out of it, Diogo Pinto for Team Redline in that number 1, leading the way from the fellow Team Redline car with Team Fordzilla in chase, but we definitely have to keep an eye on those 2 Porsche cars. As for down in GTE, Triple Eight still leading from Proton and BS competition. That is how it is for now, but 20 seconds between the top 3. Not a lot at all, is it?
Not a lot. I have to say it did feel a bit like a sprint race for about half a stint, didn't it, between the number 1 and number 20, and ultimately the 20 picking up a penalty for contact, multiple contacts with the 1. It was not a drive-through penalty for one single contact, but actually a reprimand over a couple of different contacts. That, of course, is creating controversy for those that are fans of Coanda, because they believe that the 1 gave as much as it got, and I have to say it felt very aggressive from both sides, but ultimately Race Control taking a good look at everything and believing that Guven was the more aggressive of the 2, and that's why that number 20 machine now sits down in 5th position. So it's gained 1 position over AMG team Petronas Esports, and I think as we go through the night, Chris, we're going to see a very different complexion to the leaderboard, because we are, for instance, the first time we're seeing Pinto and Drugovich in those cars. We haven't seen them in the Redline cars whatsoever so far. Guven obviously making his kind of first couple of stints in the 20s. So we're seeing drivers that we haven't yet seen before now making their play.
Yes, yeah, they are coming into the night stints, aren't we? As we said, Pinto, Drugovich, we've got Will Dendy out there, who we haven't seen in this race. Guven, as you mentioned as well, making his appearance. Elias Sepinen also out there as well for Yasik Veloce. That's certainly the first time I've been, since I've been here, that he's come out, a driver that has raced in Freca, amongst other things, a single-seater racer in recent years. But as you said, plenty of drivers out there who would have chosen to come out during the night. Maybe it's due to time differences that the night stint just suits them a little bit better. You have to remember, for those of you watching, we have rigs, sim rigs, across 164 different countries. So 164 different rigs being used.
Locations.
Apologies. Yeah. 38 countries is how many they are based across. So that's a lot of different rigs between 180 drivers. So most teams, of course, we've got the likes of Alex and Haley out at some teams who have all their drivers in one place, but most have their drivers across different venues and across different parts of the world. And maybe that's slightly down to how they pick who goes out when and why some drivers are out in the evening.
as I like to do across the night stints.
Here we go.
Get in touch with us. Hashtag Le Mans Virtual on Twitter. And I'm going to be monitoring the YouTube stream as well. So be nice. Any questions that you have for...
It's been nice being next to you.
It's Chris off now. Yeah, if you have any questions, do let us know on either the YouTube stream, chat, or indeed Twitter once I've logged in. And we'll try and answer your questions as much as possible. Chris with me for the next 2 hours, and then I think I've got Lewis again, which will be nice.
Yes.
And I'll be going to bed very late. But I know there'll be many of you either staying up with me throughout the night, or maybe in Americas in the day, or Australia's. I know there'll be fans across the world in different time zones. And as you say, Chris, drivers too. So
yeah.
It is now the day for many of those over in the Americas, whereas obviously we're getting heavy into the night over here in Europe. Car off on the left-hand side, getting in the way.
That was the first challenge. I remember when we first did this in 2020. One of the first things that teams were faced with, it was, okay, we have some drivers over in Australia, but then some drivers in Europe, and a driver in America. So how are we going to do this and try and make it so everyone is... We have the opportunity to try and get everyone doing it at roughly a sensible time. So how do we do this? Of course, they can't do more than 3 hours in every 5. They have to do a minimum of 4, and they can do a maximum of 7. And that's how it works between the 4 drivers. And fighting for a big prize pool as well. The winner of each class for this race alone, $15,000. The winner of the series, likewise. So if you win both the series and the race, you could be walking home with $30,000 tomorrow. An absolutely fantastic prize pool spread across the top 10 in each category. As we watch drivers making their way underneath the Dunlop Bridge and now downhill, we pick up Panis Racing in the number 65 Pierre-Louis Chauvet, who raced in Freca last year, jumping in for the RPM team and getting that team their best results. Did an absolutely superb job. Pierre-Louis Chauvet on home soil. The French driver trying to get after Hemmingson in the RHE 18 car as they head down towards Mulsanne Corner. Will Dendy in for Brabham Esports, as we touched on a little earlier. A man who has proved that never give up and you can make your dreams come true. He used to cycle to Wilton Mill carrying his crash helmet. He used to cycle from one circuit where he lived to another, and that is how he got to the circuit.
Great way to get fit.
Yeah, and he used to race in the KF category, which was the top-notch category at that time, the KF2 category. Got some brilliant results, and after chipping away at it, he raced in British GT last year with some success as well, and I'm sure has a very exciting season ahead.
Good questions already coming in. Thanks, chat. First question that I've noticed is Martin Brundle commentating.
Oh.
Ha-ha! Yes, of course, because you wouldn't have been able to see, if you've only recently joined us, the face of the younger Brundle, Alex, who, I never get that. Never get, oh, it's Bob Coulson Juro's commentating, because nobody knows who my dad is. But no, Alex, we've got the pleasure of having Alex Brundle with us, who not only is Martin Brundle's son, but actually is a person in his own right, and has raced at Le Mans in the WEC several times, yeah, including a time with Martin, father and son. I think I'm right. It was a long time ago. Yes, so Alex has been doing 4 hours, and he will be back with us tomorrow morning after his sleep. So there is myself, Ben Coulson-Juris, Chris McCarthy, Lewis McGlade, who will be joining us after his sleep. Martin Haven is fast asleep, getting his beauty sleep right now. He needs it the most. And that is our commentary team here in the UK. There's a French commentary team with Bruno van der Stick and Aurélien Mallet over in the ACO building in Le Mans. And we've got, of course, Hayley Edmonds out in Paris. But although she, I'm sure, is well into her wines by this point of the evening. I noticed the cameraman has done his 6 hours work, put it down, and I think they're probably having a nice time now. Oh, here's another one. We've got another. We've got loads of questions, actually. Guys, this is great. What is a commentator's normal eating plan for commentating at night? Do you have an eating plan?
No. No, I don't, actually.
No.
Not really. I mean, yeah, I guess you just follow the normal one. I've got to say, we have a fantastic catering team here this weekend. Nick, who worked in the F1 paddock for 29 years. So we are being very much well looked after this weekend. So I follow their catering plan, I'd say, for this one.
Yes. Yeah, cheese and ham paninis all the way through the night if you want them.
There we go. So there we go. Question answered, I guess.
I personally try to eat quite late if I'm commentating through the night, although I've failed to do that today, just to give myself a little bit more energy through the night, because there is nothing worse, especially when you're watching online or on your computer and you've got headphones on. Right. If somebody's eating in commentary and leave their microphones on, and this does happen in the world of endurance racing, you get that. You might not have heard that if you've got on your TV or whatever, but if you've got really good headphones, that's what you'll be hearing. So
should we put that to the test later?
It's not good to eat whilst having a microphone open.
Shall I go and get some cheese and ham paninis?
Yeah.
We can put it to the test.
Well, I mean, and the cheese will make it a bit gloopy as well. Yeah. So milk's good for your voice, protects your voice cords. So is whiskey, to be fair, but not advised. Not
when
in a
you have 3
situation.
cameras set in front of you.
No, exactly, and they might turn on at any moment. It's quite possible. Another one for you, Chris. What is your favourite FRECA race? Firstly, to those of people who have no idea what FRECA is, you're going to have to explain that bit. And then what's your favourite race, says Fiona?
FRECA is the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine, formerly known as Formula Renault Euro Cup. That is what many of you will probably know as that. What is my favourite part about it? Was that
what's your favourite race?
My favourite race? Oh, that's a good question, actually. Let's see. We had one in fact, I'd probably go with the only wet race that we ever had so far, and that was at the Red Bull Ring. That was an absolutely fantastic race. Kaz Havercourt won from 14th on the grid, and it was just because the amount of chaos we had. We had our race leader, Paul Aron, who's going to be in F3 this year, come into the pits when many didn't expect him to. He wasn't the only one to do it. He then had a crash with his teammate. It was just the fact it was absolute chaos. You didn't know who was going to win. And Kaz Havercourt won from 14th. So, yeah, for the drama and overtakes, I'm going to go with that one.
That was my favourite FRECA race as well.
Yeah, you watched it, didn't you? We talked about it yesterday in great detail. Yeah. I'm just going with what you told me, so I don't actually remember it.
Plenty of questions also using the hashtag Le Mans Virtual over on Twitter Sphere.
I've got a question for you then.
Oh, have you?
What's your favourite Le Mans race? You've commentated on many of them, so...
My most memorable Le Mans race. I've done Le Mans in very different ways. My very first Le Mans, I was there as an 18-year-old with a load of mates camping,
nice.
Drinking, camping, drinking, walking around, drinking.
Okay.
Great fun. Loads of different little vantage spots. You really have to move around, and just great to hang out with your mates, basically, and get muddy in a field. Don't have too many memories of what happened in the race that year, but I did have a great time. And that's how so many people, of course, enjoy their Le Mans. I have to say, probably the most memorable for me was the year that I worked for Audi Sport.
Right.
Great company, obviously, to work for, and presented their coverage of the event, and had one of my first dates with my wife on the Sunday, or my now wife.
That's a great story.
And I took her on Audi gave me a scooter for the weekend to get around to do things. So I went down to the tram station, picked her up on my scooter, and we hung out for a little bit during the Sunday, and she went off and did various things. And I took her back on the scooter, and I was told, on the pain of death, do not lose the scooter key. And I managed to lose the scooter key. And I found the scooter key 3 years later at the bottom of a bag. But that was lovely. I had an amazing party afterwards. Audi used to do the most incredible end-of-race parties. And you hang out with all the drivers. You were absolutely knackered. You hadn't slept. but you managed to somehow party through to 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I decided to go back to my accommodation as the crow flew straight across, and it took me over car parks and fences and all kinds of stuff. I woke up in the morning, my trousers were ripped, my wallet of 200 euros was missing.
Oh no.
And complete mess. But great memories. I've had so many great experiences at Le Mans, both in the work situation and just having a good time.
I mean, so we're sold out this year at Le Mans. There's probably lots of people watching that are possibly going for the first time. What would as someone who has gone to Le Mans as a fan, what would your advice be to them? Move
around. You've got to, and if you've got the opportunity to, if you're driving down and you've got the chance to put a fold-away bike in the back of your car, or indeed hang it off the back, then take a bike, because obviously the circuit is huge. To get yourself from the paddock all the way down to Mulsanne is a big, long trek, but it is worth going out into the wilderness. It really does feel like the wilderness, along the Mulsanne Straight, for instance, and just being there with the noise of the cars in the dead of night, just watching them whistle past. You've got no idea what's actually happening in the race, but it's a very special atmosphere, and you can find yourself a tree to climb up if you're feeling adventurous, and just be one with this race that is happening on a main road coming past you, which actually, if you're there on the Friday, you might have driven down because it's open on the Friday. There's a couple of restaurants along the Mulsanne Straight as well to stop and get a drink if you need to. But do not just sit in the campsite, or do not just hang around the paddock area. Go out to Arnage, 3 in the morning, with all those people sitting in their deck chairs asleep. But you know, all wrapped up just in case something happens. And guess what? They're sleeping when the racing's going. They'll wake up when the safety car comes out. Hang on, it's gone quiet. And that's what wakes you up.
That's crazy. I would recommend people watch the Motorsport TV documentary they did with Will Buxton. It's absolutely great, because you see what it's like standing on that Mulsanne Straight, and how it is when the cars come by, and exactly what you said, the people that are asleep during the night. So give that a watch before you go there, definitely.
We are racing into the dead of night here in the virtual world, and the race now getting back into a bit of a rhythm again after a few difficulties early doors. And it does feel as though we've got not mad battling either, which we obviously saw from the red line cars about an hour ago now. It's just the racing has settled down as well, because you need to really get through the night. And when that sunrise begins in the morning, you really feel like you've broken the back of the race, and you can head towards the checkered flag.
Well, we've got pit stops going on at the head of GTE. We're looking just behind where those are, a little bit further down. SF Esports versus Oracle Red Bull Racing Team. Casper Stevenson in the Red Bull. SF Esports in chase just behind that. Rudy Van Buren's in the background there. You can see the headlights on his car as he is in chase. So we have had RHG stay out an extra lap, but BS Competition, D-Station, Sim Maranello all into the pit lane. Out front, Pinto, his gap in the #1 Team Redline car, 11.6 seconds over Drogovic in the next one. Boulay is into the pits for Alpine Esports in third.
Little mystery for you.
Yes.
The 966 Team Fordzilla, Ottaviani aboard that car, has done a lap 1 minute slower than he would usually. That's a pit stop?
We would assume so, right? Because we've got the guys ahead pitting.
So Fordzilla have made a pit stop, and
they've been coming in earlier than
slightly earlier than everybody else, right? Okay, so
they were slightly out of sequence. Fordzilla, but we spoke to their team boss earlier, and they're confident that this strategy is the one that's going to work for them. So we should see them cycle back through to the top 5. Speaking of, here we can see 2 drivers that are going to enter that area as pit stops happen ahead of them. Red Bull Racing versus SF Esports, fighting away here as Sim Marinello is now the car just behind them, so they've both gone ahead of Sim Marinello. And then I think we might even have another car behind that. Is that the red line car? It is. So 4 in a line here coming up to Tech Rouge. This would be enough to wake some fans up around there, wouldn't it? You saw 4 all battling away with each other. Red Bull, Sim Marinello, in between that SF Esports, and at the back of that BMW Team Red Line, fighting over 6th place in GTE.
Although some of them have pitted, some of them haven't, or have they all now done their pit stops? I think they might have all be on the same strategy, yeah?
I think they are, but we'll get confirmation of that next time as they come in towards the braking zone. There we can see we've got one of the LMPs in the middle of this, just making its way past. And now we are back to 4 in a line once again.
And this is much more like you see in GTE racing. They do tend to be in clumps together, and it takes them a while to get passes done and to clear off. That is a move down the inside of SF Racing. So Sim Marinello up now 1 position. That's their outlap for Malgera. And he moves up into 7th ahead of Michel, with Casper Stevenson back aboard the Oracle Red Bull Racing machine. And Casper has recently been announced for Aston Martin, I think, in the real world WEC. I'm going to check my facts.
Wow, that's a big signing for him. Casper Stevenson, GT racer, very good kart racer as well when he was doing so. Raced at the highest of levels in British Championships and so on. Very successful, and has taken that into the world of GT racing now, as we're going to look at this side-by-side action going on.
It'll be with D-Station for 2023 in the FIA WEC.
That's exciting news for him, isn't it? That's a really positive signing.
I don't know where those bits of knowledge come from, but they go into my brain and they hang around there
and then
until they need to be used. And by the time they've come out again, I'm not entirely sure if it's fact or fiction.
Yeah.
But there you go, that one worked.
It would be a strange thing to make up, but yeah.
it would be a very strange thing to have in the brain.
I know exactly what you mean when you say that. This is Victor Martins on our screen. That's the number 2. So our leaders are in. Top 4 are in 2 red lines, 2 Porsches in, and back out as quickly as that once more as they head down pit road now towards the exit. You can see in the background the 2 Porsches, and we wait for you've also got the Mexico racing team, I think, are in there as well. But there goes the number 1 car. The number 2 car, sorry, the number 1 car is already out on track. The Porsches will follow very shortly. It's been a really good stint for these guys so far. Here's Felipe Drugovich. A little bit different to what he is used to driving. Settling in nicely is Felipe. Flying with confidence after such a fantastic season, and now, of course, signed to Aston Martin for this year. Not in the sports car world, though, in the Formula 1 world as a test and reserve driver.
He's not a guy that I've recognised from lots and lots of sim racing, but obviously did do Le Mans Virtual last year, Drugovich, and has been in the world of F2, F3 for a good few years now.
Been in for a good couple. but worked his way up and, of course, got MP Motorsport their first ever championship. Before that, their best result was, I think, a 9th place in the championship, and then he went and won the whole thing and helped them win the team's title as well, which they had never done before. So it was an absolutely superb job done by him, and given the manner he won that championship in, won it with round to spare, a large percentage of that was down to him. Here we see red line looking at the back of Red Bull. This is your fight for 7th place. Casper Stevenson, who we were talking about just a little while ago. It looks like he's about to be passed here by Rudy Van Buren. He may be the professional in this team, but this is the kind of racing that got him that professional seat.
Yeah, world's fastest gamer 1 winner. Also represented sim racing at the Race of Champions.
This is one car he does not want to have trouble with, isn't it? Red Bull.
Rudy's also doing quite a bit of autocross dirt racing.
Oh, really?
In the Super Cup as well this year, but does like to do off-road buggies in his spare time.
That's interesting. Why not?
And what a hired gun to have in your team as a pro, because of course you always in endurance racing search for your weakest link. That was a nice fire down the inside. Nice. Absolutely claimed the apex there. Lovely move from Van Buren. Yeah, and in these teams, the pro drivers, the real world drivers, are the weakest links generally.
They're the ants, yeah.
Because they are the ants. But so you're trying to maximize the weakest link, and having Rudy Van Buren is
not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. Now, RHG in the 888 have a lead of a second. Now, that lead was once about 8 seconds, wasn't it? Is that because Proton haven't been, well, Proton must have been into the pits as well. So let's have a look at what's going on there. Last time around, RHG have just done their pit stop.
Yeah.
3:48 though for Collins. That is a hugely quick time, isn't it? Yeah,
we're still seeing that kind of shake out, aren't we? I think we've got everybody now out of the pits. But it's getting very, very close. It has been Proton Coanda Esports at the head of that field for the majority of the racing so far. But 888 were there early doors and then had a bit of a...
for the last couple of hours, though, it's very much been them.
Yes, since our red flag situation, they've got themselves back up to the top, because they were there in the first, what, hour or two with fire?
Yeah. Yes. So we could see a change there any second now. Half a second between RHG and Proton in GTE. That could shake out any second now. We are riding on board a little bit further back. This looks like the Porsche of Maurice Skewing we are on board with in 7th place, and we can see 7.5 tenths up the road is Graham Carroll. So this is a fight for 6th and 7th.
Yeah, it's amazing how that AMG Petronas car has dropped outside the top 3 positions again since the red flag conditions.
It always seems to be on the recovery.
Slightly ebbing and flowing, yeah.
Juven looks like he's about to make a move on Boulay as well. I think this is the battle we've just picked up. Guven about to, is he going to try and fire this one down the inside? I wonder. No, not quite. Stays where he is for now.
Well, he got on a recovery drive after being given a drive-through penalty for contact with the number 1. We saw incredibly physical driving and racing, considering we're only halfway through Le Mans 24 hours, from Guven and Jeffrey Rietveld. They really were going at it like they were boxers. And ultimately race control deciding that Guven had made too many contacts with the number 1.
I mean, that's it didn't look like anything significant, but then again, we only see what we are shown. They have the tools, as Lewis McGlade showed you at the top of the show, to see every single angle.
Well, I mean, look at the back of the Alpine, the number 36, that's carrying damage on that rear left side.
Precisely.
So somebody's been into the back of that, not suggesting that that's Guven, but somebody has been having a nibble.
They were racing as if it were the last lap
it was mad.
of the race and the championship was at stake. Collins, less than 3/10 back from Andrews now in the lead for GTE. We are about to see those two. They're coming through the final sector themselves, and that's where we are here with these two cars fighting for 4th and 5th place. Guven recovering from a drive-through penalty, 4/10 back. Carroll looks to have, and as we say that, rHG have come into the pits, and that has released Collins in the Proton car. So there has been a change, but that is due to a pit stop, and you might have just caught a glimpse of rHG to the left. Here we go, move down the inside. The number 20 of Guven there makes his move, and that is a change for 4th place.
Nice move, but he is really very aggressive in his driving, even through the traffic. You're kind of wincing as he throws that Porsche down the inside of the GTE car. Next target for him, 4.1 seconds up the road, Team Fordzilla. Great showing from Fordzilla.
It really is.
They've not been anywhere near the front throughout the series that we've been running.
I mean, their best result, I think, is 6th or 7th. It's they've got nowhere really near podium finishes. It's been a superb performance.
And now we switch back to the Works Red Bull entry, run by G2, and the SF Scuderia Ferrari Esports team sitting on their tail. Organised and run by a different organisation to their Formula One Esports effort. It wasn't initially, but very much its own thing, the SF Esports team now.
Who have we got here then? This is one of the Williams teams, is it, we're looking at now? Yes, it is. They've just gone past Floyd Van Wilbur, so 8th place we're looking at on screen. Change of position there. So Agustin Canapino has just gone past Bent Viscal, two of the professionals out in the cars there, and Canapino goes through and makes his way into 8th place ahead of Bent Viscal.
Good question from Victor Cax on the YouTube stream. What's the difference between daytime and nighttime temperatures, and are they drastic? Now, when we did our COVID-affected Le Mans 24 hours that ran in September, there was a massive difference in air temperature between day and night. We had quite warm days, but then it really dropped in the evening. In June, however, number one, the night is short, but it does stay, if it's a warm day, it does tend to stay quite warm through the night. It's remarkably muggy in the centre of France. And so there is a difference, and we will potentially see triple stints on the tyres during these night stints. But it's not quite as big as you would see if the race was run at a different time of the year. And it has, I think, only 5 times run outside of that window in June that has become so synonymous around the longest day, basically, to allow maximum racing in the light. And, of course, there is also the risk of rain. I haven't seen the forecast over the next 6 hours, but I think we are still... We had rain just before the first of our red flag situations, and so we didn't really get to see the effect of it. The times started to tumble. I think that we ended up being 4 or 5 seconds slower than the fastest times should have been at that time. But then we went to red flag. We restarted the race back in dry conditions, and the rain hasn't yet come back, although there is, I think, a constant risk.
Always is, and we will, I'm sure, receive news on that at some stage.
Oh no, I've now received received a message saying we're not seeing any more rain.
Well, there we go. The teams are now aware of that.
Why is he still awake? Lewis,
That's what I thought.
Go to sleep, Lewis. He just loves it so much. Big love on the YouTube stream for Agustin Canapino, the Argentine from Salto in Argentina.
Multiple champion over there, of course.
Kind of, 14-time Argentine touring car champion. But to us Europeans, and I know that you guys out in Argentina are going to hate me to say this, no idea who he was. Much like Pachito Lopez, before Lopez came over to Europe to race for Citroën in the World Touring Car Championship, nobody had ever really heard of him until they went, oh yeah, he was that guy that raced for Renault in the academy years ago. Augusto Canapino, for me, is a far more famous driver from his exploits in sim racing than what he's been able to do in the Touring Car Championship in Argentina, because we don't, in the rest of the world, have a chance to really digest and watch it. I'd love to, and when I was in Argentina for the World Touring Car Championship a few years ago, I was desperate to kind of get the rights to bring Argentinian touring cars to Europe, to say, for instance, Motors TV that was there at the time, because the racing was so good, and clearly they've got some really good drivers. Canapino will be, at the tender age of 32, an IndyCar driver next year. So finally he will have the chance to do something much, much bigger and recognised in the world than he's ever done before. And so that is going to be fascinating to see how he gets on, having really only done touring car racing for very many years. He will be in a single-seater and presumably has massive experience in single-seaters thanks to his sim racing exploits, but in the real world it's a bit of a different thing, so it's going to be interesting. I'm sure sim racing is playing a huge part in Canapino's rehearsal for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. That was a bit sendy. Oi!
Well, it took him with him. That was the number 37 of Victor Martins, the FIA Formula 3 champion, going side by side with Hemmingsen. That looked like there, and he decided to go wide, and Hemmingsen went with him, so there was a bit of side-by-side contact there, which led to both cars going wide, and Hemmingsen is not giving this one up. Martins isn't either, and that was always going to end in disaster, wasn't it? Martins running wide, and a bit of frustration, I think, coming out from Victor Martins there, and he is now going to have to settle himself back down and re-chase the RHE car.
Victor Martins, our FIA Formula 3 champion for 2022. Filip Drugovich out there as the F2 champion. And obviously Max Verstappen. Yes, Max Verstappen is in the race.
We just need him out there now.
Those people that are asking, I think if I'm Max, I say, look, I'm going to sleep during the night. You guys do that. I'll do the start and the end, and I'll do the glory stuff. When I wake up in the morning, I'll see how we're at. To be fair to Max, actually, he probably is awake, and he's probably following this.
I imagine. I mean, he might even be doing some more laps right now in the rig, just to keep fresh.
As Alex was explaining, as soon as you jump out of one server,
go into the next one.
You go into the next one and do some.
That's something I didn't actually, and that's what's been great actually about the broadcast this time, to have Alex and Haley out there to get that insight into what the teams do, because never really been able to have that access to a team before. So to get that behind the scenes access and see that one driver jumps out and jumps straight into another is fantastic. And the amount of people behind the scenes working for these guys, I mean, most people would tune into this and think it was just 4 drivers all in a WhatsApp group messaging each other. But this is a huge team of people who have worked very hard on strategy, and that is exactly what we're seeing. Team managers and people working on data, and it's been fantastic to be able to show that to the rest of all of you viewers.
If you are wanting to follow closely with us, we obviously have the live timing board on the left-hand side there. That tells you where each car is, but if you needed more information, like who's driving that car, then you can head over to livetiming.alcamelsystems.com/Le Mans Virtual Series, or LM Virtual Series. Give that a search on Google and it will come up. But there is a live timing out there thanks to Al Kamel, our timing systems, and that will give you the drivers that are in the car and much more information than we're able to give you at the moment on our live timing tower on the left-hand side, although at least the tower now scrolls, so we get a chance to see the top and the bottom of it.
D station on screen, fighting away with red line, continuing to fight away, shall we say, because I'm sure they swapped places a little while ago and now they have stayed together. So a good job by Charlie Fagg there, who's in the car for them. D station chasing after Rudy Van Buren. Of course, he was battling away with Casper Stevenson a little while ago, so this might have been a case of catching and passing the D station car, and that would put Rudy Van Buren up into 5th place. RHG next up the road, 12.4 seconds ahead.
For those of you that really need the actual figures on track and air temperature, is, well, here's a weird one. I'm not sure this is quite right, but I'm going to read out what I've been told.
Okay.
22 air temperature, 18 track temperature.
Right.
Usually it's the other way around. Usually track is warmer than air, but maybe that in the night that's not necessarily the case. We were 25 degrees when we started the race. And I think the track was 27 when we started the race, so a bit of a difference, and that will have an effect on the way that the tyres feel, how long they can be pushed for and all the rest. And the weather will be set fair for the remainder, unless we get one of those freak Le Mans storms, which does happen quite a lot, but usually you can see them on the horizon.
Did you ever get caught in one in the pit lane?
Oh, yes.
What was that like?
Wet. Yeah.
What was that like in one word? Is that what I said? No.
You do realise we've got 4 hours to talk still. Expand, young man. Yes, you're right, Mini Simian. Discord is where most of the discussions take place, including our race control, which is on Discord. And not only is our race control on Discord, thanks to the Le Mans Virtual First Edition, Eduardo Freitas, who is our race director, has now implemented Discord in the real WEC Championship. So they use Discord in the real world for all of their messaging and race control decisions. So that is one way where the transfer of technology has moved across from sim to real, and I will always love the fact that that was that's something that happened.
That's fantastic, isn't it? That first race that we did helped transform in one way how the World Endurance Championship runs.
So in the lead of the race then is Diego Pinto, 16 seconds ahead of Filip Drugovich. That is red line 1 and red line 2. We've got Ottaviani in Fordzilla 966, 8 seconds back from Drugovich, and 2 seconds ahead now of Ayachan Guven, who is on a recovery drive up to 4th position in Coanda number 20. That's had so much control over this race so far. 3 seconds back, Boulet in the 36 Alpine Esports. And rounding out the top 6 is AMG Team Petronas Esports' Graham Carroll, 8 seconds back from Boulet. Plenty of cars and drivers with various issues across the 24 hours so far, but thanks to a red flag about 2 hours ago, the gaps are small and most cars on the same lap. If we go down to the GTE classifications, it is the 77 Proton Coanda Esports team that have a half-minute advantage now over BMW Team BS Competition in 2nd spot. And Norby Kish in the number 11 project won by Door Esports at the moment is shown as 3rd position as the RHE Esports 888 Ferrari continues to descend our leaderboard. They are now nearly a minute from the lead of the race. The other one, our leader in the championship, 71.
Oh, Victor Martins there.
Again off the road?
Shuffling the RHG car wide. I think that was after what we saw a little earlier down at Mulsanne Corner. That was a return favour, if you like.
Yeah, 71 is a leader of our championship in the Team BMW Red Line car. They are 5th in GTE right now, with Oracle Red Bull Racing down in 7th in class. It is incredibly mixed up in GTE right now as they keep filtering through their different drivers. But that feels as though there's still plenty to change there, especially also that the 88, what's happened to the 88 Proton Commando Esports car? That was 2nd in class. It's now down in 10th position, so something's happened there too. Is that something I missed?
They didn't really have a. I think they didn't really have a good restart to the race, did they? I don't think, and it seems they might have dropped down, but they've got time to move back up. This is Victor Martins we're continuing to watch, and since getting that past that RHG car has already put 2-second gap between himself and the RHG car. Next few are in with Josh Skelton, who is running down in 19th so far. It's been a bit of a dramatic race at times for them when they had that incident coming up to the Porsche curves, which has really damaged their race, along with 1 or 2 other things, and now they are trying to fight back as we approach half race distance. Alistair Young is in for Axel. An off for him a short while ago left him with a lot of damage, and he had to crawl back round to the pit lane. That leaves them down in 22nd, having ran in the top 10 at one stage.
That one is the younger Young.
Is that Alex?
That was a joke.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That was the younger Young is Alistair, and the older Young is Alex. Some Formula 1 driver for Minardi.
Yes.
But actually a great supporter, the two of them.
As you can see, I don't take any jokes in here.
No, clearly, no humour. Alex Young, a great supporter. The two of them actually a great supporter of the Le Mans Virtual. Been part of.
They were both driving last year, weren't they?
I think they might have even done the first one too.
Yes, I'm sure you're right there.
And they're also quite involved in their own sim racing facility over in Malaysia. So it's more than just a team doing a bit of sim racing here and then. There's a great program behind it. Fiona is a great fan of yours on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Chris is always saying, well, when I spoke to Dino earlier, da-da-da-da-da. So she's giving you big up for actually going into the paddock and talking to the drivers. Not all commentators do that, McCarthy. Some of them just sit in the commentary box and watch Sky Sports F1 until they need to do commentary, and then they do the commentary. True story. Not Mr. McCarthy here.
There we go.
It's a very good thing to do if you're a commentator. Go and talk to the drivers you're talking about.
Yes, it does help, doesn't it?
And I have to say, that is the one thing I struggle with in the esports world, in the sim racing world, is that you can't do that. You can't just walk out and go into the paddock and chat to all the drivers and get some stories.
What happened there? And they'll go, I'll say that the most bizarre problem with their car that you would have never have guessed.
Yeah, this little story that's a great 2-minute filler. Although, I suppose the equivalent, as Lewis McGlade does, is Discord or charging into their Twitter.
I mean, it's always what are they going to do with strategy? And then we get told 3 different things. We go somewhere down the middle, and it's always completely wrong.
Yeah, never trust Lewis McGlade's strategy call.
Just don't have him as a team boss, basically. Because he will ask other teams, and then it will be wrong. No. Of course, no. We always do try and ask, and often we are led down the wrong path. I think that was a bit of a message to us this time when we got given the sheet of paper that had a rough strategy guide on.
But nobody could predict the weather.
No.
Where we were supposed to have rain. And then, of course, with the red flag conditions, those strategies went out the window.
Of course.
And now it is all quite mixed up. We're not seeing everyone pitting on the same lap and all that kind of stuff. Following the Alpine number 37 in 11th position, Victor Martins, the FIA Formula 3 champion aboard that car. It's been a bit sendy every so often that we've come and seen it.
I mean, it's been upside down, isn't it, at one stage? That was a huge incident.
No, you're thinking of the Graf car.
Oh, that's the Graf car.
Yeah, yeah.
They're so easily confused, aren't they?
How much sim racing has Victor done?
Excuse me.
Entirely sure.
That wasn't a message for how much sim racing has he done. I didn't cough in terms of. Oh, you want to know? No, I actually don't know. I don't think a huge amount.
No, I don't think a huge amount. We did do last year's for Alpine as well, but DNF'd.
Ah, well, let's hope he gets to the end this time.
Yeah.
But no, I don't think he really has done a huge amount. Maybe maybe has raced a lot of drivers just do it in terms of, you know, they won't really race in championships that are broadcast, but will race amongst friends within the paddock, or will just go on and use it to practice within races. And I think that's maybe what Victor uses it for. Of course, he'll be down Alpine quite a lot doing sim days down there as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
They do a lot of training days down there. It becomes part of being a member of the Alpine Academy. He's not the only one in the race that is. Ollie Caldwell, another one. So we've got a couple of members from that academy. We've got members from several F1 academies in this race. Fantastic to see.
Another bit of Le Mans viewing, if you are looking for some extra things to watch, is the amazing Michael Fassbender documentary that's recently been released by Porsche, following his progress in and through the Le Mans 24 Hours. If you remember, Michael Fassbender, the famous actor, taking part in his first Le Mans 24 Hours in June last year, having a big shunt in qualifying, or at least in the practice, and going through all the different emotions and the struggles that he had becoming a professional racing driver. It is a fascinating watch.
Is it out? Is it out now?
Yes, it's out now. Yeah, it's very raw, and very real. And obviously Porsche and Audi have done plenty of documentaries about their participations in Le Mans over the years. As you mentioned, also the Motorsport Network documentary from Will Buxton's a good watch. And if you really want to go back and remind yourself, if you're a young gun and you don't remember when Audi were part of Le Mans, go and watch Truth in 24. You might even hear my voice on the first one, I think. Sounded younger then.
Oh, I'll have to give it a watch.
Yeah, all of them fascinating to see. And of course, you can go even further back and watch the Steve McQueen film, because ultimately it's kind of half documentary. There is actually a documentary that supports that was released a couple of years ago called The Man Le Mans, and that was a documentary of behind the scenes of the making of the Steve McQueen film, and that's really interesting as well, because you see just how real they shut down the circuit for a whole week after the Le Mans 24 Hours. So did a load of filming during the Le Mans 24 Hours, and then recreated loads of scenes, and had all kinds of crashes, and they went massively over budget because Steve McQueen just loved the project, and so just kept getting money out of the film production company to be able to continue, but actually was way over budget, and they nearly They nearly had losses of life because of accidents during the filming. Absolutely amazing stuff. So those are lots of different things to see if you can find there online or on your streaming platform.
Pit stops going on once again. Boulay for Alpine is in, and Graham Carroll for AMG Team Petronas come in. So we're into the next round of pit stops. Here is the 23 car, Maurice Skelton, the Porsche Super Cup racer, who has stayed out for another lap. This is SF Esports team, who are currently within the GTE top 10. They're 2 seconds back from Oracle Red Bull team, who are 2 seconds back from D Station. So a good section of the field that we will keep an eye on over the next few laps. And we've got Jimmy Broadbent back out for Marla as well, who are running in 11th place. Troubles for them earlier in the race, so they are on a bit of a recovery job, but Jimmer has jumped back in for them now.
I mean, ultimately,
night stint.
They are still on the lead lap, just aren't they?
Yeah.
So when we reset the field, quite a few of those cars that had lost laps due to connectivity issues got their laps back.
Yeah. But but you would just remain out of position, wouldn't you? But correct. 136 back.
We really need to find out what's going on with the 888, because now they are almost at the back of the GTE field. I know we've got pit stops coming for GTE, but it's really not going very well for a team that were, at one point, it seemed a lap up over everybody else.
Yeah.
And now they're at the tail of the GTE field, just having pitted.
No, it's a real shame for Proton, but they can now try and rely on that 77, which is in a handsome lead. They are currently our GTE leaders. We do have some pit stops to serve, I think, still, but currently they are leading the way. Here we can see that number 88, that number 88 car that we mentioned. There it is, having just come back out of the pits. Number 88 makes its way onto Mulsanne Straight. Meanwhile, pit lane is starting to get slightly congested. We've got plenty of cars that have gone in and are now on their way back out again, including Alpine, Petronas, Floyd Van Wall, Panis and Arnage are being shown as in the pit lane still. There we can see Victor Martins in that Alpine, number 37. He will now be behind Tom Lartilou, but wasn't one of the cars to come into the pits, I don't believe, so we'll still need to come in once more. But our two leaders, Ben, are now in. Diogo Pinto and Felipe Drogovic, the two red line cars, come in. Let's see what the two Porsche Co-Anda cars do. Guven is in, so Porsche Co-Anda number 20 is in. It's likely we should see the same from the number 23 as well, and yes, we do. Top four all on your screen in the pits.
Well, that's good that they're all on the same strategy. That really helps us for the moment.
There goes Skewing, I think, past. Here we can see the red line cars behind each other. I hope the car ahead came in first, otherwise that's going to be quite a hold-up. This is back to Victor Martins once again, who we've been seeing quite a lot of, and this time it's because he's lining a move up on the AMG Team Petronas car with Graham Carroll in.
Which has just come out the pits, so in theory, this is not
full position. This
is not Martins chasing down Carroll. This
is
just, Carroll getting caught out by Jimmy Broadbent there, having to be really careful with the Marla Racing BMW and getting out the throttle once, twice, three times. Now there's a gap. We can put the throttle down and find a way past that BMW, but that was big time lost, to be honest. Victor Martins was nice not to throw himself down the inside and try and gain an advantage out of the misfortune of Graham Carroll. Carroll doing the right thing there, just getting out the throttle. Now Martins goes into the pits.
It was. 2 leaders are out. Gap roughly the same between them. Fordzilla emerge in 3rd place as well as Alpine come in.
Change of drivers in the number 1 machine. And here's a look at some of the action that we've seen in the dark over the last hour. Plenty of sorting each other out and some real committed drives. Victor Martins being in the very centre of plenty of the action that we've seen over the last hour. BMW 71 trying to find a way past SF Ferrari, of which they did. And that was a great move by Rudy Van Buren down the inside. Just enough space to thread that massive BMW. Martins ahead of us going into turn 1. So is the Aston Martin. And it just shows how much work these drivers are having to do to try and make a move stick. There's the Peugeot, the sole Peugeot esports machine, gaining experience to try and win this next year. And Martins forgetting where the brake pedal was into the 2nd chicane as well. Rudy Van Buren on a real charge, managing to find a way past the D station. Aston Martin of Charlie Fagg. Van Buren is now up to 5th position in class and absolutely charging. His next target is the RHG Esports 888 Ferrari. It's just 7 seconds up the road. RHG and the Alpine Esports going into the Porsche curve side by side. Sorry, that's Indianapolis, and making that one stick even with a little bit of hip and shove. So that's what happened over the last hour. We go back to live racing and we go back to the number 37 now out of the pits. And Ollie Caldwell is now aboard that car. They are down in 12th position. And as we say, we've got plenty of new drivers now aboard their cars. Number 1 is now being piloted by Luke Browning. He is 14 seconds ahead of Filip Drogovic in the number 2. Fiducci is now in the Fordzilla 966, 4 seconds behind Drogovic. And then Tom Lartalou in the 36 Alpine is 4 seconds back behind Fiducci. Lauren Heinrich is the man who's making the moves. He's in the 20 now, taking over from Ai-Chan Guven. Heinrich was the man who started the race, and he's only 0.4 of a second behind Tom Lartalou. And that is, I presume, what we are seeing right here. The gap, 0.4 of a second.
Yep, there we see Ollie Caldwell, someone who has tested one of these cars at Bahrain and did so not at the end of last season. I think it was season before that. Jumped in at the end of the year for a test, so knows how these things pedal. He is about to is side by side with someone now coming in towards the next chicane. but Ollie Caldwell just settling in for his stint, and that is the number 20 car of Lauren Heinrich who goes through. In fact, that's Alpine Esports, apologies. That's a change for position. That's a change for fourth, isn't it? So apologies there.
And Heinrich's only got 4 seconds to get onto the tail of Team Fordzilla as well, and then only 4 seconds to the number 2. So that Coanda car that was fighting with the number 1 and the number 2, given a drive-through penalty, losing 30 seconds from that drive-through penalty, and now has, well, half the gap to the number 2 car. There's another 14 seconds to Luke Browning, but really making good progress after that penalty.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Lauren Heinrich, having made that move on Lartilu, 3.8 seconds to Fiducci. Next along, looking a bit further back, Sami Matti Trogan trying to get past Jan von der Heide for Brabham Esports. So we've got AMG Team Williams going head-to-head with Brabham. Pretty much they've been battling away the whole race, I think, so far, those two. It's been great to watch them going side by side at times. But for now, let's stay with this. This is Lartilu having just been passed by Heinrich, doing his best to try and hold on as they put a lap on the ProDrive car. The looks like the ProDrive car, the Aston Martin, I think that was, as we go back, and I think this might be the battle we were just talking about between Brabham and AMG Team Williams, this for 8th place.
Impressive there how Lauren Heinrich is simply checked out. He's got past and gone. He has other ideas, and he's already taken half a second out of Fiducci in Fordzilla. This is the battle for 8th position. A recovering AMG Team Williams. And what I didn't realise about the AMG Team Williams is it's not the same AMG as the AMG Petronas team. The AMG Petronas team is linked to the Formula 1 team in Brackley, as we've learned, but the AMG Team Williams is linked to AMG Germany. Hence why we've ended up with this slight confusion.
Right.
And they had a disconnect early doors. They also had a penalty because they needed to change their driver lineup pre-race. So they already had a 30-second penalty even before the race started. But again, benefiting from the red flag situation to find themselves right back in it. And those gaps are small. Luke Browning and the number 1 machine is pedaling away at the head of the field. But after that, it's really close.
That's seriously impressive, isn't it? 16 seconds now to the good. They are Luke Browning over Felipe Drugovich. Luke Browning, someone who has proven himself within the virtual world with the likes of Fordzilla, hence why he was picked up by that Team Redline squad, and is starting to show why that happened here, and is starting to prove his worth to that team if he hasn't done already, extending this lead very smartly over the second of the Team Redline cars, which has Felipe Drugovich in. This is BS Competition, who do lie at the head of the GTE field. They do have to serve a stop, I'd say, but BS Competition nevertheless doing a superb job themselves here to be in the position they are.
So triple stints, we think, in these cooler nighttime conditions. Obviously fuel needed at every stop, and then driver changes every 2.5 to 3 hours for many of these teams. Driver changes don't actually take up any time in rFactor 2, so you can change as often as you like, but it's better just to keep in the rhythm of things for these drivers, especially in LMP, where it's only really a 35-minute stint. That's a move down the inside. That's lovely for the 53 machine. Got that done for Sami Matti Trogan nice and cleanly. and he moves up into 8th position.
Yeah, great driving from Sami Trogan, likewise from Von der Heide as well, to recognise he was there and not slam the door shut and cause an incident. It was great driving from both sets of drivers there, and it results in a move for Sami Trogan, the other AMG team. Two teams not related, as you mentioned, now separated by 7 seconds in the fight for 7th place. In just a little bit further up the road now, we can see. So we are watching 8th place now, Sami Trogan trying to go after them. Pit stops still underway in GTE. Norby Kiss is in for Project 1 by Dürr Esports. Just a little bit different to what he's used to driving, isn't it?
But he loves his sim racing, and he won the. Not only did he win multiply the European Truck Racing Championship, but he also won the esports version of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I do remember. Yeah. Which was, yeah, pretty insane to watch at times, I have to say. But Norby Kiss, used to driving the trucks, now in for Project 1 by Dürr Motorsports there. So just a little bit of a difference for him as he switches across to race for them and jumps in that Porsche.
I don't know whether this is a provoked question on the YouTube stream, but Mika Hakimi Clips asks who has the fastest lap of the race. And I don't know whether Mika Hakimi Clips is Mika Hakimi, but Mika Hakimi knows who's got the fastest lap of the race, because it's him. In the number 22 Rocket car, a 3:22.3 on lap 56 of the race. So that was before the first of our red flags.
Oh,
that must have been quite soon after they rejoined the race, because Rocket spent about 3 hours in the pits, having had a connection issue with Angus Fender, and so they've moved Angus. He's now ended up in Milton Keynes at Simply Race to do the remainder of the race there. But yes, Mika Hakimi, you have the fastest lap of the race. Well done.
I'll just give that a second so we can clip that one up. Sorry, that's why I just sort of left.
Need a little pause, yeah.
Left to go for you there.
Yeah.
Now we can return now. Yeah.
Thank you.
We look back at our leader, Luke Browning, for Team Redline, 17 seconds to the good. Just looking down the order then, it's this battle for 3rd. I think that's probably 2nd downwards, really. I mean, Fiducci trying to chase after Drugovic. Down from that, it is wide open, isn't it? Laurin Heinrich is the man I think we need to keep an eye on in these next couple of laps, because we once saw him maybe a lap ago, maybe 2 at most, going past Tom Lartalou into the chicane. He's now only 2 seconds back from Fiducci, which makes him 6.5 back from Drugovic. Last time round he was 2.5 quicker than Fiducci, and a good 2nd quicker than Drugovic. So Laurin Heinrich in the 20 Porsche is going to be the man that gives us activity in terms of position changes on track, I think, over these next few laps.
Question from Yazan Saloom on the YouTube stream as to why the number 20 made a short stop from the lead of the race a couple of hours ago. Well, that wasn't a stop, unfortunately. That was a drive-through penalty for contact with this car, the number 1 machine, and they have been recovering from that ever since. But Heinrich is very, very capable of getting themselves back onto the podium straight away. His pace is about the same as the car we are watching now, Luke Browning in the number 1 machine. They are on their best laps in the 24s. Yep. That puts Hakimi's lap into perspective, a 3:22 for Hakimi. I don't know whether he just went out and did it. He put like 1 litre of fuel in and just be like, right, I'm doing a fast lap.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was going to say, how on earth did he make that? It's incredible. I mean, I'll be saying the same, whoever was in the car. That's an incredible lap time.
Here's a question for you, Chris, as one of the newest members.
Sure.
What does it take to be a Le Mans commentator? Chris made his debut at the Circuit de la Sarre in June last year.
What does it take to be a Le Mans commentator? A lot of research. You've got to know your stuff, definitely, on the people that you are commentating on. Get to know round. One thing I did do is go around the press room just to find out, speak to all the team, not only the drivers, but knowing from the teams as well, because you want to be getting constant updates throughout the race from team members when something maybe isn't going right. So getting round the press room, thanks to our very own Fiona here, was something that really did help me out. Yeah, being able to do a lot of hours as well. So being able to go without very much sleep.
If you find that you're one of those people that can talk about anything for as long as you need to, and I suppose it has to be entertaining as well, has to be engaging, then that's quite good for an endurance commentator, because there is a lot of time in endurance commentary where you aren't necessarily talking about what you see on screen, where you are, because there's nothing that they're really showing. So you really do have to dig deep into your experience box or into your randomness box.
Yeah, it's not just that as well. It's you've got to be able to. That is definitely one thing. Another is being able to read hours ahead of the race as well, isn't it? As well. I mean, look, we've got, what's the story of the next few hours? I mean, Lauren Heinrich is 1.4 back from Fiduci, but I think the story is there any chance he could potentially close this drive-through penalty back down at some sort? Is going to be an interesting one for us to follow. He's not the only one in the car, of course, but Luke Browning likewise isn't the only one in his car, so that's something we're going to have to follow, and being able to keep an eye on strategy as well, as you have been talking about. Yeah,
understanding a live timing screen and digging around for the stories within it and keeping an eye on it to see whether what's ebbing and what's flowing. That's another big task, and I think there's a lot of commentators that come up through the ranks these days that haven't got the experience of reading timing screens, because they literally just commentate on the pictures they see in front of them, that would struggle a little bit on that sense, because they're not digging for stories, they're simply just talking about what they see in front of them. And that's okay in a 20-minute sprint race, but less easy in an endurance race, where once again the TV pictures are trying to show you the most interesting thing out on circuit, but that might not be very interesting at all.
Yeah, thankfully, I tell you, some of our team, particularly tonight, is filled with a couple of commentators as well who are doing exactly that for us and delivering us these very pictures. The likes of John Monroe, Piers Pryor behind the scenes, along with a huge team who are doing just that, as we see the guys making their way into the chicane. This is the SF Esports team.
A couple of questions about the blinking lights on the back of the LMP cars. Ignore them. It's simply just a slightly random thing that some cars do and some cars don't. So usually that blinking light would be the light for wet weather conditions. In the real world, once you turn on the lights or once you turn the knob, even on the engine map, to wet settings, right, you then get a blinking
That's when it comes on.
Rear light. That's when it comes on. So these guys won't have a wet weather setting right now. It's bone dry, but the game is still simulating that blinking light. So you will see them in the real world. In fact, there's actually one there on the Coanda car as well in the centre. And you see it, of course, not just in Le Mans, but also in Formula One. There's iconic images of just blinking red lights in the mist. But that is what it is, and it is nothing to distinguish one car to the other as well. It's just a normal thing. What's interesting, I find, and it's a bit geeky, but how much the brakes glow on certain different cars, on certain different wheels. Some cars have very, very heavy glowing brakes on the front end, but nothing on the rear. Others are much more four-wheel balanced, and that gives you an idea as to how that particular car has their brake balance set.
It is an interesting one. when you see them, and it makes for great viewing as well. Now, Laurin Heinrich is only half a second back from the Team Fordzilla car of Gianmarco Fiduci, so we could see that change for the podium positions that we were talking about a little bit earlier, and he's consistently been the quickest within the top 5 over the last couple of laps. Here they are on screen. 20 versus 966, the 20 car which had a drive-through penalty earlier after contact with our race leader. The race direction team felt that after they were going head-to-head, side by side through a number of corners, that a penalty, a drive-through penalty, was deserved for the number 20 car for some of their driving standards, and they are now on a bit of a recovery performance in terms of them trying to get a race win, because they were in a position where they were holding off the number 1 and 2 cars. They were having to do the defending, and now they are having to do the chasing, but first they're going to have to clear this Fordzilla car bit.
Coanda with so much weight now from the Porsche Motorsport team. If you follow Porsche Motorsport on Twitter, they are constantly updating at Porsche Races.
That's good.
On the progress of the number 20 and 23 car. All in preparation, of course, for Porsche to return to the hypercar category at Le Mans and try once again to win the main class. The last time they did that was relatively recently with the 919. And it will be the 963 hypercar, which we will see racing in WEC this year. But first of all, they are desperate to win the Le Mans Virtual. They've missed out overall, over the last couple of years, because they focused on the GT category. But now this is the big one. And they've built and built and built the momentum over the last couple of races. And they've absolutely focused their attention on making sure that 20 car is stacked full of talent and can fight for victory, with the 23 car very much now, although the 23 car was the one that won last time out, it is all about the 20 car, because it's better placed in the championship as well. And Heinrich is aboard that car, all over the back of Fiduci, for 3rd position, moving around, flashing the lights. I'm still not sure that flashing the lights does very much in the world of sim racing. It certainly does in the world of real racing. Can be quite distracting. Which way does he go?
He's going to choose the inside, isn't he, as we come up towards Indianapolis. But is Fordzilla going to do what we've seen a number of teams do and brave it round the outside? I don't think he's going to get any chance taking the racing line through Indianapolis. Was Laurin Heinrich there? He pretty much already made the move, because Fiduci had backed out of it by the time they got to the corner. Sensible driving, I think, from Fiduci there. He's going to tuck back in now behind Laurin Heinrich and see if he can get behind him and help him chase after Team Redline, the number 2 car, the first of the cars who are going to be first up the road. Laurin Heinrich last time around was 9/10 quicker than Felipe Drugovich. The gap is currently 3.7 seconds.
Watch now how Laurin Heinrich clears off a really fast last lap. He really didn't waste any time either getting past the Ford. And that, if you talk to Alan McNish, who joined us for the original Le Mans Virtual, he spoke about that being such a key thing. Minimising time loss through traffic.
Yeah.
That's how Audi were so dominant in their years, when they had such big rivals as well, and Ford coming into the pits too.
And that's why Fiduci, I think, opened the door and said, through you go. We are going into pit lane. Sensible driving from Fiduci. In the end now, Laurin Heinrich did a personal best through the last sector and has brought the gap down to 3 seconds to Felipe Drugovich. Remember, Fordzilla, if you are wondering, this is not a problem for them. They are on a alternate strategy, a slightly alternate strategy. AMG Team Williams also coming in as well. So we have seen them coming in slightly earlier to the Porsche, the Alpine and the Redline cars. So this isn't something, if you are a fan of Fordzilla, to get worried about. This is something we have been seeing throughout the last period of the race.
How that plays out come the end of the race, of course, difficult to predict right now.
We don't know.
But we will be at the next round of pit stops at the halfway stage of the race. So that does tend to give you a little bit of an idea of how, if you doubled it up, what would happen at the end. But of course, with the disruption that we had at the start of our race, you can't really just times it by 2, because there's, in theory, more racing in the second half than there would be in the first.
Very true. Blue flags waving there to the Ferrari as we see that's the Porsche clearing it now, weaving its way through. That looks like Luke Browning just filing his way past 2 of the GTE cars there. Doing a superb job to extend his lead to 17.5, but Drugovich, as he falls backwards, he's falling into the path of Laurin Heinrich, who is just 2.8 seconds back, make that 2.2. The gap is tumbling on this lap. It's come down by almost a second. Tom Lartilou himself, as we approach the pit stops, is now starting to really get his foot down. He's done a personal best second sector. Laurin Heinrich doing as much as he can to get as close as he can to Drugovich before next round of pit stops.
Absolutely fired up is Laurin Heinrich, flying along right now. Here is Graham Carroll, or there was Graham Carroll, carving through the traffic. He's at 6.5 seconds behind the second of the Coanda cars, the 23 machine, down in 6th position, with James Baldwin in board that car. That was at the very sharp end at the start of the race. They've cycled through all their drivers now, with Bono Huis and Danny Ucadella, and Graham Carroll back aboard that car for his second chunk. Very much still in contention, but at the moment not really the same wow pace that we're seeing from Laurin Heinrich in the 20, who is absolutely lighting up the timing screens. And I mean, he on that last lap alone was 1.7 seconds faster than our leader, Luke Browning. Now, we saw Browning having to deal with a bit of traffic, and it is always difficult to compare during the Le Mans 24 hours, because you never know what the conditions have been on that particular lap for any given driver. But it shows just how good Heinrich's laps have been. And this is an early stint for Heinrich. We expect to see him in the car for at least another 2 hours. So if he can do that now, the gap has come down to less than 20 seconds between himself and Browning. So they've made up 10 seconds since they had that penalty. Now, when was that penalty administered?
That is incredibly impressive.
It was administered at 10:50, and we are now...
That's 10:50 race time, is it? Local time?
Local time to here, so 2 hours ago. So he's found 10 seconds in 2 hours.
Wow. And when you look at that, 12.5 hours left. This race, we talked about it when we were answering that question a little bit further. There's still a long way to go in the battle for this lead, isn't there? I'm leaving shortly for a while. I don't know who I'm going to come back to. It's one of those, isn't it? This could go either. It might look like a big gap, but there are going to be driver swaps, of course, and Redline will be very comfortable with the position they're in. But at the same time, Porsche Coanda are fired up and are about to try and make a move for second place, because there we see Redline and there's Porsche right behind Ben. So there's your battle for second on screen. Redline in the red and black, and in the middle of your picture, that is Porsche in third. Is it about to become second? Are we going to see big defensive driving from the two as well?
Surely we are close to pit stop time for these guys as well.
That's what we're thinking, because that's a personal best through the second sector, and we've seen personal best going in. So we could see pit stops this lap or the next. Well, it's got to be very close, isn't it?
thank you to Opams TV for giving us a shout out. Commentators and casters. Are you a commentator or a caster? I'm a commentator.
I'd say so.
Yes, you say so.
Yeah.
Not like Trivet. He's a caster.
I see.
Sadakis is a caster. He's not a commentator. he'll be on at me. I don't know if he's doing Porsche stuff this year.
Here we go. Ooh. I thought that was going to be a dive into Porsche curves.
No, not
Thought the better of it in the end. Oh, traffic in the way possibly.
Or was that a defensive?
Or was that defensive driving? It's got to be. Yes, there it is.
There we go.
There's the other 2 red line cars ahead of him there for a second. Now Browning has stayed out of pit lane, so we expect these two to do the same, and so they do. Right,
so that means Heinrich does need to clear the red line car then, because he won't want to sit behind him for a full lap. Drogovic was did a 3:27.0.
Wow.
So that was a slow lap. Yes, they had traffic and certainly had to get out the throttle in the early part of the Porsche curves. But there's no way that Heinrich will want to lose any more time as Lartalou comes into the pits from 4th position. So they've now gone slightly different on strategy to the 3 guys ahead. And this is not good, because not only have they got GT cars to pass, they've also got a slower LMP car, the number 8 machine. Wow, and it's really, really tough. Now onto the Mulsanne straight. That 8 car has the speed to keep ahead of these two in theory, although providing a nice slipstream for Drogovic. Drogovic is going to be able to clear the 8. Is Heinrich as well. You can hear the engine revs are still rising.
Should just about be able to do it under braking, yes. But we'll lose a little bit of time from having to do that move. Oh, a wobble on the exit though there for Drogovic. Now into the pits came Alpine, AMG Team Petronas, Brabham, Floyd Van Wall, Yasheet Veloce, all into pit lane. Here is your battle for 2nd overall, though. The gap to the leader is extending because of this. It's now over 20 seconds, so they need to make this move ASAP.
To the left-hand side, but a little bit earlier on the brakes. No chance there. It's very, very fast on the entry into the 2nd chicane. It'll be much safer to do it into the Mulsanne corner at the end of the Mulsanne straight. Just going to the right-hand side of the Mulsanne roundabout, if you do know the circuit as a normal road. Traffic to contend with. That puts the cars on the right-hand side. That's more of a defensive racing line. There, but it's very, very late from Heinrich, but he wiggles his way through, and a little bit of oversteer on the exit for Drogovic means that Heinrich has done it, but it's a half a lap sitting behind the red line car, and that will have damaged his pace on this particular lap. Ultimately, it seemed like a very late decision.
Yeah, what a fantastic move. He decided that under braking, didn't he? Did Laurin Heinrich. Just, I don't think he expected the door to be open. I think that was the case. And said, if that's going to be the case, then I'll release the brakes and stick my car down there. And a fantastic move from Laurin Heinrich in the end to get himself up into P2. 22 seconds, so there was damage done there of around a couple of seconds in terms of the lead to Luke Browning. So Felipe Drogovic has done his job to an extent and has just delayed the charge of the Porsche Coanda team here. But Laurin Heinrich will now resume to trying to get those lap times in and try and chase after our leader, who comes into pit lane. So I guess we will expect others to follow suit.
Further down the field, this is the GT battle for 7th position. Sim Maranello now ahead of D Station with Chavez aboard the D Station Aston Martin. Yes, Enrique Chavez, the one that did that crash at Monza in the real world.
Here they come.
And now pit stops once again for our top LMP cars. Fiona asks, Fiona, the one that's a fan of yours, who is the play-by-play and who is the color commentator here? Usually, Fiona, I would just say, I would actually give you a proper answer, but in this case, there isn't one.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't know.
And actually, in the world of endurance racing, it doesn't matter so much because you're not constantly talking about what's happening on track and requiring analysis from another person. It is more of just a random chat, and therefore the roles can be a bit more, the lines can be a bit more blurred, let's say. Back out onto circuit, Heinrich and Drogovic, as they came in, absolutely locked together, but expect Lauren Heinrich now and that number 20 to disappear up the road.
Yep, 22.5 is the gap. This is not what he wanted. A GTE car directly ahead of him, and that's going to allow Felipe Drogovic in the 2 to close back in and try and sneak into the toe. But he was delayed slightly as well, as they now will make their way past. I think that was one of the GT cars. I wouldn't like to guess which one it was. Didn't get quite a good look at it, but what we do know is that Lauren Heinrich is through. The gap is 23, just over that, seconds, and he is trying to chase after Luke Browning. So the story for the overall lead is him trying to chase that 23-second gap down. Drogovic trying to stop him.
Yeah, so he lost a lot of time in the pits.
3.5, well, about over a second at least, if not 2.
I reckon it was down to about 18 before pit stop, so I think
18, 9, yeah, but he lost some time in the battle.
Yes,
possibly.
exactly. Yeah, so you're in lap battling.
And the pit stop.
And the pit stop.
About 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So Drogovic did do his job.
Yes. Yes, if you're looking about team play, absolutely. Now, how much time can he get back then on this stint?
Now, this is your battle for P4, by the way. This is Fiduci versus Lartilou. Fordzilla versus Alpine. 6 seconds back from this. Bastien Boost in the other Porsche Commander car. Another one of the Porsche Super Cup drivers. Had a solid season this year as well. One of the rookie drivers. No doubt if he returns this season, will be one to watch as we watch Fordzilla fighting away with Alpine, and Bastien Boost will hope that this battle continues, and that will allow him to close back up, albeit these two coming in different times. 23 recovering after some earlier dramas.
I think I said earlier that Tom Lartilou was from Forza, but actually it's Project Cars where he made his real name.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure I saw him competing at a Gran Turismo event
as well. Oh, okay.
I believe so.
All right.
But this was quite a few years ago now, but I'm sure he did that as well. So he's, when you said he's talented across multiple platforms, I'm sure he qualified for one of their events that I was actually at, so he's a hugely talented driver.
Definitely is talented across all platforms if you can do Project Cars, GT Sport and rFactor 2. They are like jumping into a Citroen C1, an LMP1 hypercar and a Formula 1 car.
I won't ask you which one's the Citroen C1.
No, don't. but there is a time and place for racing a Citroen C1.
Yes.
And it's fun.
We do it. This is something that Will Dendy organised actually when we do some racing at Simply Race. We do the Citroen C1 on the Daytona Oval.
Really?
Yeah, it's just flat out all the way.
Yeah.
And it's just who wants to push each other around. You got to like work with each other.
NASCAR styling.
It's basically that, but NASCAR, if you're watching it in 0.2 speed, it's actually really good fun. If you're at home, honestly, and you have the ability to play online with your friends, I really would recommend giving it a go.
And I raced a proper Citroen C1 at Rockingham.
Did you take to the oval?
Yes, because the 24-hour track was part oval. So did the...
yeah, of course, when they didn't use the whole thing, they only used that sort of once.
No, you missed out...
you
missed out like turn 2 and 3, but you went down to turn 2 and came off it.
Yeah, and then you had that hairpin, which came off, yeah.
It had a massive... Well, no, I didn't have a massive shunt, but a teammate had a massive shunt.
How did you get on?
The car was almost completely destroyed by the end, but I think we did finish.
Oh, so it was an endurance?
Yeah, 24 hours.
Oh, it was
24 hours.
Oh, because it's a C1.
And it was the very last ever race at Rockingham. It was a 24-hour race.
They do it now here, don't they?
Yes.
Silverstone.
Yeah, 160 odd cars at Silverstone. End of May.
Which is insane.
Yeah. I think... I'm not sure... Yeah. I think I prefer to do the Fun Cup as a 24 hours than the Citroen C1 again. It was a bit sketchy at times.
All you can hear is tyres.
Yes. Yeah.
A few of the guys on this very substantial crew that we have doing this event work on that, and they just say you just hear tyres.
Yeah. And the cars do tend to fall over quite a lot. So I rolled mine at Snetty.
Did you?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
At the end of the straight, under the bridge.
The start-finish straight?
No.
Oh, wow, that straight?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Coming into the left-hand.
Put my foot on the brake, and the one thing that it used to do, because it had ABS, sometimes it would decide that it couldn't brake because the ABS would kick in. So you never got the same purchase as you would expect. And I did that, hit the brake, it didn't brake, so I was like, okay, I'm going to throw it sideways and try and stop it, and it just dug in.
I imagine that was a barrel, was that?
It was a flop.
It was a flop.
Yeah, and you never have enough speed to barrel roll.
Yes, I was about to retract that statement.
Yeah, it's just a flop.
That must have been great fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and not crazy expensive.
Not the flip, but...
No.
The racing.
I broke my phone. That was the most annoying thing.
Why did you have your phone on you?
And it was actually illegal to have your phone in the car because people were using it as a pit-to-car radio.
I was about to say, is that what it was for?
No, it wasn't. It was just in my pocket because I forgot to take it out. Oh. And it fell out my pocket, fell out the window, and was found in the gravel trap by a marshal. Amazing.
That's brilliant.
15 minutes before we hit the halfway mark of this Le Mans Virtual, the third edition of the Milan 24-hour Virtual. An introduction into the sim racing calendar during COVID, and it's only really got better and better with the level of cars, the level of drivers, the level of teams that we've got involved, and of course this prize fund of $250,000 that the winning team can take away with them. And that is why it is worth doing. There is the Peugeot eSports car. They've joined us as a wild card for this final round. They're hoping to do the full season next year with a 2-car field. And putting a lot of effort, as we've already seen with Haley Edmonds over at their factory. Unfortunately, so many of their drivers doing other things this weekend and therefore unable to actually participate. But had they got their full roster of real-world drivers, then I'm sure we'd have seen a few more representations there. But Gustave Menendez leading that team. Maxime Briand, one of the other drivers that we've seen race for Toyota in the Le Mans Virtual from Le Mans, and he's also part of their squad, having actually joined DS, which is a partner to Peugeot and Citroën, as a simulator driver for the Formula E team. So he's actually a legitimate, signed-up, paid sim driver that helps the Formula E guys out.
This looks like Alpine versus Fordzilla once more. Alpine on the outside, Fordzilla on the inside, having done their stops there, just resuming this battle once more. And we're going to jump on board with Tom Lartilou once again as he tries another move on Gianmarco Fiducci. Alex Brundle spoke about this earlier, how you just find yourself battling away with the same people after pit stops, and Fordzilla backing off and allowing the Alpine car to go through, and that is going to be a change for fourth.
Alex Holland Martin has asked on Twitter, using the hashtag Le Mans Virtual, are we going to get any cake talk during the night? If not, I'm off to bed and I'll try and catch up in the morning.
What?
What kind of cake would you like us to talk about, Alex? Because, of course, we've got the Pete bars. Pete bars.
Yeah,
there's an empty one, actually, just up here.
Oh, there's a full one right there.
Oh, there we go. The Pete Stop bars are made by Total Energies to power the drivers. So every driver has been sent one of these bars. Real power, virtual race is what it says on the. You can't buy these in the shops. You probably will never be able to buy them in the shops, but it was a great little idea from Toyota, and I've yet to eat one, but I think it nearly is time.
Yeah, I think you should right now.
Did you see Hayley Edmonds eat them? I mean, she's asleep now, so she's not going to hear this. But did you see her, the way that she ate the bar earlier on when we were filling time?
No.
Beautiful. I've never seen an energy bar consumed so delicately.
I think it's your go.
And then Gustav Menezes came and just gave gave it a big nibble. And did it very unelegantly. But it's not really a cake. It's more of a bar. It's more of a muesli bar. So I'm not sure whether this counts as cake talk. Mia Rose wants cake talk as well. Hi, Mia. Great to have you with us. It's a shame, actually. She really should be racing in this.
Yes.
So fast in the Virtual Cup.
I think next time, 100%. Had a fantastic season in the Le Mans Virtual Cup, finishing third place overall, just shy of that seat in the Le Mans Virtual Cup team, but no doubt teams looking at Mia for next season. Are you going to eat the bar?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I'm sure I'll get to it at some point.
I'll hold you to that.
Another good thing about Mia, not just that she's incredibly fast, but also being based in Australia, that gives you a whole different time zone to play with. We actually don't have...
I didn't know that.
If you've looked on that map, we don't have anybody in Australia. We've got lots of Australians, or some Australians.
Yes.
But there's nobody actually racing from Australia, whereas, of course, Mia is based over there. So she could have been as part of that.
This is Gordy Much versus Ben Viscow. Gordy to the left of our screen as we look at it now. Down the inside he goes, and Gordy Much, teammate to Jimmy Broadbent last season in the Praga Cup, winning that championship with him. That is a place gained for him, and that puts Brabham up to P9 overall. Ben Viscow dropping down 2/10, but might change that as we come up to the next chicane.
What's Lauren Heinrichs in the pits? Why has Lauren Heinrich gone into the pits?
Yes, good spot.
Dropped down to 6th position again. There is absolutely...
And that's only...
halfway through a stint. You've got if you press the play button down there, it'll, if it's still working, it should tell you how long that pit stop was. It was a drive-through penalty. It must have been a drive-through penalty again, because it was 32 seconds. It's unsafe release.
Oh no.
Car number 20 performed an unsafe release into the car number 2, forcing it to push down the pit lane. Oh, I tell you what, they really do need to somehow butter up race control, because they are at the wrong end of all of these decisions right now.
Wow.
And just when you thought that Lauren Heinrich was doing an amazing job, he's got to do it all over again.
Yeah. And that's going to be, you're looking at 20 seconds to get back to P2. That is a huge amount of effort. That's a real shame. So the number 20 car in for its second drive-through of the race, and that leaving them with a lot of work to do now. Lauren Heinrich in the car for them. The other Porsche Commander car, the 23, a little bit further up the road. Fiduci and Lartilou now battle over third. Alpine versus Fordzilla because of that. We are watching the battle between Brabham and Floyd Van Wilburst. Brabham, as you can see, are starting to clear off, but Floyd Van Wilburst are now being caught by Yasheep Veloce in the all-white liveried coloured car behind.
Oh, here's a good one. Here is a good one.
Okay.
Jaffa cake. Cake or biscuit?
I'm sorry?
Chris McCarthy is lost.
I'm sorry?
Hey, look, it's only 1 o'clock in the morning. It's okay. Interact with us. Chris McCarthy has no idea what's going on right now. But you can talk to us on YouTube chat and, of course, on hashtag Le Mans Virtual. What is a Jaffa cake? Is it a cake or is it a biscuit? It's a biscuit. It's not a cake, because a cake is something that is big and you cut into pieces. And it's true that perhaps you could have a Jaffa cake that big to cut into pieces, but ultimately a Jaffa cake comes in a box or in wrapping and in plastic wrapping, doesn't it? And it lives on the biscuit section. Therefore, it's a biscuit. But it doesn't go crunch.
No. No, it doesn't.
What is your opinion, McCarthy?
I generally don't have one.
Oh, Alex Holland, you need to chat to Chris somewhere else.
I really don't. I really don't.
Sam NL says cake. Shian Gorvad says biscake.
Biscuit.
Bucco says it's a cake. Stephen is, I think, much like you, going, what are you talking about, people? David Harrington says, is cereal a soup?
Okay, there's a battle on screen.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Chris, getting us back to the race.
That is... Who said that? I'm sorry?
David Harrington, is cereal a soup? That's something to think about.
I'm sorry.
Something to ponder for a few moments.
I'm sorry. Wow. I've never heard that before. Have you ever heard that?
Not about the cereal, no. I've never. The Jaffa cake one I have, but the.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that one.
Cake goes hard when stale. Biscuits go soft when stale. Right. Thanks, Stu.
I'm not going to be able to sleep now thinking about this.
What happens to a Jaffa cake then, when it goes stale? It goes hard, right? So it must be a cake. Hence why it's called a cake.
Talk amongst yourselves. Yasheep Veloce.
I'm trying
to get past Floyd Van Wilburst on our screens here. This is your battle for 10th place as they make their way past a couple of back markers now. You see flashing the lights there. Isaac Gillison in the car for the Yasheep Veloce team. If you want to see some great avoidance of traffic after an incident, go on to our Twitter. You'll see the video of how Yasheep Veloce avoided what could have been a huge crash, which involved the very team in front of them as well. It was superb driving from them to avoid 3 cars all moving in different directions across the track, going into the Porsche curves. Definitely one worth watching back.
Stefan Harmer is desperate to align with you, Chris. He wants to know what's going on in GTE. Got an update for Stu?
Of course. Proton currently leading the way. BS competition next. And RHG in the 888 car follow that. Not huge amounts to report in GTE as of yet. Smoliar looks to be doing some pretty decent lap times though. Behind that we have BMW Team Redline. The Oracle Red Bull Racing car is next. Then Sim Maranello. We've been watching a bit of Red Bull Racing versus Sim Maranello at times. D-Station Racing, we've checked in with them a few times whilst they've been battling the likes of the SF Sports team. They're split by around 16 seconds now. Huge credit to InSpeed because they're still holding their own. The all Chinese squad in 10th place. very much have been, or the Chinese base team have been very much focusing their attention on this race, and it is paying off, that's for sure. 10th place for them. Jimmy Broadbent is out there for Marla, and then we have Proton in the 88, Simsa, Pro Drive and Satellite.
Mika Hakimi has the fastest lap of the race, a 3:22.324, done on lap 56, which was into the dusk hours in the number 22 Rocket Sim Sport machine. And I'm learning so much about Jaffa Cakes right now. Ardent Crest has just messaged on the YouTube chat that during the court battle between McVitie's and Her Majesty's Customs, so HMRC, about an argument about tax on cake, McVitie's baked a giant Jaffa cake to prove it was a cake rather than a biscuit, because cakes are taxed differently to biscuits in the UK. There is VAT added on biscuits, but not on cakes.
There is way too much research that's been put into that.
That's interesting stuff. Ian's not very impressed, though, because apparently this discussion happens at every 24-hour race, and therefore he already knows everything about it. But for those that didn't know, there is something fascinating to dig up and read. I will be doing more when I'm off this.
Well, we're almost halfway through. On that note, almost halfway through the race.
I might celebrate with a pit stop.
I think you should eat one right now before we get to halfway.
I'm not sure it comes across well as a commentary.
Maybe wait till the second half then.
What, wait for another red flag so I can just do it live on air.
That's not it.
Without trying to be as glamorous as Hayley Edmonds whilst nibbling my energy bar.
You can wait for the next pit stop in here, and then you can have your pit stop.
My pit stop. Mika Hakimi clearly is Mickey Hakimi clips on YouTube, because he's come back in and gone, oh, I did the fastest lap of the race. It was me. Me. All the way over there in Kuala Lumpur.
Well, on that note.
What was that? That was a reaction to something we had in our ears. Chris just exhaled. We are about to hit the halfway mark of the Le Mans 24 Hours for 2023.
It's been some very good racing.
It's been some very good racing, some great entertainment, and plenty of interesting chats. Let's have a look at the highlights. And this is what we saw over the last hour then. There's Rocket. And, oh, that was a nice little spin. We didn't see that. The Rocket car going around. Fordzilla being passed by a very fired up and fast Lauren Heinrich, moving himself up into a podium position. And then it was second position when he really hassled Filip Drogovic through the traffic around the Porsche curves. A very late move got him down the inside of Drogovic, but it was only half a lap before they then had to go into the pits, and that's where the next problem occurred for the number 20 machine. Into the pits they came, line astern, and they would leave line astern as well, but there on the right hand side, got squeezed into the wall. That was very unsafe release, and therefore 20 getting a penalty. Drogovic going sideways. And on a move, Tom Lartalou up to second position now, as Drogovic seems to be fading in that number 2 Team Red Line machine. We are in the dead of night. We are halfway through the Le Mans Virtual. And there is Filip Drogovic. Now in third position, Tom Lartalou in the Alpine Esports 36, up to second spot. I don't know whether Drogovic has made a big error or just a lot of little ones, but either way, the gap now between Browning in the lead of the race in the number 1 and Lartalou in the 36 in second position is 34 seconds. That is the leading Proton Coanda GT car. The 77 in the pits. Has that been a disconnect?
It was Charlie Collins behind the wheel. Hello, by the way. It was
Hi, Lewis.
just slapping Chris McCarthy out so he can go and get a few hours of sleep as he departs the commentary booth. It was Charlie Collins behind the wheel. He did well. He did a good stint there. 4 hours. Did Paul McCarthy? That was Paul McCarthy, not Paul.
Not Paul McCarthy.
Not Paul.
Paul McCartney.
No, yeah, Lee Paul McCartney was actually in the commentary booth. I'm not. It looks to me as if there was some form of technical fault there for the 77, but I'm not sure. For anyone panicking at home, being like, "Is anyone else?" No, no one else. Don't worry, just them. Just a few drivers coming into the pit lane. Gianmarco Fiducci, Team Fordzilla, Sammy Matty Trogan, AMG Team Williams into the pit lane. Next few van will burst. Jonny Edgar is out of the pit lane whilst we keep our attention on the number 51, the SF Esports team that's just left the pit lane. See what they can do. Obviously third in the championship coming into this.
This is massive news, though. That 77 car is still in pit lane right now, not going anywhere. Charlie Collins aboard the car. They're now 9th in class, and they were comfortably in the lead of the race. It's crumbling for Proton Coanda. The 88 car with issues earlier.
When was their last stop before? Because I will say, I don't know if it was on the broadcast, but I did get told about the number 5, the Williams Esports car.
Ran out of fuel.
It ran out of fuel and then got pushed into its box. I wonder.
Who pushed it into its box?
The 39.
Oh, wow, nice.
The Graf car. I do wonder if Collins has potentially run out of fuel. Now, one of the differences on, say, for example, rFactor 2 versus someone like iRacing, for example, where if you run out of fuel, you can return to pit lane by using a tow. You can escape, and then it will drag you back in. In rFactor 2, if you run out of fuel, unless someone else pushes you into the box, you are out of the race. Because even if you do this whole thing where this does happen, they will intentionally disconnect from the server and then try and reconnect and then hope that the car will come back in one piece or whatever. It's something which does happen occasionally. But if you don't have any fuel in your car, then there is nothing to power you back out of the pit lane. Thus, you are out of the race. There is nothing you can do. And I do fear if that has potentially happened to Charlie Collins and the number 77 Proton Coanda Esports. We'll have to find out from race control, but we'll keep our eye on that one for you at home. Because right now, we don't know anything. We'll have to wait and see, though. As we can see, third place, the second of the Team Redline cars in this race, because, of course, Luke Browning is leading the way. Filip Drogovic behind the wheel. They are in third at the moment and trying to chase down the Alpine Esports man.
Here is a replay of what's happened to the number 77. Into the first chicane. Left, right.
Oh, that looks
that's a hardware issue, no?
Like a wheel failure to me. Let's see as we ride on board. See what happens to the wheel if it jerks over one side. Yeah, wheel failure, because it didn't. As soon as it's got to an angle, it just kept going in that way. I don't know as to what level of failure it was. Could have been. It might have actually just been a wheel failure. It could have been a technical fault on their system. That wasn't necessarily a mistake from Charlie Collins. There was something else there, something else playing its part, unfortunately. It's a big shame. Are they out? Oh, they've not returned out of the... I don't know. I didn't really see there if it pulled one of the rear wheels off. Because I said earlier, if it pulls, if you have a crash where you remove one of those rear wheels, the car's done.
It seemed seemed like it would have got to the pits too quickly. To have, he wouldn't have been able to drive around and get into the pits in time.
No, so like I say, he might have. Yeah, it did seem like as though it was an escape back to pit lane. They might have had a disconnection or something. Like I said, there could be a legacy there of some other issue. I'm not sure. For me, I'm not going to confirm it just yet because we do not know, but I would argue right now it does seem as though the number 77 Proton Commander is out of this race.
Yeah, we've also had the Le Mans Virtual Cup car retire out the race. Since the restart, we actually did see Law JMX Phantom start the race. So they are now up to 43rd because they're ahead of the Rocket Sim Sport car, which seems to have re-retired, having had an issue at the very start of the race. Hakimi did a couple of laps, the fastest lap of the race, had a spin, as we just saw. But it does seem as though Pescarolo have retired, Le Mans Virtual Cup has retired, and P1 Esports was our second retirement, but Rocket Sim Sport seems to have now retired again. So we are losing a few cars. There's lots of issues out on circuit, lots of drama out on circuit, and once again, Coanda in GTE have been falling apart, and they've had issues to deal with in the LMP category as well, because Porsche Coanda 23 is 4th, 20 is 5th. Lauren Heinrich is back aboard that car and again lapping in the 24s, but has another chunk of time to make up after that unsafe release.
Were you there when we were having a discussion with Haven about how many retirements we had in the previous running of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual?
Yeah.
Do you remember how many it was?
11?
14 retirements, 2 unclassifieds and 1 non-starter. Because we have had a non-starter in this, which would be the LOR JMX Phantom car. That was the one that didn't start the race, unfortunately, which is a great shame, because I'd love to see them out in the race. But I wonder if we'll get up to that retirement. Because the first running of the Le Mans Virtual, we only had 3 retirements in that race.
Well,
I think we're way past that in this. There is that. See the Yazheat Veloce car heading into the Porsche curves, riding on board at the moment with them. Behind the wheel is Isaac Gillison for the Yazheat Veloce team, and chasing down Gordy Much, Brandon Esports. Both in pit lane. Of course they are.
Yeah, we're into that time again where pit stops are being needed to be done. That is the AMG Team Petronas Esports car. Bono Huis now getting aboard that car, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of progress that car can make now. We've swapped drivers out, because they're there and thereabouts, but not lighting up the timing screens as we've seen, certainly from Baldwin in the early part of the running. He was really absolutely flying.
Well, it's because Baldwin's the world's fastest gamer, apparently.
World's fastest gamer too.
That's true. Rudy Van Buren is the world's fastest gamer.
He's the original.
Yeah, he's the GOAT. I don't know, whatever.
He's the, yeah.
But Baldwin was nominated, obviously did win the VCO Simi Award for Best Driver of the Year. He also won the Autosport Award for Best Driver of the year. So he was picking them up in 2022, of course, after winning the FIA Motorsport Games, after winning SRO Esports, the European Sprint and the Intercontinental GT Challenge, and of course winning a race here in the Le Mans Virtual Series at Spa when they took that victory in the AMG Team Petronas Esports car. Yeah,
and I think you would be forgiven to assume that he was a one-trick wonder with the with ACC because so much success has come from that.
Yeah,
but then, you know, to come into this and be able to be competing at the very best, and that first triple stint that he did show that he was the fastest man out on track, basically.
Yeah.
Kind of threw away all the haters that might follow F1 Esports and think that's the greatest thing since sliced bread, and you have to be doing that if you're going to be a sim racer.
Yeah, it's definitely not the case. I mean, like some of the fastest drivers in sim racing won't have touched F1 Esports with the barge pole for various reasons, whether it's just because those cars don't suit them, whether racing on one of the F1 games doesn't really suit them. It's just how it is. I like the fact that we've got this open. I love the fact that, especially last year, we had Jarno Opmeer, he was slated to take part. Obviously, thankfully, he did do a couple of rounds, not very successfully in the R32 Formula Pro series as well. I would like to see Jarno a little bit more in the world of sim racing. Same with Lucas Blakey. I like the mergers of worlds there. But yeah,
it's really hard for an F1 guy to do Le Mans, because F1 always finishes late December, and you're almost a bit too late in preparations to get yourselves ready for mid-January. The preparations are so long for this.
Oh yeah, when you speak to drivers, even the lowest level of preparation, you are speaking of a month going into this. But if it is a month and we're in the middle of January, that means you're starting in the middle of December, right? You've got Christmas to deal with, you've got New Year's to deal with, you've probably got work as well. So then to sort that all around whilst also preparing for this, I mean, yeah, it's an immense task. It's why a lot of teams, if you speak to them, a lot of teams generally started 2 months ago, which you go, but hang on, there was a round before then. I'm like, yes, I promise for some of the teams, practice would have started for this before Sebring.
And actually, was there not a Formula One race that weekend or that week? No, F1 was always on a Wednesday, but I'm pretty sure it was very close.
It was Wednesday. It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, that's right, because the Friday we were doing qualifying.
Yeah.
For Sebring. So yeah, not possible. That crossover is not possible at the moment, but you know, things can shimmy around and change, and it sounds as though there might be a lot changing in the world of sim racing in 2023, with lots of interesting things happening.
And well, I mean, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe we'll all get sacked, so then we'll have to put with our voices. We'll have to wait and see.
I don't know who they could replace us with, though.
Do you not? Well, at the moment, Chris McCarthy and Martin Haven. We'll have to wait and see on that one. I think we're safer now. Those two, well, at least one of them should be tucked in bed. Chris McCarthy should be heading his way towards it.
Yeah, he should be asleep by now.
Oh yeah. It's been a long day for him, bless him. It's all right. You got 2 more hours, and you get to go and enjoy a breather. Sorry to remind you of that. 2 more hours.
Yeah, 2 more hours.
Well, I think that is a move for the 88, getting past the 51. The Proton Commander car, SF Esports, a switch of position for... Oh, God, that is quite far down. I think about 11th in class. Just double-check it. It was for 10th, 9th in class. Bryn Collins getting through.
Brother of Charlie.
Yep. I'm pretty sure we had a little flick through. I'm pretty sure Bryn is the youngest driver on this grid.
Oh, okay.
I'm not 100% sure, but at the tender age of 16, I believe, is the younger. There are a few 16-year-olds on this grid.
Yeah. So then you have to go into their date of birth to see who's the youngest one.
Yeah, which is thankfully for quite a lot of drivers is in our little book.
Now I don't know whether you were listening before you came on air to what was being discussed.
Was this about the Jaffa cake?
We were not fully on point with the racing. There is
Welcome to endurance racing.
There is an amazing chat going on right now on the YouTube channel, so do get involved if you are a fan of baguettes.
Oh.
Because there is a chat as to how you calculate the amount of baguettes it would be needed to cover a lap of the Le Mans circuit.
Yeah, but it depends on the length of the baguette.
Yeah, but a baguette is a standard length.
Is there a standard
baguette? French baguette, yeah.
Oh, goodness.
And
that is unbelievably French.
Bah oui. 0.6 of a metre is a standard baguette. So then they're doing...
That's a lot of bread.
So then they're doing the calculation. And it does seem as though we've got a few people struggling with maths on our YouTube chat. But yes, there's another fact that I didn't know. A standard French baguette is 0.6 of a metre. We'll have to verify with Gérard Nouveau, who is our resident French expert.
If it's 0.6 of a metre and then it's 13.6 kilometres, then surely the number's around about 26,000 baguettes.
You've just done that on your phone?
No. I've not touched it.
Did you not just...
It's around. I don't know where it is, like which side of it, but obviously 0.6, which is almost half, 13.7 or 13.6, then you obviously just remove the 7 and just, I don't know, times 13 by 2 is about 26. It's 26,000, something around that. I don't know what the exact number would be.
I'm not sure there's many... 22,710.
Is it only 22?
22,000.
That doesn't feel right.
That's what Matthias Lecker says. Dom Wings says, yeah, but Bertrand Baguette is 1.74 m.
That's
very good.
That is very good. That is very, very good.
Bertrand Baguette, otherwise known as Bertie Breadstick.
Bertie Breadstick.
Baguette is a breadstick?
I mean, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, is that a nickname that you'd actually give to him and say to him in person?
I don't know whether I'd say it to him in person. He's quite a nice guy.
We'll get him involved in Le Mans Virtual, and then you can call it on broadcast.
I think he's racing over in Japan now, and is a champion, I think, in Japan. So Dom has come back to us and said that means there's only 7,500 Bertrand Baguettes that cover the Le Mans circuit, as opposed to the 22,000 Baguettes. How many? Oh my God, this is going on. How many Romain Grosjeans would you need to cover the circuit? I don't know.
No, me neither. I don't have in our stats sheets where we've got Romain Grosjean in here. I don't think it contains height.
No. I have a feeling that Grosjean, when you see a photo of him, he looks quite tall, but actually it's because he's so skinny.
Yeah.
And actually he's not that tall in real life.
Yeah, but it's the same as with Fernando Alonso. If you remove all of the context of other human beings around him, he looks like an average-sized human.
No, but he's stocky.
Yeah.
He's much more kind of 1970s Formula One driver, you know, with a bit more muscle to him, bit more James Hunt.
I can confirm, Romain Grosjean's height is not
in the book.
In the book.
No.
It's not in there, sorry. And it's certainly not in my my big book, because that is just numbers and results rather than actually interesting facts about drivers. It's kind of, is what it is in that sense.
Pit stop for the BMW BS competition. Leading car, would you believe? The BMW has not been the shining light of the GTE category, but look at that. There is the Zebra coming down pit lane as the leader of the race. They've been there and thereabouts, to be fair to them, but they have... I don't know whether this is all going to shake out into something completely different, but right now, that's the best BMW out there.
I mean, I will say they have been the best BMW all day so far. Obviously, this... and you kind of... Well, there's not that many BMWs, but I would argue with that. When you're in the category with arguably the very, very best, being BMW Team Redline, and you as BMW Team BS Competition are trying to take them on, the fact that you're outpacing them around here where they were so fast in 2022, I mean, it's been an incredible performance thus far by BS Competition. Arguably led in speed by Ibrahim Khan, who was just been doing the stints there. Of course, the teammates, Alan Terzic is plenty fast, and someone who's won quite a lot on this side of esports. Philippe Dinez, obviously you know how fast Phil is. And Bruno Spengler, who, if you would have asked me 2 years ago about, like, if you were in a car with Bruno Spengler, how fast would he be in the world of sim racing, I'd be like, probably not that quick. But over the last 12 months, he has put a lot of time into sim racing with the BS Competition team and various other things. And he is actually, as you would expect, he's found his real-world pace in the sim, i.e. he's pretty damn fast.
But I don't think he does anything in the real world any longer.
No, I don't believe so.
So he's now got the time, number one,
to be able trophies.
Yes.
Did you see that?
Yeah. But he's got the time to dedicate to sim racing, and obviously you need time to be good at sim racing. And he's also still satisfying that need to drive racing cars fast and to go racing. And I think he is actually quite invested in the BS team as a whole.
Yeah.
Whether he's actually an investor, I'm not sure, but he certainly is heavily involved and a real figurehead for that team. And yeah, I interviewed him on my chat show when it was mine.
Are you angry because Arjuna stole it?
No, I'm not angry at all. I handed it over, but it was great to be able to talk to all these random people.
Just say that Arjuna stole it from me. It's fine. you even got to interview me once on that.
Yes, I did. Yeah, no one's ever interviewed me.
Well, now that Arjuna's ready, you can now get interviewed for it. It's fine. I'm disappointed that I never got invited back. They're like, no, once is enough. Oh,
thank you, BS Competition. I knew you'd be listening. You've corrected me and said Bruno's doing Daytona with Turner Motorsport and Super GT in Japan, so he's still got plenty of real-world racing to do. But as you say correctly, he's still doing a really... His performance in the virtual world is really, really getting better and better.
Yeah. No, like I said, I've seen him in Sims quite a bit. In 2021, he was sort of dipping in and out. 2020, same as I, dipping in and out. But 2022, I've seen him in some kind of like some stuff where you think, why are you like, this is just a normal esports series. Why are you showing up into this? But he clearly loves his sim racing, and it's in that same kind of vein, you know, as what we've seen from Max Verstappen, where it's kind of like they're not just taking part in the big showpiece races like what we're seeing here. They are taking part in other stuff, and that's what's building the speed, and that's where they're I don't know if relearning their craft is the right way of putting it, but you can't just copy and paste, oh, well, you're fast in motorsport, thus you must be fast in sim racing. It is not as simple as that. There is a relearning process, which Alex Brundle was talking about quite a lot earlier on when we were going through that red flag sequence. It was actually very interesting, you know, to talk about how they have to rewire themselves. It's not an easy process, but it's one that Bruno Spengler does seem to be cresting the top of that hill on, and is now finding that speed and is right up there.
Bruno also won the iRacing 24 Hours of Nürburgring in 2022.
Did he really?
Yeah. Thanks, BS. Thanks for all your love.
I'm hoping that is Florian Harsberg behind the...
What, at 1:30 in the morning? At 2:30 in the morning?
You know how big Florian is in his sim racing. You know how big he is. It would not shock me if Florian was up at this time watching his team race around.
If he is, hello, Florian. We love you to bits.
We do.
Thank you for giving us all so much dropped it down so much to balance it with the hypercars. It's just a really good car. That's the problem, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah, to look after the mechanics and the teams, I do think that there should be longer stints per, and they're just getting shorter and shorter.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, from a driver perspective, from an entertainment perspective, I do like the idea of the shorter stints. But yeah, you've got to think of it from all angles. And the longest stints, I mean, the longest stint is just part and parcel of endurance racing. Why we, quite a lot of people do
it
like
makes
seeing
sense.
it.
Yeah.
Having a long stint rather than just half hours all the time. But like I said, when you think of it from a real person point of view, from the actual mechanics point of view, it's brutal. In sim racing, we don't have this problem because at this point you don't even need an engineer. I mean, I did it when I was racing, and it was even when I was doing the 24-hour of Le Mans in the endurance series, that Jimmy Allison, who's behind the scenes running some of the race control, etc., the league that he runs, the Virtual Endurance Championship. And back then, when we did it in 2016, I think there was a 4-hour period where I was left alone in the car because we were only a 3-driver team. We didn't have a race engine or anything, so
it was lonely though.
It was just me, which I'm fine with because I don't like people. That's a very funny joke. Obviously, that one you can tick off on your commentary bingo.
I've just seen that come up on Twitter. Trying to work out how many things we haven't said yet. There are actually quite a few.
I did say, I said it around this time in the morning, if there are quite a few left to go, we should just go through and tick them off. So if anyone is listening and is playing the commentary bingo, we just tick an absolute load off because you will be rewarded for staying up with us at this hour. But I can't remember what they are.
I've got them in front of me, and then not many are relevant, but I'll try and throw one in for you if you're listening carefully.
Oh.
What do you win? Do you win anything?
No.
Oh.
No, it's just banter, isn't it?
It's no fun.
There was one on there which is something that we have to say, but and I can remember it because I looked at it, I pointed at it and went, that isn't relevant for this race. Which was the safety cars breed safety cars.
Absolutely was earlier on.
But it wasn't a safety car, because we don't have safety cars.
No.
We only have full course yellows and red flags.
But it was the restart.
Red flags breed red flags. It was very relevant.
It was the restart where both Floyd Van Wall by Burst cars mullered each other.
That was an insane crash.
And that would not have happened had it been for the bunching up of the field, let's say.
That's true. It was relevant if we had safety cars, 100%, because that was a perfect example of it. But no, safety cars, in this sense, safety cars don't breed. Normal, yes, absolutely. Full course yellows breed full course yellows doesn't really roll off the tongue.
Not quite, no. We are watching the number 20 Porsche Coanda of Lauren Heinrich still aboard that car. He's closed the gap now to Chris Lullum to 1.2 seconds. So we are about to see a change for second position. Now, the last time that the Red Line and Coanda cars were locked together, we saw an absolutely titanic fight. That must be about 4 hours ago now. And there was penalties for the number 20 car for being too aggressive. Since then, they've picked up another penalty for an unsafe release. And this is the comeback once again. As just as I introduced them, we switched to a different battle.
Well, our broadcast director at the moment is not Tom House, so you have
He's
to.
Not listening.
No, he is. It's Luke Austin at the moment. You have to run upstairs and tell him what's what. And whilst you're up there, you can say hello to my co-commentator Piers Pryor, who's on the replays.
Yep, Piers said hello to him in the at the start of the evening. Came over to say hello.
Love Piers. Also, Dan Wren is also the one who's also putting together the replays as a little bit of partnership up there.
Heinrich and Lullum is within half a second of each other, so for me, that is about to change hands.
I would agree. I mean, Lullum's an interesting one because, again, more of an iRacing kind of driver, but is plenty fast enough on RF2. Has obviously raced on RF2 a fair amount in the Le Mans Virtual Series. But Lauren Heinrich right now is looking much faster. I'm trying to remember. I think Lullum drove in the GTE Red Line for the last couple of. He did rounds 1 to 3 this season for the GTE, winning at Spa. No, yes, at Spa. I know how this works.
Frederick Rostrom pointing out that the Porsche Coanda car has at least 40 seconds of penalties. I think it's got more like 65 seconds of penalties. The gap is only 42 seconds, and therefore, indeed, that 20 car should be clear ahead. Has had an attack on Chris Lullum, according to our timing screens, but wasn't able to make it stick. So the gap has increased to 0.8 of a second again.
Yeah, we'll have to head our way back up to that fight in a second and see exactly what's going on, see if the 20 is able to wrestle its way back through. Meanwhile, Marler versus Satellite. Satellite were lumped with a 6-minute penalty earlier on in the race, and that is not the correct line to take through the chicane. Back up then to this fight for second. Heinrich Lullum, like you say, we'll be able to watch this now and see exactly where and when Lauren Heinrich will be able to make his way past and try and get up into that second position. Just to give one note very quickly, we saw the incident between Marler and the Peugeot car going into the Porsche curves. It was a drive-through penalty for the Peugeot for causing a collision against that traffic.
Yeah, usually when the faster car hits the slower car, it is the faster car's fault. Ooh, scary moment there for the number 20 as the Ferrari blinks with a connection issue, disappears out of its periphery, and suddenly Lauren Heinrich had no idea where the car he was supposed to be overtaking actually was on circuit. He'll be looking at these Ferraris and thinking, when do you think I'm going to catch them, and can I use them to get past and make my life easier when getting past Chris Lullum? Or even more, when is Chris Lullum going to catch them, and is that going to compromise his pace? Is he going to need to get out the throttle? As it happens, he's cleared the Ferrari going into the first part of Indianapolis, and around the outside goes Lauren Heinrich. Both of them making short work of that particular Ferrari, and neither getting held up.
I think when it comes to dealing with lap traffic, these drivers will know this more than everything else, but to explain a little bit to some of you at home that may not be fully aware as to how to deal with lap traffic when you're in an LMP, you come across GTEs so quickly, and you have to always remember that, say for example going around the outside here or wherever it is, you've got to remember that that GTE is on the absolute limit of its grip, and you will cruise past it. That's the joy of being in the higher category. And there are ways that you approach them, and this is it. When you're in a battle like this, you have to know when you're going to approach it. If you're watching a GTE right now that's going through the Ford chicanes, you have to know, am I going to catch it in the middle of the Ford chicanes, before it or after it? Because you would almost always rather catch it way before or just after. You do not want to catch it in the middle, and so even if you have to lift out before you get to the Ford chicanes, save a tiny little bit of fuel and then punch past them on the exit. Those are the strategy calls that are constantly, every single time they come across a car, is going through every one of these drivers' heads. Even if they don't really realise it, they are weighing up pluses, minuses, losses and gains all of the time. It's such a mind-boggling process.
Here are the highlights of the last hour of action. The Alpine Esports on a different strategy, getting themselves up into second position, but the big news was Charlie Collins having a steering wheel failure, and from the lead of the race, the 77 out of the GT battle, whilst the 88 begins its recovery drive after issues, and Coanda having real problems at this stage. Kissy, 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 that's a French kiss around the Porsche curves of that safer barrier. That's the leader, pushing very, very hard in GTE, the 888 of Alex Smoliet, whilst Fordzilla and Mercedes AMG going side by side. Just a little bit of on board of just how hard everybody's having to work. Williams and Fordzilla leaving the pits together, a little bit of kissing between the two of them as well. What happens late at night? Peugeot and Marler, a little touch between the two of them, both of them going round. Peugeot with only a little hit of the barrier, a much harder one for the Marler. On board, it doesn't look much better. I really feel as though the Peugeot did too much wrong there.
See, for me, it's about the time that Elliot Veyron decided to make that move. He went around the outside knowing that the Marler car was always going to understeer wide.
Yeah.
It's tough. I mean, we saw this, I can't remember who it was, but it was at Silverstone going through the farm curve. I kind of want to say 2015, maybe 14. I don't really remember. Might have been Brendan Hartley going around the outside. Obviously, what is turn 2 on the Grand Prix layout. And basically was going around the outside of a Porsche GT, where it was on the edge of its grip, and there was a massive crash because it was always on at that point, the LMP1, it was always on Brendan Hartley's fault, because he's the one that's going around the outside and kind of risking it when the car's always going to understeer. And that's one of those things where I think it's always important, if you're in an LMP, you kind of have to drive the GTEs just a little bit, because you have to understand what they're going through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which I never did until way after I finished driving in the old LMP ones and whatnot. And then I drove a GTE, and I was genuinely terrified, because it is a scary, scary thing when you are, like I said, you're absolutely at your limit, and then someone cruises past you like you are standing still.
Taking a quick look at the D-Station Aston Martin, the 777.
They are running amazing. Well, 4th place at the moment.
Yeah, really good job. Really, really good job.
Like I said, Chris did point out earlier, they had their best finish a little bit earlier on this season at Spa when they finished in 7th. They've had a real turnaround of form. Last season, they didn't get a single top 10. At the moment, they are looking for 4 on the bounce. They had a 10th, a 7th, a 10th, and now running up there as well to try and beat that. They did have a couple of splashes last season of decent form and decent speed, but that 7th place qualifying the 500 miles of Sebring. Back-to-back top 10 qualifiers at Spa and at Sebring this season. And again, carrying that great pace into the race. Porsche in the 23 versus, I believe, is Colin Spork behind the wheel of the Alpine Esports, and we'll see if Spork can find his way through.
Remember, he's got fresher tyres, because they are on a slightly different tyre strategy to the cars in front. So he's closed down Brice and was within a tenth of a second going over the line, but hasn't able to find a way through. They are 10 seconds back from the Lullum-Heinrich battle that we were checking in earlier. That hasn't changed either for the moment. Heinrich is still in 3rd position behind Chris Lullum, but this looks like the tastier of the 2 fights right now.
See if Sport can get through now. We'll look to the inside, potentially might weigh it up a little bit more. He's going to go for it now. Looks to the inside, going down into the 2nd chicane on the Mulsanne, commits onto the brakes, but that Porsche's not going to let that one stick. Just a little bit of a kick of oversteer going onto the brakes, turning in, and the rear end not having any of it, and Colin Spork will get past Boost there now. And I've got to say, Colin Spork, absolutely a driver to focus on when it comes to the future of them in the world of sim racing. Young talent, the age of 18, just past 18 towards the end of last year. Honestly, this is a future superstar, a current superstar, if you really want to go for anyone who watched either the Formula Sim Racing World Championship or even the rFactor Formula Pro Championship. We went racing around the Circuit d'Azur. Absolutely incredible when it came to some of the bravery of some of his moves. And you can kind of see that a little bit in how he races endurance racing as well. He's a feisty young character, is that, Sporky?
Let's see how much he can close down on the battle ahead of them. Obviously, Lullum and Heinrich going incredibly fast, but now he's been released. He's got better tyres, and I think, you know, the last lap he did was a 24.5. Lullum and Heinrich only in the 25. So with that tyre advantage, I think that Sport can close down the gap. Browning obviously is on the edge of or end of his tyres, because he's in the late 25s and early 26s.
Yeah.
But it is Luke Browning in the #1 Team Redline car that is leading. Teammate to Diego Pinto, teammate to a certain Max Verstappen as well.
He's quite a fast young character, isn't he? A future superstar, that Max Verstappen.
That
right.
Max Verstappen, I've heard that he's a scallywag.
He's all right, isn't he? It's all right. I think, yeah, he might look for a decent sim racing career. Actually, no, to be fair, I will say, I was having a good chat with Luke Crane, you might know as Actrol Vision, a little while ago, when we were discussing Max Verstappen. And Luke was of the opinion that if Max wasn't in motorsport, yeah, whatever, and he was a full-time sim race where he had no other focuses in well, to be fair, even regardless of that, Max Verstappen would be the absolute fastest driver in sim racing. That is just how fast he is. Obviously, we know he's one of the fastest, if not the fastest, in the real world, being in Formula 1. But in sim racing, there is this thing where he is so fast and so cutthroat and so damn adaptable. Whatever it is, he is quick in it. So now we need to go and see him racing some British touring cars, and I'd like to see.
But he does make some mistakes.
We saw last year.
He wafts in and makes mistakes, as we saw last year in Le Mans, as we saw even in, was it Monza he raced in?
He raced Sebring and Spa.
Spa.
Spa. It was the
Spa
one
was he made mistakes. Yeah.
Spa he did make a few.
I love the fact that when he went to the next press conference in Formula 1, they asked him about it. Brilliant. Yeah. He said, "I'd rather not talk about it, thanks." But yeah, no, you do see these. Maybe it's because he is so busy with other things that these mistakes creep in. But in sim racing world, you do see mistakes come from Max every so often.
See, I don't know. I don't want to speak on my
Here's a controversial one from Alpha Racer 987.
Oh, no.
I wasn't going to be controversial. I was just pointing out that he makes mistakes. Alpha 147 says Max is nowhere near as fast as Josh Rogers.
But okay, so this is we'll talk about this in a second. We'll focus on this battle, and we'll start to dissect that one, because it's a very interesting point about Rogers, and we'll see.
It is an
there is
opinion.
going to be a switch here.
It is simply an opinion.
Porsche Commander going for the move on Team Redline. Is there going to be the move to the outside from Lauren Heinrich on Lulham?
Side by side going into Indianapolis, and that is deal done for Lauren Heinrich. Had the outside but had the inside for the braking zone. And so now how much does he check out straight away? Up into second once more. The recovery is on, but he's 40 seconds back from Luke Browning.
It's going to be, if there's going to be an immediate move from Lulham into the Porsche curves, the Porsche Commander is going to defend on its way up there. Lulham's going to go one way, near contact between the two, but surely Lulham's not going to try and hang around the outside, but of course he is. Why would he? Why would you do that? They've both gone off the road, trying to go side by side. I am baffled as to why you would even try that, going around the outside when you're not there. We've still got almost 11 hours left in this race. I mean, racing drivers got a race, but I ain't sure about that one. Anyway, I don't know what you thought of that.
Kids.
Yeah. Josh Rogers. So, to speak of that, I'm saying is if Max Verstappen focused on sim racing fully, I would say Josh Rogers is faster than Max Verstappen at the moment, because Josh Rogers, this is his job, this is his focus, is the entirety of the world of sim racing. But Rogers is an interesting one, or the Commander team are an interesting one, because I would argue that their 2022 was not very impressive at all. Yes, I know they've done well here in the Le Mans Virtual Series, but for anyone who's been following the world of sim racing, what else really have Commander done, and done properly successfully in 2022? Because I've seen a lot of sim racing over the last 12 months, and I can't think of that much. I could count the events that I've seen them in doing well on one hand.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I feel as though Josh Rogers had the potential to be a Baldwin about a year, 2 years ago, but by being part of Coanda or his choices, he has been limited in the ability to really star.
Yeah, because they rolled back their basically everything they were doing. They weren't taking part in everything. They were picking and choosing what they were taking part in.
It's this concept of you are no greater than the team you are in. And so, obviously, Coanda and Porsche are a great team, but it's almost as though they don't want stars in their team. They don't want a Verstappen. They don't want a Baldwin. They want a cohesive unit. And so, Josh hasn't had the ability. I would love to see Josh do some real racing, like Baldwin's able to do. Used to do karting back in Australia. Seems to have the right mentality to go into and be a professional racing driver, but some reason isn't able to express himself in the situation that he is in right now. And obviously very loyal.
Very loyal. Yeah,
surely has been tried to be poached by various people in the recent past, but ultimately stays there. And I mean, what's he done? 6 races this year?
It really is not many. Obviously, all of the Le Mans Virtual Series, I think they did the Daytona 24 at the start of 2022, and then a couple of little bits, and then, of course, the official Porsche partnership with it. They removed themselves for various reasons from the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, as well as a couple of other competitions that they were expected to be a part of. For various reasons, we understand, contractually there are certain things that they will have to do and whatnot. And whilst they've done various streaming and all that kind of stuff, that's all great and all that. But when it comes to the level that we saw Josh Rogers in 2020 and 2021, where it's kind of one of those things, especially back then, it was a hill that I would have died on, being like the whole, I was like, Josh Rogers is the fastest person in sim racing.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially in 2020, I was looking at it being like, no. He is the man on all simulators, whatever it is. And, in 2021 they even spread out onto ACC, and again was incredibly fast in it. And then 2022 they rolled back on.
That's right. They did half a season of ACC, didn't they?
Yeah, the European Endurance Championship it was then. They did bits of the European Sprint. Still finished. I think they still finished in the top 5 of both, despite doing half the season. And you're like, right, okay then.
Why they didn't finish that? I really don't understand.
I think it's stuff behind the scenes. Yeah, whatever.
What do you guys think? Hashtag Le Mans Virtual on Twitter or on the YouTube chat of traction.gg. K West says, let's put Josh Rogers in a Formula 1 car and see how fast he is compared to Verstappen. Great idea, but
not what we were talking about.
I don't think, yeah, okay, it's a Formula 1 car, but Rogers has been offered more opportunities than we know about.
Oh, yeah.
And I think a lot of the time he is either asked to, forced to, or needs to say no to those opportunities.
Yeah. This is the whole thing of like, why don't you just stick him in a Formula 1 car and see how well they do? That is really unfair against a sim driver, because I can promise you, well, we all know what the outcome will be. They ain't getting up to that speed, because driving a Formula 1 car, even if you can drive a Formula 1 car on the sim very, very well, actually being able to do that in the real car, wild different thing. Even being able to do the speed to keep it on the road is hard enough. Because obviously in a Formula 1 car, you have to go quite quickly to not only keep the tyres in the temperature window, but also keep the downforce working.
The faster you go, the faster you can go.
The more grip you've got. Yeah. And it's like, that is counterintuitive if ever you've seen it. And it's such a hard thing to understand that when you've understeered off at a corner and then you go, what went wrong there? And they go, well, you weren't going fast enough. You think, well, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean I wasn't going fast enough? I was at the limit of the car. And it's why, like, throwing someone with not that much experience would not be fair. But still, I would, if there's one thing that I want to see a random rental kart race where we have like some of the grid, like just, I don't know, this would never happen because it's completely impossible. But doing a rental kart race with people like Josh Rogers and then Max Verstappen, and
you say it's impossible, but it used to happen. Yeah. For years, I used to go to the Johnny Herbert karting challenge, and you'd have the likes of, I remember racing Anthony Davidson in a rental kart race in Battersea, in an old bus station. And he, at the time, would have been, well, he wouldn't have been a F1 driver, he was a reserve F1 driver. And you'd have him, and then you'd have British touring car drivers, and you would have members of the public. Because the whole point of the Johnny Herbert karting race was that you could have, you could enter a team and race against people like that. Robbie Williams did it once. Robbie Williams was on Jenson Button's team because they'd found each other in a club in London the night before, and Jenson had gone, come to this race. Absolutely fascinating. And
Williams, there you go.
And yet, you still couldn't touch any of those professional racing drivers. I mean, Anthony Davidson was, and he's tiny, and was an amazing kart racer when he was younger, and still has the ability to be an amazing kart racer.
I did do some karting a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, yes, I saw that on Twitter.
At Rye House, yes. With GB4 champion and third place in the GB4 championship being Nicholas Taylor and Max Maserati. We also had myself. We had John Jackson, who was the presenter of it. And then we had Piers Pryor, who, as I said before, he was he's helping with some of the replays and stuff for this broadcast. And he was also there. And he smashed all of us. He's a small man, it's fine. And he's got a little bit of experience around Rye House. But wow, was he fast. He cruised past me and then just waved casually. I'm like, that is so disheartening.
My claim to fame is that at the Nürburgring round of the World Rallycross Championship, the promoter put on a kart race with lots of World Rallycross drivers participating, and in one of the sessions I was the fastest. I don't know quite how, but I was the fastest out of everybody else. And some of them were proper racing drivers. I don't know why, I was actually quite heavy.
See, this is the thing, I am very heavy, and I got told because it was really wet with my car, and they're like, oh no, that'll help. I just looked at him being like, not enough. It will not help enough to counteract the severe drag. Sorry, it's just how it goes. Well, I think we've got some into the pit lane then, as we're into the sequence, both LMP and GTE's plenty in. We did see Satellite Racing into the pit lane, Simsa into the pit lane, D-Station. There is Brabham in the pit lane. Sim Marinello and BMW Team BS Competition have been in the pit lane. Sem9 Axel, GRE Sports in the 101. Got Panis Racing. We've got the R8G, Roman Grosjean, into the pit lane as well. That is Jan van der Heide, who we're looking at there. Sandy Mitchell for Yancey Veloce, Floyd Van Burst, Colapinto, and Denny Unkadea in the AMG Team Petronas Esports, all in the pit lane. There's that Yancey Veloce car. It is a busy, busy, busy time when it comes to the pit lane. But again, the mechanics are virtual, so they can actually go for a nap. It's fine. Two GRE sports cars here as well. I think it's the 86 leading the 101. Yannick Bock and Liam Duval. Yannick Bock, who I did say earlier, is not in his normal sim rig, which is not an easy transition to make when you're like, oh, I'm just going to go and race in a mate's sim rig at the best of times. When you say, I'm going to go and race in a mate's sim rig, and then I'm also going to do the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual from my mate's house, which it will be about 3:30 in the morning. So hopefully Alex Siebel, who normally races for Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, is perfectly fine with Yannick Bock. I know they're good mates, but still, is perfectly fine with Yannick coming round and then racing on his simulator until the early hours of the morning.
Early adopters to the pits coming in. Changing of tyres here for Luke Browning, so it's going to be a slow stop for Browning.
Potentially a change of driver as well.
Yes, but who? Is it time for Max? People, get excited.
Is Max in this split? That's the question. Well, we're about to find out. Yeah, I don't know if they will switch Max out or switch Luke out for Max. Because it's kind of, I'd always say that for me, a double stint in LMP is not long enough. I'd want a quad stint, because if you double stint, you are only in for an hour.
Yeah,
it's like an hour and 5 maybe. It's like, that is not a stint in a 24-hour Le Mans Virtual. So as we said, we'll find out. I think it's after the first 6 weeks we might have it updated as to who's actually in the car, as to whether it does switch over to Verstappen.
According to the Redline Twitch stream, Verstappen's not getting back in for another couple of hours. So
I was going to say, we could just check on there as to whether he's actually driving.
Yeah, we've got Jeffrey Rietveld now taking over the one, so yeah. This should be some fast laps. Rietveld was the man that qualified this car.
Yeah. I've got to say, Luke, who's doing, this is his second race for Team Redline. Of course, used to race for Fordzilla over the rounds of the Le Mans Virtual Series that we've had at Le Mans Virtual last year. Moving over into Team Redline. And I did have a good few chats.
Now, this is because the one would have had Beneke in it?
This was, I see, yeah, this is the whole thing. So, The world of sim racing, when it comes to drivers, I have never seen a proper driver market in the world of sim racing, and we are definitely in silly season. Max Benecke, who was originally part of Redline, left. Browning filled that seat, but Browning had already moved into Redline before Benecke left. So Browning entered, then Benecke left. Also, Alexander Thebe, I think, left Redline. He's not someone that we've seen in the Le Mans Virtual Series, but he's gone over to Williams. I don't know exactly as to why Browning's moved over to Redline, but it is kind of one of those things that it would be like, in a sense, racing for Redline is like racing for Ferrari in real life. When Ferrari say, hey, by the way, do you want to come and race for us? You don't go, no, not really, actually. You go, oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll come and race you. So if Team Redline say, do you want to come and race for us? You go, yes, absolutely. Yeah. And there is actually someone, by the way, with a 100% win record in the Le Mans Virtual Series for Team Redline. They do race it at the moment, but they only did one race for Team Redline. It was a shortened race. It was the Nürburgring in Season 1. It was Colin Spork.
Oh, wow.
I didn't realise because I know he raced for Redline, but he literally came along. He did one race. I don't even think he did any laps. They won the race courtesy of it being a shortened race, and he was like, right, well, that's my Redline career over. See ya. Off to Alpine. Oh dear. Touching in.
Oh yes. Would these professional racing drivers be paid to race in a race like this?
I don't know. I think there will be some people that are paid, like sim drivers, real drivers. There is some of that. I don't know the ins and outs of it enough to know whether if you were a real driver, if you were being paid. I don't believe someone like Max Verstappen would be paid to do it. Would you go, surely he would be? Like, well, I mean, he is so far behind the Team Redline in the sense of what he's doing behind the scenes. It'll be like he's going to be paying himself to show up, which is like, what's the point? I don't know, if I'm perfectly honest. And I can guarantee if I'd have asked Dom Doohan yesterday, he would have gone, well, I'm not going to tell you that.
No, but I think
it's interesting.
If you are building a team like, say, Brabham, quite a new team, and you need to have some
good pros,
the only way to do it is to offer some way of support.
I think, like, there has been a lot of that. I mean, I know some drivers that have been paid to do it for like, say, for smaller teams particularly. I think that's where you're more likely to see drivers that are paid to do it. Yeah. Right? In that kind of sense, as like a one-off thing. Because the thing is that some teams like Porsche Commander, they will be paid to do it as part of their contract with the team. Yeah. So it's not that they're paid to do this one individual race. They're just paid for the team, and this is their job. So, you know, get out there. If you're in a smaller team, I think you have to at least think about it to the point of like, okay, if I pick up some sponsorship, can I pay then for a good pro driver to come in? Like, I don't know what you'd chuck them, but unfortunately racing drivers will go, £10? No way. You got to talk about some decent cheddar cheese. It's just, it is part of this. But as sim racing grows, the idea of picking up sponsorship to actually pay for those kind of things is more of an understandable, an acceptable medium, because there are more eyes on. Sponsorships are more willing to put a decent amount of cash down for you to then go after a decent pro driver to put them at the front. Or you pick up a few decent sim drivers and then you work really, really hard to try and do something very, very special, and then you try pulling off that something special, like what D-Station have done. They have put in the hard work and are in 7th position at the moment, challenging Sim Maranello, who are pole sitters in this season, back in the previous round in Sebring, who were podium finishers and race leaders. They were battling properly for the race win at Sebring. We'll have you remember about the Sim Maranello team. And now it seems as though D-Station might be going for a move. Going one way and then back the other, and this is D-Station's opportunity to come through. It'll be the outside of the first chicane on the Mulsanne, and this should be the attempt. It should be complete, and it should be quite easy. Certainly is. So Mark White gets past Patrese. Is it the first chicane on the Mulsanne that's been called the Daytona chicane? Do you know? I thought.
No. I think, isn't the Daytona chicane the first part of the Ford chicane?
Ooh, I don't know.
I think it was very controversially that.
Well, I've always said when it comes to corner names, if you are going to have a corner name on a circuit, you can't change an already existing corner name.
Far too many sponsor names.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, let's not start talking about Spa. It's like, oh, good, here's a corner with 3 different names.
Yeah, exactly.
Because me and Martin were having this discussion because I was sat there and I kept calling it Rivage. He was like, yeah, it's Bruxelles. And I was like, well, here's no name. He's like, well, that's Speaker's Corner or X. And I was like, right, here we go.
Yeah, now it's X.
X curve, yeah.
Spa's the worst for that, to be honest.
It is pretty bad. And then every time I kept saying the Parabolica on any broadcast around Monza, someone will instantly correct me and call me saying it's the Michele Alboreto curve. And I'm like,
what? Never.
Which what it's been renamed to, isn't it?
Yeah,
and I'm
no
like,
chance.
I'm sorry, but it is the Parabolica. So I don't care. Just is what it is. Unfortunately, you cannot change a commentator's memory. We aren't smart enough for that. Sorry.
A few guys on the YouTube chat talking about Alpine and their strategy, calling it weird. Not sure it's weird, it's just different to everybody else.
Yeah, they're obviously changing tyres on alternate stops from what we're seeing of others. Or they might be triple stinting, actually. And the thing is that we might have a few teams triple stinting at the moment, and that's why it's looking a little bit more weird than it is.
Makes sense to do so if the conditions are allowing it.
Yeah.
But Spork is 35 seconds off the number 1.
Oh,
Jeffrey Rietveld. Rogers back in the 20 now. 6.1 seconds ahead of Drogovic in the 2. So the number 2 red line down in 4th position. But this is all due to the fact that some have had a shorter and others have had longer pit stops. Porsche Coanda 23 is in 5th position now. Danny Ukidela 6 seconds back in 6th in the AMG Team Petronas car.
Did see Laurent Kiersmakers just said in chat about how it could be driver. Well, he's saying that Alpine have been forcing strategy courtesy of the change to the driver limits, what their maximum driver times, minimum driver times are. That could be playing into it. That is absolutely right. I cannot remember exactly off the top of my head what it is, so I'm going to spin for a second whilst I try and pull it up.
It's a very complicated number.
It's, yeah, because obviously with the shrinkings of the stints, because it was 4 hours, it is now 216 minutes, which is 3 hours 36. Yes, 3 hours 36 is the minimum driver time, and then 348, which is 6 hours 18, I think, something like that. Obviously it was 4 and
too late.
4 and then 7. Yes, it's far too late for, and also I always say never trust a commentator's maths, and that is the pure example of that. I once did a race where I was convinced that we were approaching the final pit stop. I was like, we're getting ready, and I was saying it for about an hour, like this, we're getting ready for the final pit stop, we're getting ready for the final pit stop. It was at the Spa 24 hour, and I'd obviously been up all night. There was 2.5 hours left to go, and I was like, wow. As soon as they came in, I was like, wait a second, hold on. No, there's 2 more pit stops left in this race, sorry. Oh dear. We're easily confused.
A nice little battle here with D-Station, Proton Coanda and Sim Marinello within 2 seconds of each other. There they are on circuit. This is for 6th in class. Veit Collins and Lorenzo Patrese, son of Riccardo, of course, who's a massive sim racing fan, Riccardo Patrese.
Is he really?
Mainly because Lorenzo's doing it. But when Lorenzo is doing the on-site events that support the GT World Challenge, Riccardo is sitting there in the crowd taking notes, watching other people practice to then feed back to Lorenzo.
That is such a racing driver thing. I love that.
Such a racing driver dad thing.
And yet, your dad doesn't do that about your commentary at all, does he?
No.
He's not sitting there being like, oh, wait, he's messed up on this bit.
Doesn't even, as I said earlier, he doesn't even listen.
I feel bad. I would expect if my dad was a
I feel very sorry for your parents if they had to listen to every single one of the commentaries you do.
That is true. That is true. And thankfully they don't, because they barely know what I have to do. So much so that I've tried explaining it to my parents on more than one occasion. They're like, so it's a game. I'm like, oh, here we go.
Are they really that far out?
No, it's not that bad. But there are times I'm just sort of sat there being like, honestly, you have no idea what is going on. Like, it's absolutely fine. I love both my parents. My mum did watch the first 24-hour of them on virtual, mostly because
what they asked to do.
Well,
locked in the house.
It was in lockdown, and it was our first bit, I think, being with proper telly and stuff.
Were we on proper telly?
We were on Eurosport.
Were we?
Properly, yeah. Well, actually, no, I think Tom Gamer was. We were going out.
Obviously.
We were going out a little bit on some stuff over in the States. And more, because I remember we had to juggle all the adverts when we could say stuff.
Yeah,
that was a real step into the unknown for me.
Yeah, that was Sim Racing Plus, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, I remember when I was chatting to Ben Rossiter about doing it, and he was like, have you had any TV experience? And I was like, no. And he went, oh. And I was like, oh, that's not a good sign. I was like, I ain't doing this broadcasting. We're okay now, though. That was 2.5 years ago.
And you've got about 5 million sim races under your belt since.
Quite a few. I've picked up a few in my time. The sim racing world is very different than when we did those broadcasts. It has changed a lot in the last 2 or 3 years.
Velfire saying, I've tried to get my dad to watch this, but he can't understand the point of watching it as it's a virtual race. I don't actually have that problem. My father is an out-and-out petrol head, having been part of Formula One since 1976 and been watching racing since the 1960s at Goodwood. But he likes racing.
Yeah.
And this is still racing.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's real or not. It doesn't matter if you can smell the cars or hear even the cars. The close quarters action is what makes you excited.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's kind of one of those things when it comes to it that I think if you have to come into it open-minded. You know, whether you are coming into it from a point of like having only watched motorsport, like I say, it's a game. You know, no one's at risk. But when you sit down and when you watch it, and when you actually speak to people who are seeing it for the first time, and they go, "This is really impressive," because I think a lot of people have the inkling in their mind that it's like playing on an Atari back in like the 1990s.
Yeah,
it ain't. It's so different. The simulations are advanced. It looks great. And there are points when you're watching it, and there are just a little bit where you look at it and go, oh yeah, it is. Oh, sorry, no, it is a game, isn't it? Sorry. I mean, we even had that discussion on the Bahrain B-roll at the start of the season where we were looking at all the track footage. We were like, is that a real shot? Is that? Yeah. No, mate. No. Yes. Because that's the point. Is that like is that point where you get so immersed in it? It can be quite hard to tell the difference occasionally, and that's why I'd always recommend just be like, look, just sit down for 5 minutes at the start of the race, or whatever, and just watch it. Just because you will just get engrossed, because it is, for all intents and purposes, it's a race. It's a real race. It just happens to take place on a simulator.
No chat. I'm not Alex Brundle. He's tucked up in his bed.
He's well asleep now, is Alex. I'm also not Alex Brundle.
No, Alex Brundle is not featuring in this element of the show. He'll be back at 5 in the morning, I think.
Well, we've got the schedule here because Haven's printed it off much larger than it needs to be. So obviously,
no, Haven has printed it off so that he can read it.
I'm amazed it's actually not on A3. To be honest, knowing Marty's fine, we can say this about him because he's asleep. He is the dad of the commentary booth. It's fine.
He is the dad of the commentary team.
When Alex is back on at 5 o'clock in the morning, yes, you are correct. And it'll be Alex and Haven.
So Alex will sit there for 2 hours.
Sorry, did I say Martin's asleep? Martin should be here in 20 minutes, so I hope he's not. Oh no, he's going to be listening at this point.
No, he's not going to be listening. He will literally turn up 5 minutes before. Are we all ready, chat, for Martin Haven in the middle of the night? Do remind him that we've already covered Jaffa Cakes and snails.
There is a note on this desk which is for Jimmy Broadbent fans. I don't know where he's thrown the note now for what he needs to say at some point. Well, I need to bring it up. There you go. He's got to say that. You'll know it as soon as he said it. And if you're a Jimmy Broad fan, you probably already know, because I'm pretty sure Jimmy would have already said it on his stream, that I've got to get Martin Haven to say it at some point in this broadcast. And whilst we approach 3 o'clock in the morning UK time, I think there's no better time.
Biggles on the chat has just insulted you massively, Lewis, calling you crofty.
Yeah, Dean Hopton.
There is no worse insult to any commentator, Biggles, than being called crofty.
See, there are people out there that will be like, Crofty's my favourite commentator. We'll talk about this race just a sec, because the 777s have to deal with the 88.
Yeah, there's
just 8 touch. There is a race going on.
That's not even for position, no?
I believe it is. The 777, it is Vite behind Bryn Collins.
Wow.
Of course,
the 8 is making a comeback then.
Yeah, a little bit. But just a touch. I mean, Proton Commander needs something from this race, and they don't have the 77 in it anymore. One Collins for another. Bryn behind the wheel of the 88.
Oh, I forgot about baguettes. Yes, you're right. Snails, baguettes, and Jaffa Cakes all covered.
I've got to say something, by the way. This is something that I just found a bit of an interesting fact between the 2 Proton Commanders. This happened weirdly in a similar way last year, where the lead Proton Commander car, the one that had done well through the season, got to Le Mans and then struggled, and then the other Proton Commander car that had struggled through the season came through at Le Mans and finished 3rd. And we are seeing the same thing. The number 88, and it is a shock for me, that Proton Commander car, that number 88, has not finished in the top 10 at all this season. And you think, what, Commander? Not in the top 10? Yeah, they have not finished. A 13th, a 15th, a 15th, and 11th. This would be their first top 10. And if they could do it with the podium, it would at least keep their little streak up.
I feel as though generally they haven't had a great season in the GT categories. Yeah.
No, not really. They aren't exactly at the top of the order.
But they had the pace here. It was just that
they've had the pace consistently this season. They just never really had the results to follow it.
Yeah.
Qualifying wise, I don't think they've had, particularly the 77, I don't think it's had a particularly bad qualifying run this season. A 2nd in the first round of the season, a 7th, a 12th, that is pretty bad, at Spa, and then a 5th last round. Pretty consistent, around a 10th to a quarter of a second off normally from pole position, and that 77 has finished 7th, 3rd, 3rd and 14th. I know the 14th is a bit of a... They've had okay pace. It's just piecing it together. There has always been issues, be it of their own making or of someone else's.
Lewis, you're going to have to translate this to me. But on Twitter, using the hashtag Le Mans Virtual, somebody just said, I was trying to judge the Le Mans Virtual teams by who has the nicest N code, but they all are seemingly all trans codes. Is that...
What does that mean?
Oh, you don't know what that means either?
Absolutely not.
Okay, maybe it's a joke. Maybe I've insulted somebody just now by reading it out. 2XMRV. That's all. That's what's written. So please don't judge me if I've said something bad. I'm not sure what I've said. Either way, I thought you might know. It sounded technical.
I mean, anything technical at 3 o'clock in the morning is going to go in through one ear and out the other. Sorry, mate. It's like I say, it's hard to speak to me at this time. So
you've got another 2 hours to go.
2 hours
with Haven. At least you can sleep whilst he's talking.
Again, if he's listening right now, you're in trouble, sir. I don't think you've got to commentate with. No, it sounded like it was a punishment there. Commentate with Haven.
Got to.
I really like commentating with Haven.
Great. If you don't want to talk.
Is that what you said? It's because I'm lazy.
No.
It's like, right, let him do the heavy lifting.
Right, here's a replay of the 37 just chucking it in. Around goes the Alpine Esports car. Sipos facing the wrong direction.
Yeah, it's their second sim driver. Of course, Rory McDuff being the other. Rory McDuff, who did finish 4th in the very first Le Mans Virtual in the 2Cs motorsport car.
Great point from Paul Chadwick on our stream. After watching virtual racing and going back to watching full metal racing, he's obviously a Radio Le Mans listener.
I was going to say, that's a proper Hindofism.
It's a Hindofism. I've noticed such limited camera angles and was poor coverage versus virtual. We spoke about this a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Where you can put cameras, how you can do different things. This idea that we're simulating a helicopter, we don't need the helicopter noise because it's a cool angle, but if we didn't have the helicopter noise, you guys would feel
disconnected.
This weird camera angle because it doesn't simulate the real world, although we're not trying to simulate the real world, we're trying to do something better than the real world because we can in the simulated world. Well, it's a good point.
There's a lot of camera angles. Like I'd say even that one there, if you actually go and look at where its coordinates are, it will be a dot in the middle of the sky that just, but it's because it kind of feels like it is behind the catch fence. It does feel like it's on the top of a tower, and that you are filming. It's got that feeling of that realism, but we have the freedom to go, oh well, actually, well, we could just move the camera. So you kind of sit there and be like, I've never seen a camera from this angle over here, and then you go, well, why don't we just put one there?
Yeah.
A lot of the camera positions that we've got in here are typically based off of fairly real-world camera positions as to where we've seen them frequently over in Le Mans. So there are some of those which are imitations. I think that's fine.
Even that one's not actually behind the barrier. That one is.
Yeah.
That would be a safe place to put a cameraman if you were in the real world.
I like the idea that we can. There are some things where I'm kind of like, oh yeah, be careful with getting a little bit too close. But then when it comes to some of the crazy shots, we are seeing some crazy shots in real life, mostly courtesy of usage of drones.
Yeah.
Right, where you're seeing all these crazy shots. Where if you put those shots in sim racing, you'd then go, oh, this looks crazy and unrealistic, and then you go, yeah, but they're doing them in real life.
The follow cam, when a drone is following a car,
yeah.
It creates the illusion that it's actually a game.
Yeah.
Because that's what we're more used to seeing if you choose that view.
I'm going to be honest, don't like it. In real life or in the sim. I like drones because you can have effectively helicopter shots or elevated shots without the fuss of dealing with a helicopter, which is a nightmare, and you can get closer to the action without it being dangerous or risky. But there are some kind of shots where it's just sort of, I don't know, it's being artsy for the sake of being artsy. And there are some occasions where I love that, and then some occasions where I don't. There was one that was on, I will never forget, I don't even remember what rally it was at, but it was WRC about 5 years ago, and there was just a bit, they went through a left-hander into a 90-degree right, and there was a helicopter that followed them through.
Oh, yeah.
And I was watching it being like, that is one of the best shots that I've ever seen in motorsport. I'm like, that is crazy, it's ridiculous, and I adore it. I think it was breathtaking.
The helicopter does make it.
Yeah.
In Mexico, they don't have the height limitations they have in other places.
Right.
So the pilot is able to really fly as low as he dares. Which then, when you've got ground cameras filming that, it's like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is something about the majesty of a helicopter because they are just crazy. Again, there was one Le Mans. This was, I think, it was 15 or 16. I think it appears pretty much everyone, but there was a slow-mo looking from the S's up towards the Dunlop Bridge. I'm pretty sure it was in the morning. And it's a slow-mo shot with a helicopter in the background,
yeah,
and then the car coming over the crowd. And I'm watching it. That is just beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Art. You have to say that the TV directors at the Le Mans 24 Hours,
what are they doing?
They are French, but they are artistes.
Yes. Gary
Beautiful
Paravani, who's
artists.
one of the people who does the photography for us in this, he had a photograph from Donington. Where there is a unique thing that you can do at Donington, which you can't really do at many other race circuits, where you can take a photograph of a race car coming towards you with a big old plane in the background. It's a great shot. I don't think he'll be getting any of those kind of. Well, he's not. I think he's doing the photographs at the moment. I'm pretty sure it's Elliot Robertson doing the photographs at the moment. But Gary Paravani, one of those people that does all the photographs and stuff for us throughout the Le Mans Virtual Series. I would hope he's asleep at this point. But we'll have to wait and see. I'm sure he'll message me if he's not.
Evan Dalton on Twitter using the hashtag Le Mans Virtual says the Martin Haven shade is off the charts right now. I personally dream of listening to something random about catering standards at Le Mans in 1995 in Kramer Racing from Martin Haven at 3 in the morning. Yep, that is exactly what you're about to get for the next 2 hours. Stay awake, Evan, it's coming. Here he is. Here is the man. He's got 10 minutes to prepare himself, but he is going to out-random me by a long, long way.
When I was chatting to Piers Pryor upstairs, he was like, "Oh, I'd really quite like to meet Martin Haven," because again, it's that idea.
Don't meet your hero.
No, because it's the idea of it's someone that you've listened to on TV for about the last 45 years now.
But don't you think that he's one of those faces that doesn't match his voice?
Oh, absolutely.
You listen and you're like, you imagine a completely different face.
When me and Chris McCarthy, we were obviously in Paris for the first Le Mans Virtual, and we were going up to this cafe to go and meet Martin. And we were walking towards him, I was like, "Who's this then?" And as soon as he started talking, I was like, "Oh, right. Martin Haven. Gotcha. Understood."
It's mad, isn't it?
I've got used to it now.
A voice that you grow up listening to for so many years, but you just completely imagine a different face.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just how it goes. But then again, I think that's a case with sim racing generally, is that when you go and meet some of the sim racers that you've been speaking to online for 5-6 years, whatever it is, they don't match.
Yeah.
It just doesn't match.
You've created a completely different picture in your head.
Which, thankfully, that is the case with me a lot, because everyone's like, "Oh, right, you're a lot more ugly in person."
No, everyone knows about your jumpers and your hair.
That's true. That's true. They've got over it. Oh, Haven's unmuted the microphone. We're in trouble, man.
Already?
Yeah. Already. I'm
8 minutes early.
I'm live and ready to go. Do you think that you've got an image of somebody, or that you've got no image whatsoever? And when you listen to this, I mean, this happens, because you listen to a lot of people on the radio, and they have a voice, and it's just a disconnected voice. And the thing about radio and commentary is part of that as well, because you don't see us, you see the cars or the horses or the athletes or whatever. You don't have an image of somebody, and so whatever the person looks like, that's what they look like. But you didn't imagine what they look like unless you've seen them first on TV somehow. Then there's just a person, and there's a spirit, and there's a nature to them, and it's really bizarre actually. I can remember a while ago when I was doing the Jeremy Vine show as Jeremy Vine, obviously. there was a feature about people having relationships with people they'd met online, and he was going, "Well, but you can't be friends with somebody you've never met, can you? How can you have a relationship with somebody that you've only ever typed to or maybe heard their voice?" And somebody sent an email and said, "Jeremy, there's an awful lot of people that feel they know you just from listening to you on the radio.
Yeah.
What's the difference?" And he went, "Oh no, you're absolutely right." Because we've all had that. We've all grown up with radio as a medium, and you like somebody or you don't like somebody, and it's not down to the music that is in the show, it's down to the personality of the person, and they either... And in real life, you would like them as much, probably, as you think you do on the radio, because that's their personality coming over.
We've got a very important questioner coming in. Welcome back, Martin. Is a baguette a sandwich?
It depends what's in it.
Well, there we go.
There's nothing in it, there's just a baguette.
It's just a baguette, then no, it's not a sandwich.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is a loaf of bread a sandwich? No.
It's not, no.
Are two pieces of toast a sandwich?
No.
Thin.
No.
Well, it depends what's in them.
A sandwich requires filling, and this is the whole, again, another hill that I would die on. If you have, let's say, for example, what's the standings at the top of this race? We've got Team Redline, we've got Porsche Commander, and we've got Team Redline.
Yep.
What is it?
Sandwich.
A sandwich of what?
Whatever's the middle.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a Porsche Commander sandwich.
Because I keep hearing, oh, it's a Team Redline sandwich. I'm like, you don't name the sandwich after the bread. It's probably going to change a little bit, though. It might become a double-level Porsche Commander sandwich, because here comes the number 23, Dane Warren behind the wheel trying to get past Drugovic.
Yes.
You know why you have a sandwich?
No. Yes, so you can continue so you can eat while continuing to gamble and play cards.
Or...
No, that's why you have a sandwich, because that's what the Earl of Sandwich requested when he was gambling.
Yes, it comes from the Earl of Sandwich.
Do you know where I went to secondary school? In Sandwich. There we go.
Which is also a town in Kent.
It is.
Unrelated to the Earl. See, this is something that people don't understand again about.
I love sandwiches.
About British titles is you can be the Earl of Durham without coming from Durham.
Durham, yeah.
Yep.
It's a confusing country.
That's how we like it.
Well, I just love how we it's the place names in this country. Where are we quite close to as a village? Towcester.
Yeah.
Towcester.
Yeah, Towcester. How do you say it actually? Toaster. Oh, of course you do. Yeah. Of course you do. Why wouldn't you?
Just round the corner from me is Cocking and Bulls Cross.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
That's strange names for French villages in the Alps.
I was literally about to say the same thing. That doesn't sound very French, mate.
Right.
Oh, goodness, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Now, to business. 2 things I need to know. One, who's doing the hourly highlights in 5 minutes' time?
The hourly highlights has modified itself between the day guys and the night guys.
Because we don't have the day footage upstairs.
So we don't have the day footage, so it's just a random selection of things with headlights.
Dan and Piers have been
that
able
have
to
happened
find.
in the dark.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. I'll make heavy weather out of that. And secondly,
so I will cover what we've just seen in the last hour, which I haven't really been watching.
Well, when I left. To come with broadcast was 2 hours ago. They were putting together the highlights package. Bearing in mind it was like half an hour before the highlights package went out, there was 2 clips on it, and I was like, that is not a good sign.
Nothing much has really happened. We've got Alpine Esports off sequence in terms of tyres with Redline and Coanda.
Yeah.
Coanda 20. They had a drive-through penalty for contact. And then they had another drive-through penalty for unsafe release in the pits. So they've had about 64 seconds worth of penalties on the 20 car, and yet they're only 45 seconds off the lead of the race. So they are pedaling quite fast. The other thing to note is that the 77 had a steering wheel failure. That was the Coanda Proton leader, and they are out of the race, handing over the lead to the 888 RHG Ferrari.
Out of the race, out of the race.
Oh, out of the race,
Not they will never come back.
He picks up his Sharpie.
2:58.
I was going to say, yeah, you've not...
Marker of doom.
You've not been dealing with this for a little while, so there might be a few other retirements in all of that.
Now, I was just looking at the tower here. When did LOR JMX Phantom do any laps? How are they 41st out of 45 cars when they didn't even start the race?
No, but they have started the race. They have come back. Because obviously...
The red flag?
No, Marker of Doom.
Yes, they
actually started the race after that.
You need the Tipex of redemption. Nice. The Tipex of hope. Yeah, no, they are back.
We see now that, again, that's the difference in the virtual world. When the garage door comes down in Le Mans, because the car is stuck in customs, it doesn't come into the race later on. Okay, right.
It's happening behind the wheel at the moment.
Right, so who is actually out?
Collins, obviously Proton Commander. No,
P1 Esports still out.
Definitely
P1 Esports
so
out.
They didn't manage to super glue the wheel back on, and they're definitely not coming back. No redemption.
No, not unless we have a red flag, at which one they technically can come back. We won't talk about that. It's fine.
Rockets are
out,
but they were in again.
They did come back in again, but they are out now.
Out, shake it all about. Okay.
Exactly.
Le Mans Virtual Cup team
out
because Andy Priya had a disconnect and they never got back in. Okay, so Le Mans Virtual Cup team won't come back.
Correct.
Definitely.
Yeah, correct. I did have a little bit of a chat with Sean Arnold, who was a bit disappointed, but
yeah. At least he got to drive.
Exactly. And Pescarolo are the other one that are...
Don't know why. Why did they retire?
Absolutely.
Endless amounts of contact?
No idea. I think they had their fair share of issues.
They did have their fair share of running into the back of the GR car.
Was that the one that was in qualifying?
Well, no, they did it on lap 1.
Yeah.
And then actually going into the Porsche curves a little bit later after the first restart. They were right behind the GR car, which then went off on its own in anticipation of being nerfed from behind.
Being prepared is like, right, we're going
to I'll just go off now anyway. And I think in replay, it was clear that the Pescarolo hadn't actually either touched it or taken the air away from the rear wing, which would be a real world thing. See, sleep doesn't always help.
You can diffuse a stall. So you can, if you sit behind someone, you can take the...
He just binned it.
there, on that occasion, yes,
Yeah,
but you can remove the air if you. So
Pescarolo definitely out.
Yep.
Rocket.
Definitely out.
Definitely out and absolutely not coming back.
You've got to go over it with the Sharpie because you've done by.
Okay. Well, it's actually a Fiona Miller chassis. This particular Sharpie, and it's.
I did see.
And it's rubbish.
We came out of the commentary
with the first
Sharpie,
time. But it is rubbish.
We did come out of the commentary with the first time, and Fiona handed it to you as if
proudly wielding it because I hadn't brought one. And so there's been no Punterinos then.
No.
Okay, good.
That was nice. That was almost. I did say that we were going to get a Martin Haven.
Well, no. I will wait and assimilate and not hide the piece of paper on which my note to remind myself to do it is written down. I don't have any other. I don't have any other dedications or requests. So, yeah.
Wow.
Ring in and tell us what you'd like to hear.
Yes, I would say hashtag Le Mans Virtual, but it's a hard thing to follow. So just post it in the YouTube chat because is what we've been looking at. And they've been great.
Yes, you may be. I'm not all over that.
No. I'm bad with social media generally.
Okay, so
are you going to be across social media? Because there's a lot of people that want to chat to Martin, so you're going to need to be across.
There really are not a lot of people.
I'm the agent, am I?
I just heard a very strange voice in my ears.
That's Luke Austin, broadcast director for the night.
My goodness, hasn't he got an after midnight Hello Will You Truckers?
He's very
out
boomy. He actually should just do the commentary.
He is absolutely hello to all you truckers out there. Fantastic. Right, okay, so we are heading into our highlights, so I shall sit back.
We are heading into some form of headlights.
Very curious. I'm very
headlights
curious
in the dark.
Headlights highlights.
I'm going to call this one Headlights in the Dark.
Yeah.
These headlights belong to Alpine Esports going down the inside of the number 2 red line, and they're making errors. They are on a different strategy and therefore have found themselves at points in second position. Coanda going up against red line. That was a change for second position. And it went on for quite a while. That was a very silly move going into the Porsche curves. Nearly 2 of them in the wall. Again, fighting over second position. That was Jeffrey Rietveld taking over the... sorry, that was Jeffrey Rietveld, the number 1 car who's taken over. Further back, we had 88 getting past the Sim Maranello car. It's for like 6th or 7th in class as they make their recovery drive. Fordzilla also have fallen back a little bit after starring performance earlier on this evening. They've, with Raymond Pinheiro, lost a little bit of ground and more of a comeback drives from the 88. There's a classic headlights in the dark car passing another car. That was the Yassit Veloce machine moving up a position. And GR Esports also featuring in our highlights.
He did all right with that, I'm not going to lie. That was, I was looking at some of that being like, nope, that is impossible.
That was relatively ropey.
That was cars in the dark. Right, 2 questions before we release Ben into the tender arms of sleep.
Is a Jaffa cake a cake?
No. 2 questions are, since the restart after our second red flag, has there been any other interruption of play?
No.
Okay, so no rain followed play. Okay.
No more rain forecast.
Secondly, what the hell happened?
You need to listen to the answers.
Fordzilla?
Just Pinheiro just had not had a very strong stint.
Yeah, he was struggling on speed.
Because when I went to bed, I left them in the lead. I come back and they're outside the top 10.
Pinheiro
so he struggled with speed.
Yeah, he was struggling a lot.
And has he done his total drive time?
We don't believe so. Not the.
We haven't got the actual data for that any longer because the strategy computer got very confused.
That's a race control question, unfortunately, and we aren't going to get that answer.
I suppose
I went in race control, and they were like, "Don't do that."
We will know when he is or isn't in the car.
Exactly. They will be timing that. You can go to bed now, sir.
Yes.
Me too. Oh no,
no,
Ben, right,
you've already been. How dare you?
I'm going to go and have my sleep. T-Bolt. It's Ben Cossinger signing off. Lewis McGlade and Martin Haven with you for the next 2 hours. buenas noches.
Buenas noches, Ben, as they say in the Alps, apparently. He's getting very fluent with his French, isn't it? So, yep, 3 to 5, me and Lewis, 3 to 7, me and me. I know Alex Brundle will be in from 5 till 7. So before we send him off, because Formula 1 teams aren't awake at this time of day, so nobody will be in security.
We can see, obviously, quite a few questions that were coming in that YouTube chat. Well, we can try and keep an eye on things. And yes, it is the real Martin Haven that's with us. There was... This is
the real Martin Haven.
This is a good one for you, because obviously, having done the real-world Le Mans versus the virtual Le Mans, and they were saying, what's it like, the difference in commentating the virtual race versus the real one?
Never slept in a hotel in the middle of the night at the real Le Mans.
That is a good point. There are some
and had a hot shower indoors. No, that's quite a difference. Very few differences, other than the marker of doom is a less certain. Yeah, it's just a less certain thing because there is redemption. And I mean, actually, when we were talking with Alex Brundle about driving the cars and how much is required to drive these cars, there's no difference in the amount of dedication and professionalism and just sheer will and hours and hours and endless hours of practice put in by the drivers who are at the top level in sim racing compared to the drivers who are in the top level in real racing. The only difference is there is that removal of jeopardy. You can shunt the car as heavily as you wish. Or be caught out, yes, and you are absolutely, without doubt, going to be okay. The steering wheel is not even going to break your thumb.
It can do, though.
It's extraordinarily unlikely, whereas in an actual incident, actually the opportunity for injury is much higher. And I wouldn't argue that it takes anything away from what top sim racers are doing. I don't think that the need to drive a racing car really fast, you have to overcome all your natural instincts, which are to slow down and not risk your life and not risk yourself. Because we talked about, again with Alex earlier on, driving racing cars is like competing on horses or bobsleigh or a number of other sports where the whole point of it, the whole adrenaline thrill of it in the first place, before you get to trying to win Olympic medals or all the other stuff, is controlling something that doesn't want to be controlled right on the edge of disaster. And that's the big deal with motor racing. It is that balancing act, that high wire act on the edge of disaster. Just note, for those who are making these notes, that the Sim Maranello Ferrari being passed for position by Kevin Siggy, it was, yeah. Yes. So Kevin Siggy up to 4th place ahead of the Sim Maranello Ferrari, which, and I was really delighted to read on their entry list, is being driven by the son of one of my favourite Formula 1 drivers, Riccardo Patrese, Lorenzo Patrese. Riccardo Patrese, all you need to know about Riccardo Patrese is that he has such a great Italian Formula 1 driver look and name, and his passion in life was not driving racing cars quickly, and is not driving racing cars quickly. His passion in life now probably is Lorenzo's career, but we famously learned when he was at the height of his powers at Williams-Renault that he is a model train set addict. And not in the way that he's got a setup in the loft, in the way that he's got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of model railway engines and carriages and all the other stuff. And you think, that is so middle-aged man in a loft, and he's an ace Grand Prix driver and Grand Prix winner, and just I've never worked in Formula 1 at any level, and so barely ever got to see him in person. But when you did, and in the old days when you came to Silverstone, this is not things that happened 40 plus years ago, we've already checked that box, but just when there was more access than there is now, when I was first getting indoctrinated by the passion of motorsport, he was just one of those people that you just watched sort of walking past on the balls of his feet, just sort of slightly not quite a normal person, but just the encapsulation of a Grand Prix driver. And then you find out
he loves model trains.
Attics full of model trains.
I love that.
And he's not English, he's an Italian. Who knew Italians were into model railways the way that
English people are?
Yeah. I expect he probably doesn't have a cardigan and a brew, but I'm sure he would.
I mean, you've got to sit down and ask him, is it N-gauge or is it 00?
All.
It's everything.
Yeah.
That is literally all I know about model trains, is that there's different...
Well, I have to say, when I was a kid, you know, we had scale electrics. My brother and I, we had scale electrics. We had, you know, Hornby railways and so on. Yeah. And the standard is in the UK for most kids' railway sets is HO00, which is 1/64th, whatever, something like that. But N-gauge, which are much more miniature, where you'll get a railway carriage which is 3 or 4 centimetres, 3 centimetres higher in it. I mean, it's that miniaturisation I really loved. And actually what I also really like is the big O-gauge stuff that people have outdoor railways with. I mean, that just seemed to be so much. You know, as a kid, we used to have to make it on the bedroom floor and then pack it all away, you know, within a day. But the ability to have a railway running around your garden, I just thought was the most phenomenal thing. And actually, slightly still do. The good news is that Mrs. Haven would never allow it. Number 18 in trouble in 18th.
That is Romain Grosjean.
Romain Grosjean.
Having a bit of an issue. Obviously, we saw the move once again from a red line as the Sim Mariner had an issue. That was just purely on the brakes. Turned in the rear end, didn't want to have any of it. And Romain Grosjean going for a bit of a spin as we can look at our race leader now.
Is that Grosjean then getting towards the end of the stint and the end of the tyres?
Potentially.
Yeah. And also, what's the time now? It's 4 o'clock in Central Europe, so subtract... Where do you think he is?
Surely he's in the States.
Yeah, no, I think he is in the States. I'm trying to remember where it is. The last time we spoke to him, Florida, he was in... I think he does live in Florida, East Coast, so 6 hours behind. So it's, 10 p.m. So actually it's not that late. Last time we spoke to him, he was in Long Beach, wasn't he? Because it was the morning of practice for IndyCar race. Yeah. It was the season finale. It wasn't at the end of 22. It was the end of 20. Oh, it wasn't the end of 22, wasn't it? I think it was. Yes, I think we just conflated, didn't we? The beginning of our season with the end of theirs. Sweeping down through the S's. This was always, the old S's was always one of my favourite places to watch, because like when you're at Brands Hatch, you're out on the Grand Prix circuit, you're on a bank looking down into the car.
You can see everything.
And that was the same vibe you got there. The banks were up high. You were much closer. The track ran almost, you know, through a channel. And they were hemmed in by wooden walls and so on. And you could look down at them as they whistled past you. That was quite a majestic thing. And actually, the modern S's, Addison and I one day decided we were actually going to go and watch some cars for a session, so we took free practice 2 off or something, wandered off round to the S's and sat in the sunshine on a grass bank with beer and frites and mayonnaise and watched racing cars just go by for 2 hours with no care in the world as to who was in them, what position they were in, whether they're going quickly or slowly, but just
watching race cars
to soak it all in. Yeah, and it's one of the great things about Le Mans. I don't think you'll be able to get tickets for Le Mans this year now. I mean, it's the middle of January. There's only another 68 days left in January, but June is already full. Le Mans is full for June. And can you imagine if if the COVID lockdowns and so on were still going and the Centenary of Le Mans happened with tumbleweed and just long grass in the fields?
I feel you'd have to almost like delay
do it again.
But exactly. You'd have to be like, right, when we can, we will do the celebration again, but before the 100th running of...
Well, I think that would... You would almost have to go... I mean, let's say 2 years ago, let's say 2020 was the centenary, that wouldn't have happened. 2021, that wouldn't have happened. Fans really only back in 2022, and then maybe 2023, in large numbers. You'd be going, okay, right, that has passed us by for reasons that we are unable to control at any level whatsoever. that has passed us by. That centenary has escaped, and there's no point doing one 104 years after the first one.
Just wait until
so now we're at the 92nd or something running. So okay, we're going to have to put it back 8 years and just for the 100th race,
which is
go absolutely all out. And of course, the centenary race will be not a dress rehearsal for, but we know when we finished and it's all done and dusted and we're sitting in a queue to get back onto the train to go home, we know that not too far away and within our lifetimes, hopefully, just around the corner, will be the 100th actual running of the race.
Which I believe is 2032.
Okay,
which
and because of World War II and one issue with fuel crisis, it hasn't run every single year. So there is that double joy. The centenary Indy 500, that was the, I'm trying to remember now, was that the 100th running of the Indy 500?
The 100th running was the one that Rossi won in 50.
Yeah. And that you know, if there's no Indy 500 that is not a good Indy 500 to go to. I've never been for the race. I've been to Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Desperate to go.
And I would love to go. Nobody is going to pay me to go there because my voice does not suit Indy 500.
Oh, no, close your eyes. I'm going to pretend that they're all three wide going down to the first corner, and then we'll see. No?
I mean, and I'm sure it is still a wonderful spectacle. A friend of mine did go and just had the most wonderful time. And has gone to the Indy 500 a number of times. Has always had a wonderful time. And in the same way that I would urge you to go, I'm not a very good disciple, am I, of my own advice. I would urge you at almost any cost. That's a ridiculous thing to say. I would urge you to go to Le Mans. It is as good as you thought it would be.
Many questions have, many points have come in. They are kind of questions.
Okay,
towards
go ahead.
the 68 days in January.
Only 68 days left. Yeah. Well, it's
come up like 3 times.
30 days has September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31, excepting February alone, which has 28 days bright and clear, and 29 in each leap year. And January has 74.
Nice. There you go.
That's the rhyme that all kids learn. So only another 36 days left in January.
There we go.
136 days left in January.
Obviously, Martin Haven, Lewis McGlade, we're just going to roll past that and just on the commentary. We are commentating from Silverstone.
We are.
This year, from the studio that we've actually done the Le Mans Virtual Series from. It is
for 2 years.
Slightly zhuzhed up a little bit.
Yes.
We've got a fancy desk with 4 seats in it rather than just the 2, where we're very, very cosy normally.
Yep.
But it's the same studio. We've obviously got a TV truck outside, which presently isn't being used. We've got our standard studio upstairs. In fact, if you go onto Twitter and go onto Le Mans Virtual, it was a long time ago. Or you could go to Lewis McGlade 78, because I did retweet it. I think that might have been a technical issue.
Yes, that was a technical issue.
I did do a walkthrough, or you can go back to the start of this broadcast. I did a walkthrough of the studio, going from the TV truck into where we're doing our games cameras, where to race control are, into the studio, and upstairs where the broadcast is put together over the night sequence. Silverstone is just where the traction bases, where the motorsport games base, where they do all their content creation for traction.
Where the office is.
It's where the office is, just down the road, literally in the Innovation Centre. It's just where our studio is.
Yep.
And
it could be anywhere. It happens to be here at Silverstone. Silverstone's actually quite handy because it's quite central. It's not too far from the north. It's not too far from the south. It's a couple of hours from London Airport, hour or so from Birmingham Airport. So actually it's got a lot of good access, but it is a motorsporting hub. It is the motorsporting hub in the UK now, arguably, because although Motor Racing Valley, sort of Woking area, McLaren and all of that, Brabham used to be down there, Cooper used to be down there in southwest London, you know, that was the original. Oh, and again, that number 4 by Collis car has got a real Floyd Vanwall burst of Franco Colapinto. Has got a real problem, hasn't it? He keeps having major moments, and that's not the car letting go. That is something in the connectivity that they have. Now, actually, right behind the BS competition, BMW was very lucky not to get swiped by that. Now, we got...
the 777.
It is 777
no, not the
D-Station.
D-Station car. That is coming down into Indianapolis, and that D-Station car is...
D-stationary.
D-stationary.
He's spun, but he hasn't hit anything.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
100% sure.
Where are you... Unless he tagged the inside of the barrier, turning right.
I have seen people go into that barrier on what would be closest to the camera, or even that one over on the right-hand side. The fact that he's not got back going again leaves me with some fairly large concerns there for the 777. Mark White behind the wheel. This car has done... Oh, I think they've...
Yeah, no, he's flicking on and off, so he's had a disconnect, hasn't he? And that automatic, the camera then automatically... What happens there is, why do we get the pit lane shot? And I didn't understand until I was watching the cameras. To get a shot like this, you tell the computer to follow the car. And when that Aston Martin is then automatically by the game put, or by the sim, we've got to stop calling it a game, because actually it isn't really a game at all. When the car is automatically put back in the garage, the camera shot immediately moves to the garage, and so I understand that. Yeah. Actually, that's one really noticeable difference in what you can do with the cameras. See, camera isn't the right word either. With the shots, with the views.
We still call them cameras on here. No, I know it's not right, but we.
And you could see it quite clearly at the restarts, and you will see it more clearly in the daytime. When you had a big group of GT cars steaming down out of Arnage, the camera is following the 6th or 7th or 8th car back in the queue, and everything coming towards you is blurred and not in focus, and then you get to the car, and as it sweeps by, the cameraman pans with it flawlessly. To get that in the real world, Olivier Denis and Natasha, the AD, are telling the camera and go with the red car, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th car back or whatever. This is D-Station on board.
They've just pulled off. Have they blown the... Well, you wouldn't blow the engine at that point, and it's definitely not run out of fuel. And obviously the engine is running.
Got no gears. Got no gears.
Potentially, but you'd still be able to bring it back to pit lane. No, they shifted
got
there.
No throttle or something.
They shifted there. Yeah. Potentially the throttle is a thing. The engine didn't blow because the engine was running, and also you wouldn't have shifted down. But I doubt it would have let go like that. I do not know as to what's happened to the 777. It could be a technical fault. Yeah. Now, if that is the case, and the way they might have disconnected, they might still be able to rejoin, but they will be way back. Fortilla
in the pit lane, and that shot again brings up a question that I want answered. What is that car that is inside the fencing as the cars come into the pit lane?
Oh, is that the
It has a bit of a sort of C8. 80s Mercury sort of look to it, or something, some bizarre random... It seems unlikely that it would be, but what is it that they think they have modelled in the game?
I can't remember if it's... I don't know, we'd have to...
It's a sort of pale blue thing with some very bizarre...
We'd have to get Dan Wren to go and tell everyone to go and grab a...
Well, somebody will. No, somebody will. I mean, Gary Paravani would if he was
awake.
If he was listening and really could be bothered and wasn't working hard. Lanzarote Camel would do in real life.
I didn't
watching a real life race.
I didn't say it earlier, but of course the camera factor we had. To speak of the point, when it comes to how the cameras track and everything, they are doing things to adjust how the cameras are working. And there were a few things that I noticed when I was like watching it earlier. Ooh. They've changed, because I've seen rFactor 2 so many times that when there is even a subtle change, I'm like, yeah, I can see it. Because I just see it so many times as to how these cameras and stuff work. There are subtle changes which are coming, and they are working on it quite a bit. But this camera pack for Le Mans is worked by our very own Dan Wren. He's the one that put it together. He's done a very good job, because they are very convincing in their location. It's like, yeah, you'd put cameras in these kind of places in real life.
Well, you start off with the WCTV camera plan, and you go, okay, well, if that's where decades of experience have led the cameras to be, then that's probably a pretty decent place to start. And then we can add in all the follow cams. You can hear the helicopter, overhead. There's something you don't get in real life. The helis don't fly at night.
Yeah.
It's not that they can't, it's just that they don't, because they, if you're at height on a pre-planned commercial route, then you're much less likely to bump into trees and wires and so on. You shouldn't be that low at Le Mans, but the problem is when you are within that ground proximity, actually at night, that's not at all remotely safe, so that doesn't happen.
Yeah, which is a wise call, got to be said. It's not worth it, although helicopter shots I still maintain one of the prettiest things in motorsport.
They are, absolutely.
There is something about it where I'm just like,
well, they give you an inhuman's the wrong view, isn't it? A non-human view. Even I don't get the view that you get from a helicopter shot, and I'm not the shortest person in the draw. 888 R8G's Ferrari back in the lead of, and has been, I guess, for some while, back in the lead. It was always creeping its way back after they had that disconnect. No. And Kevin Siggy following them in BMW Team Redline, number 71 car. They were both disconnected out of the top two. They're back in the top two again.
I'm sorry, the chat have asked a few times now as we've got D-Station back out on the road. What height are you? Because they want to know how many Martin Havens it takes to do a lap of Le Mans.
What, laid down end to end?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, D-Station are moving again.
What are your vertical digits? That's a lovely way of putting it.
I used to say 6'6". I'm probably actually more like 6'4" now, because I've spent my entire life, as you do when you're tall, just stooping a lot to hear what's going on. Yeah, because everybody else is about a foot below your ear level, and particularly at loud racetracks. Yeah, D-Station car definitely has a big issue, doesn't it? But driving back doesn't seem to be...
No, I think so. Whatever issue they've had, they'll be able to drive back in to get into the pit lane to then actually get Mark White out of the car, but unfortunately a decent result.
Because you can't swap drivers when the car is out on track, because that at least is real-world relevant. You just can't be doing that sort of nonsense. So he's got to get it back, has to get back under its own steam. Proton Coanda 77, is that still running?
The 77, no.
Okay, so
that's
Charlie Collins and his team are out. So, okay, right. So that is... Yeah, so... Hang a minute.
Oh, apparently Evan Dalton's got an answer as to how many... this will be good. How many Martin Havens?
Of course it is. Calculator job. 1 metre... Let's say it's 1 metre 95, which makes it even easier.
They did have... So they worked out earlier what an average baguette was, which was 0.7.
Is that a baguette, not a bâtard? Again, you see, the French have so many different words for bread. Loaves, because there are so many different lengths and sizes and shapes.
Estimated, it would be 7,060.1 Martin Havens laid down side by side, or would be end to end, I'd hope, to complete a lap of Le Mans. We're on board with that D-Station car, and you can see the damage. So there's a lot of suspension damage.
Yeah.
So I'm going to assume that as much as we saw him pulling off, we saw Mark White pulling off coming into Indianapolis, I would suspect there was potentially something before even that that would have caused even more of a problem.
He's probably had a shunt under braking for Indianapolis and maybe had a wheel on the grass or something, and it's just cannoned around.
Maybe the Mulsanne corner. There was clearly something before what we saw, though, so it is what it is. But
car is shown as stopped on our timing and scoring, but clearly it is not quite as stopped as some of the others.
Sorry, Martin Haven is 0.00193 of a kilometre.
Okay.
What a lovely way of putting it.
Yeah.
It makes it seem quite short when you say it like that.
Yeah.
Obviously, D-Station here being very, very smart and very, very patient. They understand that the race is definitely going against them now, and being patient to allow all the traffic to come through safely before proceeding.
No, he's not though, is he, really? He's trying to get it to go again because it's decided to come to a halt.
I think they are waiting, because you can see it is moving forward.
Yeah, the problem is,
you're never going to get a clear bit.
Exactly. You're never going to get a clear bit of track. And also, who's going to be able to tell him, yeah, you're clear to go? Because he's doing 30 miles an hour. He's not clear to go. Everybody behind him is doing 160 miles an hour.
Yeah, let's see if they go now. Yes, there's no one coming through, so you can see it's starting to move now. So they are waiting to go through. I would have said, just get on with it. But that's fine. Like I said, they're trying to be wise, they're trying to be safe, they're trying to, respectfully, they are trying to look out for everyone else's race here, rather than just their own. They understand their problems. got to be careful on the inside here at on the old build that we always used to use of the Circuit de la Sarthe. There was a world hole.
Hang on a minute.
Where you can fall through there.
He didn't go off at Indianapolis, did he?
He pulled off at Indianapolis.
Well, why is he at the first chicane now?
Because he escaped back to pit lane. And then I don't know why. I don't know what happened there. Whether there was more of a technical fault or whatever. But
clearly there was. So he's actually left the pit lane with as much damage as he went in.
Exactly. Because if you disconnect, your car will be in the same state, regardless of what the fuel number was or the damage number. So they would have had to have done a full lap with that damage. Who is driving the #1 car? Great question. It's Max, but nope, it's Jeffrey Rietveld. Sorry, it is Jeffrey Rietveld behind the wheel of the #1 Team Redline. This car that we're looking at here being the #8 RHG. That is Marcel Chinchik. There's been a couple of problems for the RHG squad in the recent past, and Marcel Chinchik, one of the fastest pedallers in these cars, is pounding round the Circuit de la Sarthe.
Yeah, and a long way back, 17th, and 2 laps behind the lead. They're the first of cars that are 2 laps back, and he's just 1.3 seconds ahead of Mato Homola, who is in the ARC Bratislava car number 44. That's the bright yellow car. In fact, you can see him in the background just there, I think. So that's the RHG car. So Jeffrey Rietveld is the leader, ahead of Josh Rogers and Dane Warren. So Porsche Coanda still racked up at the top, aren't they? And Luke Bennett in 4th. So this red line, it's a double-decker Porsche Coanda sandwich. Because we've got 2 fillings of Porsche Coanda between the red line cars. Then in 5th place, AMG Team Petronas, the 63 car. And that's always been pretty much from the start of the race in that top half dozen. Danny Junkadea is at the wheel of that car. Marcel Pecic is in the Yas Heat Veloce car. Now that, again, Marco Pecic, that, again, has been consistently up at the sharp ends. They've had a good race so far, and that will obviously curse them to all sorts of disaster. Brabham Esports in 7th, Gordy Much at the wheel of that car, and just pitting from 8th and coming back out in 8th still is the 36 car, the Alpine Esports car. Have we had any answer as to why 36 is a talismanic, there's a great word for 3 in the morning, a talismanic number for Serge Saunier, not for Serge Saunier, wrong team, for Senior Tech and for Philippe Signeux?
No idea.
No, I don't know either.
No idea.
Serge Saunier, what team? Oh, now I'm trying to... Promotechme. There we go, Promotechme.
Whilst we're talking
Sony, there's a man I haven't seen for a long while. Yeah, carry on.
I think so. A few people are going, but by the way, we are keeping hydrated.
We're still live
in the commentary booth. We are. we are keeping hydrated, but obviously we are obviously eating. I did see you've brought a few of them. You got a few of them over
well,
there.
They were brought in much earlier on, actually.
The Pit Stop bars. That we've got, of course, courtesy of Total Energy.
Yeah, I have had a coffee. I have not yet had my first Pit Stop bar of the day, but there is. There is tomato and coriander soup in the catering tent. And it smells lovely.
Well, I know where I'm heading after this.
But 2:45, I was not quite ready for tomato and coriander.
I think 5 o'clock in the morning might well just be enough for me to sneak over there when I jump out of the commentary booth.
Yeah, it's probably not the thing you have when you've just woken up. It may well be the thing you have when you've been hanging out since... When did you start this stint?
1 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Obviously, this is the thing with this, because obviously we know. Oh, yellow flag's coming out here. So what has happened? Oh no, it'll be D station, won't it?
Yep.
It'll be D station coming round and trying to keep out of everyone's way. That's fine.
Yeah.
There you go. They were stationary there, just off on the outside. Yeah. When it comes to these, once we go for our long 6-hour break, for one, the red flag cut mine down a little bit, which is fine. As I left though, I can't help myself. I'm like, I've got to go and see what's happening in race control. I've got to go and see what's happening upstairs. I then headed to social media, and I'm like, I'd probably say bye to race control before I go, anyway, just to see again if anything's changed. And then you end up just talking to everyone, and I probably left here about 3 hours after my stint actually stopped. And on my way down, I walked towards our hospitality tent, where I went in for 20 minutes. You just can't stop it. There's just so many people here.
Well, and the problem is, and the problem is, you know, if you have your break too early, then actually the ability to shut everything down and go to sleep is very hard. And so you say, okay, right, you have 6 hours off. Well, you obviously don't, because by the time you leave the building, you're down to 5.5. By the time you get back to bed and actually get under the covers, you're down to 5 hours. Then you need to get up an hour beforehand so you can have a shower and try and wake up. And so you're down to 4 hours. And so, yes, that's how much sleep I've just had. But 4 hours is 4 hours and not to be sniffed at, and especially during the night time as well. D-Station now.
I've just been told something by them.
Yes.
They have.
By them.
Well, by Dan Rand, who came in just a second ago. So they had their screen blacked out when they had that incident.
Okay.
And the reason why they're crawling back so much is they're doing what Fernando Alonso probably should have done in the first running of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual, which is if you have a low amount of fuel, go as slow as possible. They, at the moment, have half a litre to get back into their pit lane. And all that you will be telling yourself is, do not, I thought it cut out then, do not miss your box.
Do not run out of fuel.
If you go slightly too far and miss your box, you are out of the race.
Those boxes on the right-hand side, just as we go by them, those were the very posh sleepy boxes that Alan McNish had a few years ago. No, I mean, not all of them. He had one of them for his overnight stint, his overnight kit while we were in the caravans.
He didn't have the in-speed tents. I hope no one wants to come into the pit lane soon. If I were race control, I'd be on. I hope they. Eduardo will probably be on the blower a little bit to
see,
teams.
That's good. He's even cutting across the grass to be out of the way of somebody coming into the pit lane, and also to save himself a couple of meters.
Here we go. Oh, this is going to get dangerous. That's Arnage coming into the pit lane. Now, again, Mark Veit reads that one brilliantly, pulls over to one side.
Well, one of his teammates or an engineer, and it will be an engineer at D-Station. Now, what is that car? What is that pale blue car?
Oh yeah,
because there's actually another one parked up at Arnage. That's really bugging me now.
I think they're just basic cars in game.
I know, but they must have modelled it on something.
Please get into his box. This is the most tense that I've felt.
Who was it? One of the red line
hours.
cars, we were told, came across the line at the end of qualifying with 0.4 of a litre left in the tank.
Yeah, Rietveld.
Because they'd judged it so perfectly. All right, so D-Station are back.
Well done. Well done. That's a good effort for D-Station.
And the most fraught and most tedious part of their entire race has just happened. So, yeah.
Unfortunately, I think the likelihood of them getting a decent result from this race, that ship has very much sailed.
Yeah.
But they are still in the race. They still get to compete with the Mans Spirit. And also, I think they have earned our respect. Yeah. I also wish we could hear Eduardo, by the way, on this broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately, we can't pump him in.
Well, the good news is that you can pop out for coffee occasionally and chat with Eduardo while we're here, because he is here and not in wherever the first round of the Asian Le Mans Series is, not Dubai, not Bahrain, Abu Dhabi, which is what he will be doing next. So Eduardo, I was chatting to Eduardo and I said, you know, what's the story this year? He's going to do Asian Le Mans, he's going to do European Le Mans, and he's going to do World Endurance Championship and a couple of other things. Among the couple of other things that he is not going to be doing is he is not going to be returning to Formula One. Just far too much going on and far too much needed by that job, really, to be able to combine it with pretty much anything else. And his first love is doing what he loves to do. He loves the endurance racing, he loves doing Le Mans and the World Endurance Championship, and didn't want to give that up. And I can entirely understand why. Having watched a bit of Drive to Survive, and then having filtered through the end of the 2021 season, you can imagine, it's possibly not the kindest location. There are a slew of LMP pit stops, by the way. Redline have been in through and gone. So too have the Porsche Coanda cars. Alpine, a little off strategy, have not yet, so they pop up to third place. Might even possibly pop up higher than that. Both Redline, both Coandas have gone in. A whole bunch of other cars. Brabham we saw in the pit lane. Alpine are in. Who's that? Arnage we saw coming in as well. ALC Bratislava.
Is he in pit lane?
Well, it tends to be because we've had two major resets. All right, it was effectively a reset and then it didn't, and then it was.
So yes, it's effectively one very, very long, very, very, very long reset.
But we got through a third of the race, and then bonk, everybody was back on the same fuel strategy again.
Yeah.
So basically by 8 hours, nobody had got any fuel strategy separation from anybody else, with the exception of Fordzilla, whose first stop after the red flag, they came in a lap before anybody else to ensure they had an empty pit lane to get in and out of without any delay, and to ensure that their stop was a little slower. And that was a stroke of genius. You and I talked about it before the race, whether anybody would do it at the start so they would come in and be unhindered by any other cars in the pit lane in LMP for their first stop. And I said, I absolutely would. And then you'd come out, all right, traffic would be what traffic would be after 8 laps, but you wouldn't lose time in the pit lane. And then lo and behold, Max Verstappen, the leader, came in and lost 6 seconds on their first pit stop.
Yeah. Just because it was busy.
Just because he was the first in and the first to want to go, but there were other cars in the way, and there was a car in the pit box immediately in front of them, and of course he'd had to come round Max, so wasn't parked in up tight to the garage, and it took Max much longer than required, and frustratingly 6 seconds ticking away. And you can imagine to a Formula One driver how long 6 extra seconds in the pit stop really feels.
Well, I mean, if you
must feel like you've just been told to get out of the car and walk around the block for 10 minutes.
If you watch Drive to Survive, a 10-second time penalty is about 40 seconds.
Yeah.
So maybe
well,
6 seconds.
But yeah.
Each very,
and still
very
feels
dramatic,
like a week.
Very dramatic editing. No, it's fine. Yeah, like I say, it is what it is. Another question.
Go ahead.
Would a WEC race succeed if it was in Australia? Depends obviously on the circuit.
I don't see why not.
I'd lean towards Phillip Island because I love Phillip Island. Well, it might be a bit tight.
In the Group C era, they used to race in Australia, and they went to Sandown. I think Phillip Island wouldn't accommodate a modern WEC car very well.
This is the problem. If you did Australia, I think there is only probably one place that would, which is the Bend, which I don't really like very much. It would probably, yeah. Bathurst would, but you couldn't race WEC around Bathurst.
No, unfortunately.
For obvious reasons, which is,
I mean, GT cars probably, but no, the prototypes probably not.
Although would be backbreaker territory.
Although Tom Aaron, possibly. Tom Aaron, who's one of the PR men at Brands Hatch and son of the late Simon Aaron, a good friend and good colleague over many years, British racing journalist Simon Aaron, who passed away just before Christmas. Tom ran a series of bizarre online thoughts during lockdown. I don't know what the platform he was using, but he'd sort of post a tweet and it would be, due to an unfortunate typo, the 1986 British Rallycross Super Prix was held for Group C rather than Group B cars. And so you had Jaguar XJR12s and Peugeots and all the other stuff flying around Brands Hatch Rallycross circuit. And he came up with all sorts of ideas like that. And actually, yeah, WEC at Bathurst would be the sort of thing that... I mean, it was the sort of thing that suddenly threw sim racing into the public eye. At the beginning of lockdown, it was all of those nights stuck at home where guys like Lando Norris and Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc were racing milk floats around Albert Park or what, you know, just the most ridiculous things you could do. The sort of nonsense you do with your friends. What's on this platform? What is the most ludicrous thing we can possibly compare or put together with a silly track?
I've taken a lot of things around Bathurst in my time in sim racing, because for me, Bathurst, I think it is my favourite track on the planet. I absolutely adore the place because it's that street circuit vibe, because it's a street circuit, where you're throwing it up and over the top between the narrowest of walls. But you can race it with a straight. It feels incredible. It feels something so vastly removed from the modern world of motorsport, which is how crazy it is. Absolutely love the place.
It is. It's a fantastic venue to go to as well. I mean, I haven't been this century. The last, in fact, my only trip to Bathurst was in 1986, so it was a long time ago. But boy, it was a special place. That onboard with the SF Ferrari shows that you can now see clouds in the sky, which means that we're in the blue light prior to dawn. The sun is on its way. It is 4:45 Central European time, and you can see clouds in the sky there. Not a lot, and light and quite high, so it's not leaden skies, and rain is no longer forecast for the rest of the race.
Yes.
So we should run nice and clean and dry.
I'll see if I can chuck a fiver to race control if we get bored. If they'll just turn on the rain and see what happens.
Well, no, we don't get bored. We just take more questions.
That is true.
At Lulu63.
Yeah, I'm not even signed in, and yet still you know my my username.
Oh, is that what it is?
No, it's not. Oh dear.
We could probably, if I got my computer out and spent half an hour off air, which I'm not going to do,
right.
I could probably read emails or email, is it? There you are, or tweets or whatever. But ask questions, and we will see if we can answer some.
Mia Rose in chat saying
Double O Gauge says John Chewy Rapley is 176 scale, which is sort of Airfix model kit scale as well. So double O gauge, so 16.5mm model track, HO scale, rest of the world, and scale accurate.
Just clarify, we're talking about model railways again.
187th. N gauge, British N gauge, 1 to 148th on a 9mm wide track, so teeny tiny. International N scale is 1/160th on a 9mm track, or 150th in Japan. Thank you, John.
There was someone who was desperate to know if you'd heard of this place in the Netherlands. I can't remember what it was called. It's called the classic Maduro Dam. It's a big, apparently it's a massive model railway in the Netherlands.
No, I have to say I am not a model
but maybe
railway.
Riccardo Patrese has.
Probably has been there many, many times, yeah.
There we go. Oh, you see, even asked it again in preparation. But yes, no, I've never heard of it either. If you've got a lot of model trains there, but there you go.
Ian P suggested a bizarre line of conversation to Ben, actually, a little bit earlier. We're involving a cheese and onion chocolate bar.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No.
We still have
that almost maybe.
We still have the same bar of cheese and onion chocolate that we were discussing with Martin Haven at last actual Le Mans. Nobody wants to eat it. It is one of those combinations that makes you think, I don't know why anybody would ever have contemplated that as a good idea, because cheese and onion and chocolate are wrong.
The idea of that is kind of almost like making me gag a little. That is horrendous. I guess it's the whole sweet and savoury thing, isn't it? Where it's salty chocolate bars. We are talking about some random stuff on this 24-hour. I can tell you that for free. As long as we don't talk about moon cycles, we're all right. Well, he's gone to bed.
Why?
We're fine.
Yeah, we're fine. But it is a concept that very few people are aware of. But everybody knows, his career's on the way. You know what that means. And people wax lyrical. That's the only other use of waxing that I can think of, but other than surfboards and whatever else. But yeah, as the moon grows towards being full, it's waxing, and as it goes away from being full, it's waning. Waxing and waning is a concept as well. Things fluctuate, they go up and down, things wax and wane. Yeah. But nobody actually knows that what it refers to is the phases of the moon. No, or they do now, because you've now told everyone. No,
it's just because Ben Cosby about 3 o'clock in the morning, the last Le Mans battle was just like, right, let's just start talking about the moon for a bit. Yeah. And poor Chris, who was on with him, was like, okay, I'm on for the ride then. Gotcha.
Sports car drivers. Graham Goodwin from Daily Sports Car tweeted yesterday about I'm going to read the tweet. Coming into a new era, sports car racing needs characters to help break into new marketplaces. Here's 2 we already have with their own podcast series. Lawrence Van Toor and his brother Dries. Keep an eye on them. It's going to be fun. And I then said, are they the Laurel and Hardy of sports car racing? And Lawrence Vantor replied, I had to Google that.
What?
I know.
Oh dear.
I know.
Well, he is. How old is Lawrence Vantor? He's
knocking on 30. But
as I say, he's not. I thought he might have been younger than me.
When you were growing up, I suppose Laurel and Hardy weren't on TV very much anymore because there was other things. There were other things. But when I were an Ariel, I think they were both dead actually by that stage. But Laurel and Hardy got shown a lot, and actually Laurel and Hardy still are among the greatest comedy classics and you know, comedy duos. In the UK, we're very fond of comedy duos. We've got great history with them, with Morecambe and Wise, the two Ronnies, and all sorts of others. But Laurel and Hardy, particularly in the early days of black and white cinema, as it was there, because they didn't do TV shows, they were all films. Yeah, one of the great acts that cemented the way that duos work, where you've got the straight man and the fool. And it's a classic that goes back to the Greek classics and Roman classics, but the straight man and the fool were personified so much by Laurel and Hardy. And phrases, you know, that's another fine mess you've gotten me into, Stanley. That he's, you know, it's just part of my fibre. So Laurel and Hardy. So yeah,
there we go.
You know, Lawrence Vantor had to Google who Laurel and Hardy were. Obviously, they weren't big on Belgian TV in the 80s or 90s.
No.
Bless them.
They weren't on TV when I was growing up. I only know because of my dad, who was, again, same with the two Ronnies and whatnot. But I got to, you know how when you came on, you were like, well, no one's going to be asking me questions. I got 3 questions, all for you. They've got your name on them. No one wants to ask me questions, and I am okay with it because I don't feel any pressure. Question for Martin: have you ever made a regrettable car purchase off of eBay? One late evening with a bottle of Merlot?
No.
You didn't buy that Moggy Minor from eBay?
No.
I don't regret it either.
My regrettable car purchases, 2 actually that were not great purchases. One was when I needed a car in a real hurry. I bought a Hillman Imp, which is not the problem itself, because my very first car was a Hillman Imp, which I really enjoyed, and actually they're quite a good car. If you don't live in England, then Google it, because it's not as university well known as Mini. But I was in need of a car in a hurry, and I bought another one, and it was a rotten pair. Everything was wrong with it. The other car purchase regret that I have, and this is, I mean, really tedious subject for 4 o'clock in the morning, not actually an unreliable car or a broken car or anything, just as lifeless as a lump of lead that you can possibly imagine, was a VW Phaeton. And I was really, I wanted just a car that was super, super comfortable as a motorway cruiser. 3-litre V6 TDI, the same as you get in an Audi A6 and whatever. And the Phaeton was VW's arrogant move into sort of S-Class territory. It originally came with the same W12 and 4-wheel drive system as the Bentley Continental GT. And then, of course, they decided that not everybody was a gazillionaire who wanted to drive a VW, and so they made it with a slightly more sensible engine. The problem was that it would barely get 30 miles to the gallon, and it was just so unremittingly lifeless, with an infotainment system that looked like it had come off a Game Boy. And I don't mean a Game Boy Advance or a Game Boy Color, I mean a Game Boy. It was just, yeah. I chose it instead of an S-Type Jag, which was a major, major mistake. So I've still never owned a Jag.
That's your regret.
And it was just a horrible thing. I could not get rid of it quickly enough. It just, nothing about it endeared it to me. And there's no other car that I've had that I didn't like an awful lot more,
really?
Even the rubbish ones. Yeah.
You love your Moggy Minor, though,
I love my Moggy Minor. I was into classic cars a long, long time, and years ago when I was working at Autosports, I also worked on classical sports car for a number of years, and I always wanted a Morris Minor. And one of the guys that worked in the building, his housemate's girlfriend was selling her Morris Minor. I went round and had a look at it. It had run a big end bearing, so it was very clattery and horrible sounding. But underneath, it had only a little bit of surface rust. It was actually a really solid car. The paint was flat as anything. And so I bought it for 500 quid and drove it for weeks before I had the chance to drop the sump in the gutter at the side of the road and change the big end bearings by taking the sump out, turning the engine over until there was a conrod at the bottom, releasing the bearings and changing the bearings one set at a time, and then put it all back together and filled it up with oil, and drove it that way for several years. Yeah, and it's since then has become a convertible and acquired an awful lot more scars of life.
Morning.
Yes,
but yeah, I mean, yeah, I've had it since forever.
I distinctly remember, I think it was the first time you drove it here. Matt Neal had to come.
No, it wasn't the first time I drove it here. In fact, it may have been, it might actually possibly been the last time. It was for my first race this year, which was Monza.
Was it this year?
Yeah.
Shutting down the stream for a split second.
Yeah, because BTCC were racing here, so I came down on Friday morning.
The final part.
I'd stopped and filled up with fuel and checked oil and everything else at petrol station, and the bonnet had not quite latched closed. And halfway down the A5, when I was doing sort of a legal speed, legal speed, not illegal speed. Yeah, no. Anyway, at speed, wind got under the bonnet and it flew over the top of the car. And so I then had to, then the only thing that was attaching it at that stage was the bonnet catch, and it was just laid on top. And so Matt came round while we were on air with about 1 million miles of gaffer tape and gaffered the entire thing back up for me, bless him.
That's British touring cars wherever I've heard it.
That's Matt Neal all over, actually, and you know, and he knows my you know, sad fondness for my knackered old Morris Minor. And bless him, you know, one of the loveliest guys in motor racing, Matt Neal. Just, yeah, okay, right, sorted, don't worry. Didn't send one of the, I said, could you send one of the lads round in a van and just drop off a roll of gaffer? No, he came round and made sure that it was fine himself.
And he did it whilst I was commentating, so I didn't get to meet him. I was very sad.
Well, there you go.
Very sad about that.
Well, he's very approachable, and if you find yourself at a British touring car race, he will always make time to say hello. If you say Arno Martin Haven, he won't, but other than that, he's very approachable.
Is that because of the whole time that you spent commentating with him on WTC?
To start with, it just fascinated me so much, and I wanted to find a job where I could learn more about it, and I ended up selling cars and then working at Autosport and all sorts of things. And commentary, being a commentator for any kind of sport, competitors and engineers and people who know a lot about it and who forget on a daily basis more than I will ever know about it, and that applies for rallying, racing, bobsleigh, whatever else I do. They will spend time and teach you stuff and tell you stuff, and you can ask them questions. They don't go away. They will spend time and do it and tell you their information and share their love of it with you. And that, to me, is the greatest joy. I am just a Billy. I'm just a punter. And I just love this stuff. And being able to be in the privileged position and